Chapter 1727 Yellow Spring in Joyo City. Based on folktales, the Gate of the Hell was the holy land of the Hell and guarded the path to the real Hell. The Hell might reappear in the 9 realms when the Gate of the Hell opened. Lian Qingyi, did you mean that the Gate of the Hell has appeared but not opened yet? And the Hell caused all the troubles in the 9 realms in order to attract the cultivators here to open the Gate of the Hell for them? Asked the cultivator from the sky-reaching school. Other people also looked at Lian Qingyi. They all interpreted her words the same way. Yes. Lian Qingyi nodded and continued, there was news about the Gate of the Hell circulating in the Hidden Land realm many years ago. The remaining force of the Hell suddenly launched a series of attacks in recent days and caused a commotion in the 9 realms. Without a doubt, they wanted to attract the attention of the 9 realms and lure you to the Hidden Land realm. Their goal, as you would expect, is to make the cultivators from the 9 realms to open the Gate of the Hell for them. Why do people from the Hell assume that we would open the Gate of the Hell for them? Someone from the Golden Divine Nation with a hoarse voice asked. Many people glanced at him and remained expressionless. They thought it was a legit question. Why would they open the Gate of the Hell for the Hell? However, the answer soon became clear to them. Under everyone's watch, the cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation paused for a moment. He ruminated with his head slightly lowered and realized the reason in no time. The fabled Gate of the Hell might have relics left by the great emperor. How could the cultivators from the 9 realms restrain themselves from exploring if they really found the location of the Gate of the Hell? Even if they could control themselves, how could they stop the others from doing it? Although they knew the Hell intended to take advantage of them, there must be some people in the 9 realms who would be used willingly and happily. Where did the Gate of the Hell emerge? Someone looked at Lian Qingyi and asked. Yellow Spring in Joyo City, Lian Qingyi answered with a smile. Everyone's face grew solemn. Joyo City was an uninviting place in the Hidden Land realm. A notorious city, it had the river of Yellow Spring in the center where anyone who hadn't reached the Renhuang Plain would certainly die without exception if stepped in. Even a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain would certainly encounter grave dangers inside. Many extraordinary people in the Hidden Land realm went to the Yellow Spring to cultivate. Countless cultivators had been devoured by the Yellow Spring in the past. Yet now the Gate of the Hell popped up in the Yellow Spring in Joyo City. Everybody of the older generation was familiar with Joyo City, one of the most famous places in the Hidden Land realm. Hua Jiangshan used voice transmission to explain it to Yi Futian, who didn't know much about the Hidden Land realm. Joyo City didn't belong to any group in the Hidden Land realm. It was an infamously chaotic place where no good man would step foot in. Nevertheless, Joyo City had raised a number of superb cultivators. Many forces in the Hidden Land realm would send young, promising disciples to Joyo City for a while. The cultivation practice in the Hidden Land realm was cruel and ruthless. They selected talents through brutal trial and elimination. Death was common and insignificant. Why didn't we hear about this before? Someone stared at Lian Qingyi and asked. They couldn't tell if what Lian Qingyi said was completely true. The top forces in the Hidden Land realm all wanted to explore the Gate of the Hell ever since it emerged again. Why would they leak the news and let you know? The rumors were circulating in a small circle in the Hidden Land realm as only a small group of people are powerful enough to learn about it. How could it reach you? Lian Qingyi cracked a smile. According to you, we would never know about this if the Hell didn't lure us to the Hidden Land realm, someone said. Lian Qingyi gave a tacit admission. It probably can't stay hidden now after the tumult broke out. In recent days, many powerful cultivators are already heading to Joyo City as information flying out of there. Before long, Joyo City will draw the attention of the entire Hidden Land realm, said Lian Qingyi. The crowd was silent upon hearing Lian Qingyi's words. Based on what she said, the news about the Gate of the Hell would soon spread around. They should leave for Joyo City right away. You don't need to worry. As far as I know, even though the people in Joyo City knew about the Gate of the Hell, they haven't found the exact location yet. Things won't move at such a rapid pace. It's a rare opportunity for you to gather here, and the clan of the God of Ghost would like to perform the duties of a host. Lian Qingyi seemed to see through people's minds. She raised her glass and spoke to the crowd with a smile. People nodded. Although many guests were more senior than Lian Qingyi, they came to the clan of the God of Ghost and were welcomed by its goddess. They were glad to respect the host's wishes. Renhuang Yi, can I go to study and cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy if the chance arises in the future? Lian Qingyi raised her glass again. How modest you are. People in the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be lucky to learn from you if you are willing to visit us, Yi Futian replied politely. Lian Qingyi was in the middle-level Renhuang plane. Cultivators in this level were already big fish in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even though they might not be prominent in supreme forces. Only a small group of people reached this level. They were at the very top considering the vast population of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This small group of people had the strongest voice and the ultimate say in the entire world. After all, only a few could stand at the top of the pyramid. Lian Qingyi smiled and exchanged polite remarks with the leaders of other groups. The banquet was not exactly exciting, but at least Lian Qingyi was courteous enough. Some people excused themselves after a few rounds of toast. Lian Qingyi didn't stop them from leaving. She nodded slightly and said, Joyo City is quite famous in the Hidden Land realm. I won't need to guide the way as I'm sure you can find it without trouble. Besides, I suppose you will meet other groups from the 9 realms in Joyo City. One by one, people stood up and asked to leave. Yi Futian and the others from the Heavenly Mandate Academy also left the banquet without bothering the host any longer. They had to go to Joyo City no matter what the hell planned to do. The disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were killed by people from the hell. It was not something that could be easily let go. However, the remaining members of the Hell most likely went into hiding after its demise. It would be very difficult to uncover them if they didn't expose themselves first. People left the banquet one after the other. Soon, Lian Qingyi was the only one that remained in her seat. A blurry figure became visible behind her and slowly took shape. The man was tall and mysterious in a black robe. How did it go? The man asked. His voice was deep and hoarse. Yi Futian was the one who solved the mystery of God's relic years ago. Lian Joyo was one of the witnesses there. It's not a secret that Yi Futian attained the God's inheritance. He is undoubtedly powerful yet surprisingly humble and easygoing. She gazed into the distance and murmured, it depends on luck whether he could open the gate of the hell or not. So far, she couldn't accurately gauge Yi Futian's ability from simple conversations and brief observation. You should lead a group and set off as well, said the black-robed man. He then became blurry again and vanished into thin air. Joyo City in the Hidden Land realm was also called a city of chaos, city of barbarity, and city of death. It was famous enough to be the best-known city in the entire Hidden Land realm. After all, the other capitals were controlled by the supreme forces in the Hidden Land realm, yet Joyo City was not in the hands of any particular overlord. It was a labyrinth of forces and groups. These forces rose and fell at a fast pace. Resting on a high mountain, the castles in Joyo City almost seemed to be built in midair. The yellow spring split the city into 2 halves. Joyo City had been exceedingly busy these days. As the rumor spreading around the Hidden Land realm, countless cultivators headed to Joyo City. Even people from supreme forces in other realms arrived at Joyo City. For instance, it was alleged that cultivators of the Nantian Divine Kingdom and the Shun clan in the Central Emperor realm were already here. In addition, the ravishing princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom was also in Joyo City. Right now, a woman with breathtaking beauty was sitting in the Lingquan Tavern high up in Joyo City. She could enjoy the magnificent view of the bottomless chasm from her seat on the cliff. Buildings were perched on several terraces of the cliff. Cultivators strolled around with ease while the yellow spring roared below. People in other taverns on the cliff all looked up to catch a glimpse of the woman sitting on the edge of the Lingquan Tavern. Her gorgeous face made many people's eyes blaze. Sinful thoughts flashed through some people's minds as they saw the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo of the Nantian Divine Kingdom appeared in this chaotic place. After all, there were many evil cultivators in Joyo City. Princess, would you like me to? An old man behind Nan Luoshan said in a low voice with a menacing look in his eyes. Even though he was standing still, nothing happened around could evade his detection. "It's not necessary," Nan Luotian replied. She didn't come here to cause trouble, and it was impossible to escape from people's stares. Princess Luotian. At the moment, a man with a trim figure strode toward them from outside of the tavern. He hovered in the air and looked at Nan Luotian, asked, "Is Princess Luotian curious about the emergence of the Gate of the Hell as well?" The man speaking was Shun Hao from the Shun clan. The cultivators of the Shun clan arrived too. "I'm here to have a look." Nan Luotian shot a casual glance at Shun Hao. Shun Hao nodded slightly and said, "As far as I know, the forces around the Hidden Land Realm and the 9 realms are all here now. Joyo City is a complicated place where good people and bad people mix up together. Princess Luotian, please be careful." "Thank you," Nan Luotian responded monotonously. Shun Hao ended the conversation and walked toward the tavern as he sensed that Nan Luotian had no intention of inviting him to join her. A man in his position couldn't possibly pester her shamelessly. Chapter 1728 Asking for Pointers. The cultivators of Nantian Divine Kingdom and the Shun clan appeared in the same inn. This caused a huge uproar in the surrounding districts in Joyo City. Many cultivators of Joyo City came over to catch a glimpse of these top figures from other realms. After seeing Nan Luotian, many people were astonished by her peerless beauty that could cause nations and cities to fall. At least, they had not seen anyone with a face more beautiful than hers. Nan Luotian's temperament was also extraordinary. However, not long after, in another place, another stunning beauty appeared. Word of her identity was very quickly spread around. She was the goddess of the Shadow Realm's Yuyu Divine Palace, Chang Shi. Above the yellow spring, at the top of a peak, similarly, in a large inn, a group of silhouettes arrived. They sat off to one side and enjoyed the scenery. Futian stood at the edge of the inn. He gazed down at the yellow spring below as well as the layered districts aligning the 10,000 jong tall cliff. This scenery gave off a different type of beauty. It was very majestic and felt grand. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there are countless distinguished figures. In this current generation, among the women, Nan Luotian is without equal. "Goddess Chang, she might be the only person that can be compared with her," said someone not far from Futian. Their gazes were staring off in the opposite direction. From where they were, they could faintly make out an absolutely stunning silhouette. Futian noticed the discussion of the people around him. He turned to look in the opposite direction and also saw that across the yellow spring, in the inn opposite of the one he was in, a woman who was like a goddess was sitting there quietly. It was as though she was not of this world. It was somewhat of a coincidence, Futian thought to himself. However, this area was the central district of the 9-state city. The view here was also the best, so encountering her here was not out of the ordinary. "I have heard that after goddess Xiao Muyu of the Xiao clan in the Central Emperor realm was proclaimed a goddess after reaching the Renhuang plain, she is now already not inferior to Nan Luotian and Changshi," someone said. "I would want to have a look at her. She should be coming, right?" someone said with a laugh. Futian listened quietly. He never imagined that after being proclaimed a goddess, Muyu's fame had even reached the Hidden Land realm. Speaking of Xiao Muyu, there is another person who needs to be mentioned. "Rumor has it that her achievements are all due to one person," another person said. The crowd paused for a moment. They had all heard about this. Currently, among the younger generation of the 9 realms, aside from Futian, no one else had greater levels of fame. It is not just Xiao Muyu. Currently, the many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy are all being cultivated by him. "Is this person truly so incredible?" someone asked. Futian's fame was too great. A person who had just reached the Renhuang plain should not have such levels of fame. He sounded too legendary. After all, this was the Hidden Land realm. News of him had all come from other realms. Hence, they felt somewhat distant towards this news, as though they were listening to tales of legends. Rumor has it that this person has a head of silver hair. When he appears, he is followed by divine signs. Even his appearance is handsome and will make women fall for him at first sight, another voice continued. Among Futian's group, many people were looking at Futian as they revealed faint smiles. Yi Futian stood there quietly, gazing into the distance. He thought to himself that most people in the world still had discerning eyes. At that moment, a group of silhouettes headed in this direction. The leader had a stunning appearance that made others want to succumb to her at first glance. She had an intelligent smile, and she looked ahead with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have walked out of a painting. Many people were astonished. However, the people in this inn discovered that this woman was actually heading towards them. They could not help but reveal strange looks. She was the goddess of Yu Divine Palace, Changxi. She walked over through the air. She wore a faint smile on her face that made their spirits leave their bodies. Who is she looking at? Many people were wondering. The gazes of the people around here all shifted towards the inn. Who was she looking for in there? The people in the inn also made sideways glances. They watched as Changxi walked step by step towards the edge of the inn. She stood in midair and looked at the white-haired silhouette that stood there. She smiled and said, "I never imagined that I would encounter Renhuang Yi here." All gazes landed on Yi Futian. With his white clothes and white hair, he looked handsome and cool. Changxi from Yu Divine Palace had personally come here to greet him, and she called him Renhuang Yi. Who this person was did not need to be elaborated upon. Yi Futian. He had also come here, and he was actually right here. He must have overheard the conversations that the people here were having. "Goddess Changxi, I assume you have been well?" Yi Futian greeted with a faint smile. "Renhuang Yi, aren't you going to invite me for a drink?" Changxi said with a grin on her face. Each smile and grin of hers bore extraordinary charm. She was the goddess of Yu Divine Palace. Her temperament was that of an ice queen. However, before Yi Futian, she gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. It was as though her icy temperament had been melted away. "Would goddess honor me with a drink?" Yi Futian asked. "It is my honor to be invited by Renhuang Yi," Changxi replied. "Please," Yi Futian said as he extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Changxi stepped forward and entered the inn, sitting down at Yi Futian's table. The two of them laughed and chatted, causing many people to have the same thought. These two people were sitting together like peerless lovers. Were they together? If so, this would make for a good fairy tale. In the opposite direction, Nan Luotian, as well as Shun Hao, naturally also saw Yi Futian. The two of them were not sitting together, but their gazes were directed towards Yi Futian. Nan Luotian was somewhat curious about Yi Futian. Back then, when she was in Tiantian Academy, she had met Yi Futian before. At that time, no one knew what Yi Futian was doing in Tiantian Academy. However, later on, everyone realized that Yi Futian had cultivated many flawless divine will renhuangs when he was there. Some examples were Do Jiao from Do tribe and Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan. As for when Yi Futian later headed to the Shun clan, even her father and mother were quite shocked when they heard about it. Her father even claimed that Yi Futian was the most monstrous person to appear in the divine prefectures after they had been unified. Yi Futian would be able to change an era. From this, one could imagine how high a praise he was giving to Yi Futian. As for Shun Hao, one could imagine how he felt about Yi Futian. His gaze was extremely chilly. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, he sat there quietly and did not go up to meet Yi Futian. Right then, above the yellow spring, a silhouette suddenly appeared. This person was garbed in a black robe and had extraordinary temperament. However, he gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. He was cruel and overbearing. Might of Ren Huang emanated from his body. When they saw this person appear, the cultivators in Jiuyou City recognized who he was. He is Du Yuan, disciple of Evil Emperor. Evil Emperor was a mighty figure at the top of Jiuyou City. He was in existence at the upper-level Renhuang Plain. This Du Yuan was one of the most outstanding of Evil Emperor's disciples. He was in existence that would most likely surpass Evil Emperor himself. He had proven his way and reached the Renhuang Plain in less than 100 years. Currently, he already had a second-tier divine wheel. What was Evil Emperor's disciple, Du Yuan, doing here? He seemed to be facing the direction of the inn in which Yi Futian and Changxi were at. Yi Futian and Changxi were still casually chatting. They ignored the existence of the other party. In reality, with their identities, there weren't many people that they needed to worry about. Although Du Yuan was a renhuang, he was not worthy of their attention. I, Du Yuan from Joyo City, have intentionally come to ask a few pointers from Renhuang Yi, Du Yuan said. Many people revealed strange looks when they heard his words. What was Du Yuan's intention? Was this a challenge? However, Du Yuan's tone was very polite. It seemed that he truly was asking for pointers. Yi Futian's fame was the genuine article. Moreover, Yi Futian had led an army into the Shen clan and had defeated Shen Hao. Even if the members of the Hidden Land Realm had not witnessed it themselves, they were not so foolish as to doubt Yi Futian's credibility. Even goddess Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan was willing to be his disciple. Although Du Yuan was a cultivator with a second-tier divine wheel, it was impossible for him to be a match for Yi Futian. Everyone was aware of this point. Du Yuan certainly also knew about this. Hence, if it was a challenge, even though Du Yuan was a renhuang, he was unqualified to challenge Yi Futian. It was more likely that he had truly come to ask for pointers. As a disciple of the evil emperor, it was praiseworthy for Du Yuan to set aside his pride and ask for pointers from a renhuang that was the same generation as he was. After all, in Joyo City, Du Yuan was also famous. Only now did Yi Futian and Chang Shi turn to look at Du Yuan. A powerful aura flowed out of Du Yuan's body. They could clearly sense that the other party had a second-tier divine wheel. What do you wish to know? Yi Futian asked calmly. Before this, he had looked up to people at the Renhuang Plain. However, after he had proven his way and reached the Renhuang Plain himself, his mentality naturally also changed accordingly. Now, even if he was against an upper-level Renhuang, he would still be very calm. People at the Renhuang Plain, like Du Yuan, already could not stir up his emotions. I have long heard of Renhuang Yi's name. I wish to ask Renhuang Yi for a few pointers through actual combat to see the difference between us, Du Yuan explained. Yi Futian was the possessor of a flawless divine wheel and was considered the most outstanding figure of their generation. To be able to battle against Yi Futian was an opportunity that was extremely hard to come across. Of course, Du Yuan would certainly lose, but that was not important. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the white-robed swordsman. He smiled and said, "Wuchen, after having proven your way, you have yet to have the chance to experience actual combat. How about you give it a try?" It had not been long since Yi Wuchen had broken through to the next plane. He had always been in the academy and had yet to have the opportunity to experience his own abilities as a renhuang. He did not have actual combat experience. All right. Yi Wuchen nodded his head and stood up. Yi Futian glanced sideways at Du Yuan and said, "My friend has just broken through the next plane. Why don't you spar with him?" "All right." Du Yuan nodded his head. He did not underestimate his opponent at all just because Yi Futian had mentioned that his friend had just broken through to the next plane. Du Yuan knew about the battle with the Shen clan. Yi Futian's group of first-tier divine wheel cultivators had swept away the lower-level renhuangs of the Shen clan. They had utterly dominated their opponents. Since Yi Wuchen was a good friend of Yi Futian, he would certainly also be very powerful. Chapter 1729 Exposed. Yi Wuchen stepped forward and flew up into the air above the yellow spring. He stood across from Du Yuan. The yellow spring was very wide. However, if two renhuang were to begin battling here, they would still affect the people on both shores of the yellow spring. Hence, a cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Academy beside Yi Futian walked out, and an extremely powerful might of Wei emanated from him. In an instant, an independent spatial battlefield was forged above the yellow spring. It directly sealed off the two shores of the yellow spring. "You all do not need to hold back," the elder said. The might of Wei on Yi Wuchen and Du Yuan's bodies were also released at this moment. A dark storm swept up in the sky above the yellow spring. Endless black winds blew in and instantly flooded the sky above the yellow spring. It was as though the sky had become a one-dimensional dark world. Rumble. An area of fire appeared in the dark space. The black flames were like the fires of death from hell. The flames of the Wei immediately consumed Yi Wuchen. An illusory dark silhouette seemed to appear in the flames of the Wei. It was like an evil deity that was trying to consume Yi Wuchen. However, at the same time, dazzling blades of light suddenly lit up around Yi Wuchen's body. Blades of extremely devastating divine swords appeared around his figure. With his figure as the center, they radiated outwards and resonated with the world around them. In an instant, countless divine swords shot across the sky. The flames of the way closest to Yi Wuchen's body were immediately extinguished. Buzz! The dazzling divine sword halos shot straight towards Du Yuan and his evil deity illusion. It was instantly shattered into nothingness. Great path of destruction. Du Yuan looked at Yi Wuchen. He naturally sensed that his opponent's swordsmanship was laced with the great path of destruction. Under the influence of this will of the great path, Du Yuan's fires of death were constantly extinguished and disappeared without a trace. At that moment, divine swords were everywhere in the heavens above. Aura of the divine wheel of the great path swept out of Yi Wuchen's body. Divine signs appeared, and countless divine swords resonated with the divine wheel in his body. His divine wheel radiated brilliant light and destructive power. Du Yuan sensed an extremely powerful pressure. In such a situation, he naturally did not dare to hold back. He instantly unleashed his power. A dark illusory figure of an evil deity appeared. It seemed to be formed from coalesced fire of death. The space was flooded by dark flames and became a sea of dark flames. Illusions of evil deities roared as they charged towards Yi Wuchen. Du Yuan's flames of the way contained the power of death and burning. As long as it invaded one's body, it could instantly consume the person and burn them to death. It was extremely overbearing. However, Du Yuan felt that his opponent's swordsmanship and great path of destruction was suppressing his own might of way. His terrifying fire of death could not invade Yi Wuchen's body. It could not even get close to him. Was this the suppression of the great path and the divine wheel? Du Yuan thought to himself. He had come to seek pointers from Yi Futian because he wanted to experience a flawless divine wheel. Right now, he was experiencing it firsthand. This friend of Yi Futian was also a possessor of a flawless divine wheel. Against such suppression of the great path, Du Yuan did not stand a chance at all. Right now, the divine swords floating in mid-air radiated blinding divine light. The light kept pushing back Du Yuan's way. The divine swords hummed and emitted frightening destructive winds that ripped towards Du Yuan's body. With the suppression of the great path, you cannot harm me, Yi Wuchen concluded as he looked toward Du Yuan. He did not attack. Swordsmanship was extremely dangerous. If a sword was sent slashing out, it could not be drawn back. They were only sparring. He did not want to kill his opponent. Thank you very much. The fire of death in the space receded like a tide and disappeared very quickly. Everything returned to normal. In the end, Du Yuan chose not to attack. It was as Yi Wuchen said, Yi Wuchen's divine will caused his great path to be suppressed. Under the suppression of the great path, Du Yuan did not stand a chance at all. However, he had managed to experience the power of a flawless divine wheel this time. The sword will on Yi Wuchen's body also dissipated. The two of them had not even truly exchanged blows. Everything had ended before that happened. Thank you for the instruction, Du Yuan said as he bowed slightly at Yi Wuchen. His plane was actually higher than Yi Wuchen's plane. Du Yuan was a Renhuang with a second-tier divine wheel. However, in terms of ability, he could not put up a fight against Yi Wuchen. This round of sparring was indeed him receiving instruction from Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen nodded his head slightly and then walked back to the inn. Yi Futian smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. Yi Futian had wanted Yi Wuchen to experience a battle at the Renhuang Plain. However, he had overlooked the might of a flawless divine wheel. Although Yi Wuchen's opponent was famous in Joyo City, he could not be considered a member of a top force. For his second-tier divine wheel to go against Wuchen's flawless divine wheel, they were indeed not on the same level. This battle was not very meaningful for Yi Wuchen. He still had not experienced an actual battle. I apologize again for disturbing Renhuang Yi. Du Yuan saluted Yi Futian with his fists. His manners were impeccable. Before this, he had initially wanted to ask Yi Futian to give him some pointers. However, from the looks of it now, it was meaningless for him to do so. Even against Yi Wuchen, Du Yuan had been suppressed. If Yi Futian had been the one to enter the battlefield, what would the outcome of the match be like? You are too kind. Yi Futian nodded at Du Yuan. He did not mind that Du Yuan had come. After all, Du Yuan had carried himself with absolute respect. He was a Ren Huang that had come with sincerity. Du Yuan turned to leave. However, this caused an uproar on the two shores of the Yellow Spring. He was a disciple of the evil emperor. He actually was not even qualified for Yi Futian to lift a finger against him. Just a mere friend of Yi Futian's could immediately suppress Du Yuan. However, the sword will just now was indeed frighteningly powerful. It was another flawless divine wheel. When the cultivators of some top forces saw this scene, they had different thoughts about it. They were not so concerned about the actual battle. Yi Wuchen's flawless divine wheel was far more astonishing than this battle. How many flawless divine wheel possessors did the Heavenly Mandate Academy have now? Before this, they did not even know about Yi Wuchen. It was as though any person that Yi Futian simply brought out had a flawless level divine wheel. This hurt the members of the top forces a lot. By looking at Heavenly Mandate Academy, one would have the misconception that obtaining a flawless divine wheel was very easy, and its value was not very high. However, in the battle just now, it was made very clear. Even if their plane was low, a flawless divine will possessor could still crush their opponent. When the cultivators of the Shun clan saw this scene, one could imagine how they felt. Even Nan Luoshan's heart wavered. Nan Luoshan was a proud person. In the past, even a talented figure like her had to put in an enormous amount of effort in order to forge a flawless divine wheel. However, right now, wielders of flawless divine wheels appeared one after another around Yi Futian. This made her feel slightly uneasy. Up until now, Yi Futian had been witnessing everything quietly. In the inn, Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were chatting casually. The way the people, who were on both sides of the Yellow Spring, looked at Yi Futian changed subtly. Before this, they had only heard of his name. Now, they had seen him personally. Du Yuan, the disciple of Evil Emperor, was not even qualified to receive guidance from Yi Futian. A follower of Yi Futian was more than capable of putting up a fight. They felt as though Yi Futian was not of the same generation as them. His current status had long surpassed his level of cultivation. Rumor has it that in the 9 realms, many crowned Renhuang Yi as the top figure of the generation. You are standing head and shoulders above the rest of your generation. What does Renhuang Yi think of this title? Someone located in an inn at the opposite side of the Yellow Spring suddenly spoke up. The speaker was also a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain. As soon as he spoke, many people stared at him. He was a middle-level Renhuang from Joyo City. Yi Futian paused momentarily while holding his glass in his hand. His gaze shifted and glanced in the direction where the speaker was. They were very far apart from each other. However, for high-level cultivators like Yi Futian, this distance amounted to nothing. In front of me sits Goddess Changxi. Across the river, there is Princess Luoshan. Who was the one who said that I am the top figure of this generation? Yi Futian replied calmly, there are countless legendary figures in the 9 realms. I am but one out of the many of them. I am quite fortunate to have a few seniors willing to aid me in some matters, hence, I have accumulated a little bit of fame. That's all. Renhuang Yi leads the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and your academy dominates the battles wherever you go. Your achievements cannot be summarized with the phrase a little bit of fame. The speaker continued to praise Yi Futian. I do not deny that others are exceptional as well, but I reckon there is hardly anyone who is on par with Renhuang Yi. When Yi Futian heard the speaker complimenting him, his expression turned indifferent. He put down his glass and looked at golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor. Yi Futian transmitted his voice to the latter, saying, Senior, can you please help me to capture him? All right, the golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor nodded his head. He took a step forward and immediately headed out of the inn. The crowd was stunned. No one managed to react. The Renhuang had extended his praise to Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was subduing the other party instead. What was the meaning of this? Buzz. golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor directly disappeared from his spot. In another inn, the demon emperor who praised Yi Futian put down his glass. The next moment, his silhouette vanished too. He merged into the shadows, as though he had never appeared before. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. One by one, silhouettes of renhuangs stood up. Many of them were renhuangs from the top forces of the 9 realms. Was the speaker a renhuang from hell? Golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor appeared in the inn where the speaker was just now. He swept the surroundings with his will, but he couldn't locate the opponent. It was as though he had really vanished into thin air. Buzz. Golden divine light dazzled, and golden-winged giant Peng Bird traversed the space, moving into the distance. There, a slight aura fluctuation could be detected. However, similarly, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yi Futian remained sitting with an indifferent expression. "How did you know?" Chang she asked while looking at Yi Futian. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I didn't," Yi Futian responded. Chang she revealed a puzzled look. "But, didn't we figure him out after we launched an attack?" Yi Futian continued with a smile. He stood up and gazed into the distance, explaining, "Hell lured us to come to the hidden land realm. Hence, surely there would be someone watching us from the shadows. Not only would they spy on us furtively, but they would also observe us openly." Just now, the speaker was a middle-level renhuang. A strong cultivator at this level wouldn't possibly gossip in public. Moreover, saying that kind of praise in public towards me would only offend more people. It would cause me to become an eyesore among the forces. His words sounded like praise, but actually, they were ill-intended. So, I tried him out. I did not expect that my guess would be correct. Yi Futian's tone was calm. A cultivator from hell had been exposed. If the cultivator only had a normal ability, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. He could only escape from the hands of golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor if he was proficient in concealment techniques. It would be significant if they could capture a middle-level renhuang from hell. At the very least, they could obtain some information about hell from him. Chang she smiled as she looked at Yi Futian. His method was brilliant. Chapter 1730 Di Wu. Chang she clearly knew that, currently, Yi Futian indeed could be considered the top figure in this generation. It was just that knowing it was one thing. Proclaiming it out in public would undoubtedly draw the crowd's ire towards Yi Futian. In the 9 supreme realms, there were many top forces and countless prominent figures. If someone claimed themselves to be the first, they would instantly be targeted by everyone else. Currently, there were already enough gazes on Yi Futian. Many forces were certainly hoping to get rid of Yi Futian and be done with him. If Yi Futian actually claimed the title of first, the emotions of some parties would also be magnified. Hence, Yi Futian naturally would not claim to be the first. Currently, he also had the Heavenly Mandate Academy behind him. He would do all within his power to establish the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the top academy in the 9 realms and forge the future batch of prominent figures. For now, that would be his priority. In the distance, a terrifying wave spread over here. Many people looked towards the direction of the wave. After a long while, golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor returned to the inn. "I could not catch him alive, so I killed him," he said to Yi Futian. His opponent was a middle-level renhuang that was skilled in concealment techniques and would have escaped from him if he was ever so slightly careless. Golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor could only forcefully use the might of his way to destroy the other party's way and kill him in the process. "Thanks for your troubles." Yi Futian nodded. It seemed that this hell force was more powerful than he had expected. They had infiltrated everywhere. A middle-level renhuang from Joyo City was a member of hell. As for golden-winged giant Peng Bird Demon Emperor killing the renhuang off, Yi Futian was not sympathetic at all. Many people in the 9 realms had died to the members of hell. This debt of blood would certainly need to be paid. Yi Futian and the others were still chatting in the inn. In the surrounding regions, people were descending one after another. The aura of the previous battle had radiated far and wide. In the regions along the shores of Joyo City's Yellow Spring, Many people knew that Yi Futian's group had arrived. Hence, many people had rushed over here. Many people from various top forces of the 9 realms also came over consecutively. Soon, a group of extremely dazzling silhouettes appeared above an inn. The leader of the group was bathed in the divine light of the sun and seemed very arrogant. His gaze was extremely frightening. It was as though anyone who looked him in the eye would be scorched by the sun. The people beside him were all existences at the Renhuang plain. Their auras were frightening. Who were these people? Many people in Jiuyou City looked over in the direction of the group. They secretly tried to guess the identities of the group. They should be members of Solar Divine Palace, someone said. The Solar Divine Palace was the top force in the solar realm. They were an overlord-level force. Other supreme forces in the 9 realms were all much weaker than the Solar Divine Palace. Since the Solar Divine Palace had arrived, the youth bathed in divine light was naturally the god of the Solar Divine Palace, Di Wu. Rumor has it that the god of the Solar Divine Palace, Di Wu, was the descendant of the sun god. He was the top figure of this generation and the future successor of the Solar Divine Palace. He mastered the power of the divine fire of the sun. Be it in terms of talent or ability, he was outstanding. Now that they had seen him in person with their own eyes, he was as glorious as expected. Currently, Di Wu was looking directly at where Yi Futian and Chang Shi were. He showed no signs of avoiding them. This caused the temperature in the inn where Yi Futian was to rise. It became extremely hot. Many people in the inn began to sweat. It was as though there was a sun beside them. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. However, knowing the identity of Di Wu, the people did not dare to raise their objections. This person was too frightening. With one look, he could cause the temperature in the space to rise. Chang Shi released a chilly will over her body, which caused the small area where she was to remain cool. She smiled and said to Yi Futian, "He seems to have a bone to pick with you." It might be the effects of the words spoken by the Renhuang from hell just now, Yi Futian replied half-jokingly. However, he clearly understood that there was another possible reason for this. He had heard from Fei Shuer and Chu Yu that during the Heavenly Mandate Academy assessment to choose their core disciples, a cultivator called Yang Huang, who was at the Renhuang Plain, was discovered to be a cultivator from the Solar Divine Palace by Shen Luoshuer. Yang Huang's cultivation was crippled, and he was exiled from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Clearly, the Solar Divine Palace knew of this incident. However, Yi Futian was not worried about this incident. Since the Solar Divine Palace dared to send spies to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there was no issue for the Law Enforcement Hall of the Academy to cripple the other party's cultivation. The current Heavenly Mandate Academy did not need to give any face to any force in the 9 realms when doing things. They would act according to their own rules. However, from the perspective of the surrounding crowd, this scene was somewhat intriguing. Surely the god of the Solar Divine Palace, Di Wu, would not consider himself lesser than Yi Futian? Far away in mid-air, other cultivators were heading over here. This group of people traversed through the air and appeared overbearing and authoritative. They were from the Central Emperor Realm's Celestial Worthy Temple. They swept a glance in Yi Futian's direction and then found an inn along the shore of the Yellow Spring to land. Various forces arrived one after another. The forces from the Central Emperor Realm such as Celestial Worthy Temple, Martial God Clan, and Sky Reaching School descended upon the region one by one. Other forces from the 9 realms such as Illusion Island, Fate World, School of the Emperor Star, and Golden Divine Nation also appeared consecutively. This region was very big. They all chose their own corner to land in. The distances between all of them were rather far. However, before figures with their levels of cultivation, this could not be considered far. They are all arriving one after another. The people in Jiuyou City were somewhat excited. The cultivators of the top forces of the 9 realms had all gathered here. Things were getting interesting. The gate of the hell had yet to appear, and the various forces were already on the move. Many factions most likely intended to be diametrically opposed to each other. The members of the various factions naturally also noticed Di Wu's unfriendly gaze. Today, there might be a good show from them to enjoy. Yi Futian initially ignored Di Wu. However, Being constantly stared at by someone would still be somewhat unnerving. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and looked towards Di Wu's direction. The light of the divine fire in his opponent's eyes was aimed right at Yi Futian's eyes. Di Wu had not intentionally released any of his power. However, his eyes seemed to contain the fire of the sun within them. This made Yi Futian feel very uncomfortable. "Do you have any business with me?" Yi Futian asked as he frowned. Di Wu's attitude displeased him. When they were in Tiantian Academy, Di Wu already disapproved of him. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is recruiting disciples of the 9 realms and teaching the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The existence of the academy is to teach the way, Di Wu announced loudly. These were not his words, they were the words of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Yes," Yi Futian replied nonchalantly. "In that case, when a cultivator of my solar divine palace went to the academy to seek the way, why did you cripple his cultivation and expel him from the academy?" Di Wu questioned. "The Heavenly Mandate Academy teaches the way to those in the 9 realms. Anyone who wants to train can come to participate in the assessment organized by the academy," Yi Futian explained. "However, this does not mean that the academy is a place to accumulate filth. The academy will personally purge those who enter the academy with ill intentions." The conclusion was announced one-sidedly by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As for what the truth was, only the higher-ups of the Heavenly Mandate Academy know, Di Wu retorted coldly. He meant to say that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was eradicating dissidents. It was easy to find a stick to beat a dog. Di Wu only needed to find an excuse in order to slander Yi Futian. He was not familiar with Yang Huang. However, Yang Huang's clan had been members of the Solar Divine Palace for generations. Yang Huang had a cousin sister who was serving under Di Wu. Di Wu considered Yang Huang to be one of his own. Even if they were not familiar with each other, the family of Yang Huang had still been members of the Solar Divine Palace for generations. With just an order, Yang Huang had been crippled by the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and his life was now a living hell. Yi Futian did not know whether Di Wu knew about the role that Yang Huang had played in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Di Wu might have known, but he might also have not known, and only other members had participated in the matter. However, that was not important. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would naturally play by their own rules. "I do not need to report to you." Yi Futian swept a glance at Di Wu in response to his strong stance. Yi Futian had just finished speaking when a powerful aura was released from Di Wu's body. This caused the inn that Yi Futian was in to become even hotter. The aura from Di Wu's body was frightening. He actually also had a second-tier divine wheel. Clearly, he had broken through to the next plane after emerging from the god's relic. Di Wu's entire being had gone through a metamorphosis in terms of temperament. After returning to the Solar Divine Palace from Tiantian Academy, he had experienced another baptism in the Solar Divine Palace. His ability was much more powerful than when he was training in Tiantian Academy. Yi Futian frowned. However, behind Yi Futian, another silhouette had already walked forward. The silhouette's burly figure gave off an overbearing feeling. He stood there like a demon. Yu Sheng's gaze swept towards Di Wu standing on the other side. An overbearing demonic might roared out. The yellow spring ran between the two parties. Above the yellow spring, their auras of the great path collided. Dark golden demonic winds crashed with golden winds of divine fire. The two powers eroded each other and were extremely frightening. Buzz. Golden light of the divine fire consumed the demonic winds and continued to charge towards Yu Sheng. Yi Futian did not even lift a finger. Yu Sheng, who had a first-tier divine wheel, actually dared to block in front of Yi Futian. Yu Sheng took a step forward. When the golden divine fire descended, it was actually consumed by him immediately. At that moment, it was as though Yu Sheng, who was enveloped in demonic light, was bathing in the divine fire. Di Wu frowned. His way of divine fire was extremely powerful. Ordinarily, people of the same plane as him would perish at a mere touch of his divine fire. Yu Sheng had actually consumed the divine fire and had refined it. Yu Sheng's gaze swept towards Di Wu. His ink-black eyes revealed an extremely overbearing intent to do battle. You are still unqualified to be my opponent, Di Wu said indifferently. He naturally felt the intent of battle from Yu Sheng's eyes. Yu Sheng was just a follower of Yi Futian. Even though his ability was powerful, Di Wu would not lower his status to exchange blows with him. If Di Wu did so, wouldn't he be solidifying Yi Futian's status as the top figure of their generation? It would be saying that he, Di Wu, was only qualified to fight a follower beside Yi Futian. Such an arrogant tone. In the inn, Dou Jiao revealed a bizarre expression when he heard Di Wu's words. Was Di Wu actually looking down on Yu Sheng? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then just shut up and sit there quietly, Dou Jiao said mockingly. Who was Di Wu showing off for? Wasn't he the god of the solar divine palace? So what if he was? Even Dou Jiao himself, a dignified descendant of fighting god, had yielded to Yu Sheng. Which member of their group in Tiantian Academy was not an outstanding figure? Why was Di Wu acting so arrogant? Even the Shun clan was beaten to the ground, and their lower-level Renhuangs were wiped out. Di Wu swept a glance at Dou Jiao and said, Descendant of the Ziwei realm's Dou tribe, have you already stooped so low as to flatter and follow behind in someone else's shadow? Dou Jiao actually had no comeback to what Di Wu had said. Dou Jiao stood up, and his gaze swept towards Di Wu as he said, The Solar Divine Palace is so pretentious as to sneakily send spies to steal teachings from Heavenly Mandate Academy. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Chapter 1731 Girl of Misfortune. When they were in the God's Relic, Di Wu was one of the most monstrous figures among them. In the God's Relic, he forged a flawless divine wheel. He had walked below the heavenly palace and bathed in the Emperor's might. He was the god of Solar Divine Palace, the successor of the Emperor's family, and descendant of Sun God. The bloodline of God flowed within his veins. Among the 9 supreme realms, the Central Emperor realm was the most powerful. Hence, many people believed that Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan were the 3 most powerful figures of their generation. However, Di Wu never considered himself to be weaker than the 3 of them. The Solar Divine Palace was the absolute overlord of the solar realm. Their influence far surpassed that of the other top forces of the solar realm. As the successor of the Emperor family, Di Wu could be considered to be the most prominent figure of this generation in the solar realm. No one else could claim that title. If he inherited the Solar Divine Palace in the future, he would become one of the giants at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Di Wu was a proud person. Even though Yi Futian had defeated Shun Hao before, Di Wu would never consider himself weaker than Yi Futian. The one that Yi Futian had defeated was merely Shun Hao. Di Wu did not refute Dou Jiao anymore. Divine light of the sun shot out from his body. The blinding light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. On Dou Jiao's body, fighting god aura swept out. His battle intent filled the sky and was overbearing. On his body, he wore fighting god armor. Sunlight shone down on Dou Jiao's figure. He could not possibly block it. A terrifying high temperature smelted everything around. The armor on Dou Jiao's body also began to melt into flaming smoke and liquid fire. Dou Jiao's entire body was bathed in divine light. He activated the will of fighting god. An even more awe-inspiring armor coalesced on his body, blocking the incoming light of Sun God. Dou Jiao realized that Di Wu, the god of Solar Divine Palace, was indeed very powerful. Despite Di Wu's arrogance, he was crowned as the descendant of Sun God, the possessor of the Emperor family's bloodline. Moreover, after he had returned to the Solar Divine Palace, he had broken through to the second tier of the Divine Wheel. His ability was most likely above that of Dou Jiao. Since both of them were wielders of flawless divine wheels, then their combat abilities were directly dependent on the difference between their planes. Dou Jiao was at a disadvantage when faced with Di Wu since the former had a lower plane. Even in such a case, Dou Jiao was not someone who retreated easily. Bam! The will of sevenfold fighting god was activated. Dou Jiao entered into a frenzied state as he transformed into a terrifying fighting god. All the cultivators from various top forces of the 9 realms stared at the 2 of them with great interest. Dou Jiao was most likely not a match for Di Wu. Di Wu challenged Yi Futian first. It would be fascinating if the crowd could witness a battle between Di Wu and Yi Futian. After all, many of them had missed the battle between Yi Futian and Shun Hao. It was a pity that they couldn't witness it firsthand. If the crowd could witness a fight between Yi Futian and Di Wu, it would definitely make up for their loss. Di Wu and Yi Futian were both monstrous figures of the Nine Realms, but Yi Futian had a glamorous fighting record of defeating Shun Hao from the Shun clan. Hence, if the two of them were to fight, Yi Futian had a much higher chance of winning. On the other hand, the difference between them might not be as big as what the crowd had imagined. Yi Futian's fame did not come entirely out of his ability. He was renowned because the scene where he led a group of cultivators to challenge the Shun clan was too shocking. It was unprecedented. Yi Futian's name reached its zenith because of it. Under such circumstances, the crowd was undoubtedly excited about this fight. If you attack us, then the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will also test out the abilities of those who trained under the Solar Divine Palace. If anyone is injured or killed in the process, hopefully, the Solar Divine Palace can afford the loss, said Yi Futian, who had been sitting quietly at the side all this while. If you are not prepared for such a fight, then let's not waste each other's time. Restrain your aura. Solar Divine Palace was a force that stood at the peak of the solar realm. In reality, both parties did not dare to touch each other. Yi Futian was not interested in personal disputes. Even if Yi Futian defeated Di Wu, god of the Solar Divine Palace, what would that prove? Yi Futian did not have to prove himself anymore. Hence, Yi Futian merely sat there quietly and spoke casually. Opposite him, Goddess Changxi of Yu Divine Palace smiled at him and then looked at Di Wu in the distance. Although the two of them had not exchanged blows, the victor had been determined. Di Wu was still proud, but his pride was displayed for all to see. Compared to him, Yi Futian, who appeared humble, was the one who was truly prideful. He did not even want to contend or defeat Di Wu to prove anything. Maybe this white-haired youth was not concerned at all about the contest with Di Wu. Di Wu frowned. He naturally also felt this. It was as though he really yearned for a match with Yi Futian. The brilliant light of Sun God dissipated. Do Jiao immediately felt relieved from the pressure which had been exerted on him. Di Wu waved his sleeves, strode back to the tavern, and sat down. The commotion seemingly ended due to a line from Yi Futian. Yu Sheng cast a domineering glance at Di Wu. Then, he returned to Yi Futian's side quietly. Let's go, Yi Futian said as he got up. His gaze swept across to Changxi, who was sitting across from him. He said, Goddess Changxi, we will take our leave first. Renhuang Yi, where do you plan to go? Changxi asked. We will first find a place to settle in and rest, Yi Futian replied. Although news of the Gate of the Hell had begun to circulate within Joyo City, the Gate of the Hell had yet to truly emerge. If it did appear, news of its appearance would cause an uproar. Yi Futian was not anxious about this. All right, we will meet again if we have the chance, Changxi replied as she nodded her head. She also got up and prepared to leave. Let's go. Yi Futian and his group left the inn and strolled into the ancient Joyo City. As a land of oppression, Joyo City appeared very chaotic. With a sweep of his will, Yi Futian discovered that small fights due to friction between parties were erupting in many places. Most of these battles were also very heavy-handed. At this moment, in the sky in front of them, a large-scale battle had erupted. There was a group of people being surrounded by another party. Blades then immediately slashed down, killing them off. It was very tragic. Yi Futian was not too affected when he saw this scene. The world of cultivation was like that. Such incidents occurred every day all around, not to mention that they were in the hidden land realm's most notorious city known for oppression. There was nothing he could do about this situation. Right at the moment, Yi Futian frowned. In a dark alley of Joyo City, dazzling silhouettes appeared one by one. They surrounded the dark alley and unleashed domineering auras, sealing off the entire space. Whoever that was in the alley would not be able to escape even if they had wings. The bypassers avoided the area. They seemed to know the identity of the silhouettes. A middle-aged man, who was the leader of the group, descended slowly from the sky. His level of cultivation was high, he was a renhuang. However, he stared at the alley with a cautious gaze. "Let's go in," the middle-aged man ordered. The group moved into the alley. The cultivators entered from various directions while the middle-aged man flew into the alley. Inside the alley, a little girl covered in dirt was curled up in a corner. She was hugging her knees with her arms while her emaciated body was shivering in fear. She did not even dare to look up. Yet when faced with a little girl like this, the group of cultivators was on high alert, and they were determined to capture her. Streaks of the might of the way pressured the girl, causing her to tremble even more violently. She hid her head in between her legs. She was extremely scared. "Take her away," the renhuang, who was in mid-air, commanded. A cultivator immediately moved forward and extended his arms, ready to catch the girl. However, right at this moment, suddenly a streak of very powerful might of the way appeared in the alley. The might froze everything in the space. A group of cultivators emerged at the entrance of the alley. The leader of the group was a youth with white hair and white robes. He said, "Isn't it a little too much for so many people to gang up on a girl?" The middle-aged man who was standing above the alley looked at Futian and said, "Sir, please keep out of this." However, a silhouette beside Futian had moved towards the girl. It was Yaya. Step by step, Yaya came up to the girl and gently asked, "Why are they trying to capture you?" The girl shook her head. She didn't know. The little girl lifted her head slowly. Yaya revealed a strange look when she saw the girl's eyes. This little girl, who was in her early teens, had a pair of unfathomable eyes. Her eyes were like bottomless pits. Those who looked at her were engrossed by her eyes uncontrollably. "Elder sister," the girl whispered, "they said I am one who brings misfortune. But I have never voluntarily hurt anyone before." Gazing into the girl's eyes, Yaya extended her hand. She could sense something familiar about the girl. The girl also looked into Yaya's eyes. Then, she took her hand. "Come with me." Yaya held on to the girl's hand and pulled her up. Then, she turned around and walked towards Futian. "Sir." Suddenly, the man in midair released a very strong might of the renhuang. He said, "This little girl is a deviant. May all of you show us some face and don't put us in a predicament." The middle-aged man could naturally sense that Futian and his party were not simple. Otherwise, he would not be so polite to them. "I will take her with me," Futian insisted. Yaya wanted the little girl to follow them. He would not stop her. Perhaps Yaya saw the shadow of herself in the little girl and took pity on her. The cultivators who surrounded the alley had ugly expressions. However, they merely stared at Futian and his group as they left. Nobody dared to stop them. Many people behind Futian had auras that were frighteningly powerful. "Let's go. We will return and make a report." The leading renhuang instantly turned and left. He was afraid that he had invited trouble. Futian's group had already left with the girl. After they emerged from the alley, the girl lifted her head and looked at Futian. She softly said, "Thank you, elder brother." Futian lowered his head and looked at the girl's eyes. At that moment, his heart had actually trembled inadvertently inside. What were those eyes of hers? A mere glance from them had actually caused the life spirit in his body to stir. Chapter 1732 Yi Qingyao. The girl quickly retracted her gaze. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. "What is your name?" Futian asked. The girl shook her head and softly answered, "I have no name." "No name?" Futian was stunned. He asked, "Then, what about your family?" The girl still shook her head. She fell silent and did not say anything. She also did not have a family. She did not know how she had come to this world and also did not know how she had managed to survive until now. She only knew that she was a girl of misfortune. As long as anyone came in contact with her, things would not end well for them. "Let us bring you back," Yaya said softly. The girl instead shook her head in refusal. She pulled back her tiny little hand. "What's wrong?" Futian asked. "Elder brother and sister are good people. I do not wish to get you too involved," the little girl said with a timid voice. "Even though I do not wish to harm others, I know for a fact that I bring misfortune." Whoever stays close to me will be in trouble. Oh, what a coincidence. It is the same for me, Futian said as he laughed. When the girl heard him laugh, she lifted her head and looked into his eyes. She thought to herself that he had the brightest eyes that she had ever seen. He was handsome and exceptionally warm. Really? The girl asked nervously. Futian nodded his head in affirmation and said, if we live together, we are basically fighting fire with fire. The little girl didn't quite understand what Futian meant by that, but she could sense the friendliness from Futian's smile. A glimpse of an innocent smile appeared on her dirty face. Even though she was plain-looking, her smile was exceptionally warm. It was a genuine smile. Futian and Yaya extended their hands. The girl smiled and grabbed hold of both of their hands. Why don't we let elder brother come up with a name for you? Yaya asked softly as she looked at the girl. Can you? The girl asked as she turned to Futian. She looked somewhat timid, but she also had a look of anticipation. Of course, Futian replied as he nodded his head. He pondered for a while and then asked, what do you like? I don't know. The girl shook her head, somewhat crestfallen. Then, is there anything that you want to do? Futian asked. The girl raised her head and looked at Futian. She timidly said, I wish to become nicer to look at. That way, I do not need to hide every day and can be like normal girls. Futian was stunned. He felt a pang of melancholy inside. It was such a simple wish. However, for the girl, it was a lofty dream. When she saw the look in Futian's eyes, the girl lowered her head again. She thought that it could only be a dream of hers. Elder brother and sister had no relations with her whatsoever. How could they possibly bring her along? She would probably be alone again very soon. As she thought about this, her expression became depressed and sad. You will be named Qingyao. How about it? Futian said gently. The girl looked at Futian and giggled. Qingyao. I like it. Thank you, elder brother. Is it all right if her family name is Yi? Beside her, Yaya looked at Futian in anticipation. Futian was stunned. He then smiled bitterly. Yaya must have felt compassion towards this girl. Back then, she had also experienced a gloomy time in her life. During those tough times, Futian was Yaya's pillar of support. Therefore, Yaya could most likely empathize well with the girl. Yaya was also at Qingyao's age at that time. Of course it is, Futian replied as he nodded. He naturally would not deny Yaya's wish. The girl was not sure what the two of them were talking about. She lifted her head and looked at them curiously. She saw that many people around her were looking at her. There was kindness in their eyes that made her feel warm inside. The family name of elder brother is Yi, Yaya explained to the girl. The girl was clearly stupefied. Looking at the kind smiles around her, she lowered her head slightly and shed a tear. However, she quickly regained control of her emotions. She was used to being alone and was much tougher than girls of the same age. Even though she was only slightly over 10 years old, she would not cry no matter what she faced. Yi Qingyao. She carved the name into her heart. She did not say thank you, but today was the happiest day in her life so far. It was because she finally had a name. Moreover, the name was so beautiful. It was an even better name than all the names of the playmates she had met. The name was similar to those of the princesses and young mistresses. It had a good ring to it. Futian and the group found an inn to stay overnight. Yaya took Qingyao out for a shower. After she had been changed into some clean clothes, Yaya put her to bed. In the courtyard, Futian was sitting quietly. Yaya sat beside him and whispered, "She kept holding on to my hand and refused to sleep. She was afraid that we would be gone when she woke up. Even after she was asleep, she was still talking in her sleep. She kept saying the name Yi Qingyao with a smile on her face. She most likely has been repeating the name internally." Futian sighed. He had just met with the girl and did not have any attachment to her. Their encounter was purely a coincidence. It was just that Futian could not ignore it when he saw a group of cultivators bullying a little girl. However, he was well aware that the world of cultivation was too huge. Scenarios like this were happening daily. He could not do anything about it at all. But if it was just Qingyao, he could still afford to provide her a simple living environment without much hassle. You will bring her back, right? Yaya asked Yi Futian. Yaya, you have never cared so much for anyone else before, Yi Futian said with a smile. Of course, he was an exception for her. Yaya had risked her life multiple times for him. Normally, Yaya had a very low sense of presence, she was always quiet. However, whenever Yi Futian was in danger, she would definitely be one of those who were willing to give up their lives for him. Yi Futian was very aware of this fact. Yaya said nothing and just stared at him. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Since you like that girl, you should keep her with you. Yaya nodded her head in agreement. However, there is more to Qingyao than meets the eye, Yi Futian said. I also feel the same way. She said that she would bring misfortune. Can you make out anything? Yaya asked. I always thought that cultivating was like footprints. One can only take it one step at a time and that it is impossible to skip past any step, Yi Futian said softly. I thought that people had to cultivate stable foundations. However, after meeting Qingyao, I feel that what I understood was wrong. Are you saying that Qingyao's cultivation is very high? Yaya asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head. She does not have any cultivation, but she has insights into the laws. Yaya was befuddled. Qingyao might be the legendary innate divine fetus of the Great Path, Yi Futian explained while staring at Yaya. Anything that could cause Yi Futian's life spirit to stir was a divine item. Qingyao's eyes actually managed to stir his life spirit. This was slightly terrifying. The pitiful little girl whom they had saved might be the most terrifying monstrous figure that Yi Futian had ever met before. Fei Xue had a divine item in her body. Hence, when she cultivated, her progress was speedy. It could even be regarded as Godspeed. However, Qingyao might not even need to train at all. He had never encountered such a condition before. Qingyao was the first. She subverted all that he understood. She was like what the legends said, a divine fetus, an innate instrument for the way. Even Zhong Yuan's and Yi Tianyu's bodies paled into insignificance when compared to hers. However, Yi Futian did not dwell upon his thoughts of Qingyao. For him, Qingyao was first and foremost a pitiful little girl. As for the rest, he would go with the flow of fate. Besides that, the force that appeared in the alley before this was most likely not simple. They should have noticed something about her too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wanted to capture her. They were also cautious of her when they met her. It was hard to imagine that a few Renhuangs would actually be cautious of a little girl who had no cultivation. If the force were a top force in Joyo City, they would most likely not give up on her so easily. As Yi Futian had expected, the next day, a large group of people arrived at the inn. The visitors did not purposely emanate any might, but they still gave off a solemn vibe. Everyone in the inn avoided them. The entire inn was empty except for Yi Futian and his group. In the distance, another group of silhouettes appeared in the air. A middle-aged man walked out from the troop of visitors. He was wearing a long black robe and had a terrifying aura. The crowd observed all this from afar. They were shocked. Who was staying in the inn? The magnate of Joyo City, Hierophant Joyo, had actually come over personally. Joyo sect had been long rooted in Joyo City. The sect had experienced many generations rise and fall. They had been eradicated a few times, yet they rebuilt themselves very quickly after. However, through their rise and fall, the name Joyo sect had remained constant and had always been used. Hierophant Joyo was extremely frightening. Normally, he rarely made an appearance. Unless some shocking event had occurred in Joyo City, he would not appear. However, today, he was here. I heard that Renhuang Yi from Heavenly Mandate Academy had arrived in Joyo City. Joyo sect has come over to greet you, a voice cried out. The members of Joyo sect were all outside the inn and had not barged in. With Heavenly Mandate Academy's current standing, no force dared to act presumptuously before them. Although Joyo sect was the local gang of Joyo City, they still did not have the background of a supreme force. Rumor has it that Hierophant Joyo's current ability was at the 8th tier of the Divine Wheel. He was already an extremely powerful existence. Yi Qingyao seemed to know that these people had come for her. She kept hiding behind Yaya and grabbed hold of Yaya's clothes. She was very afraid. Hierophant Joyo, what business do you have with me for you to have come here? Yi Futian said from a distance. He did not invite the other party in. Renhuang Yi has come a long way. I have especially ordered people to send over some gifts, Hierophant Joyo said. Immediately, a number of maids holding gift baskets came forward. Each maid was extremely sexy and beautiful, and they were all rare beauties. They were also very thinly dressed, which accentuated their graceful figures even more vividly. Yi Qingyao pulled even harder on Yaya's sleeve. There is no gain without pain. Hierophant Joyo, I appreciate the gesture, but I cannot accept these gifts, Yi Futian said, rejecting the offer. Although the other party was very respectful, if they had come for Yi Qingyao, it was impossible for him to just hand her over like that. Hierophant Joyo was an understanding person. He waved his hand, and the women immediately stepped down. He did not force the gifts on Yi Futian. If figures like Yi Futian said that they would not accept the gifts, they would not accept them. I have long heard of Renhuang Yi. Initially, I would not have come forward to disturb you. Renhuang Yi, I am sure that you have noticed that there is more to the girl than meets the eye, Hierophant Joyo said. I have cultivated for so many years and have finally come across a good candidate to inherit my teachings. I hope Renhuang Yi can allow the girl to do so. He naturally had seen through that Yi Qingyao had grown attached to Yaya. Hence, he had not said that he wanted to capture her, but that he wanted to take her as a disciple. Qingyao, do you want to inherit his teachings? Yi Futian did not reject his offer. Instead, he turned and asked Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao shook her head and said, I want to follow elder brother and sister. All right, Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. He revealed an apologetic expression to Hierophant Joyo. Chapter 1733 Violent Measures. Hierophant Joyo left very tactfully. This was a grand occasion, and he had shown his sincerity. Yi Futian had no intention of handing anyone over, so he left directly. For a time, everyone who learned that Yi Futian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was staying in that inn flocked to visit him. They wanted to see this legendary figure. Everyone discussed this matter. It was said that the powerful dragon could not crush a snake in its old haunts, but when the powerful dragon brought its full strength to bear, the snake could only lie upon its belly and grovel. Yi Futian was not going to hand anyone over, and so there was nothing that Hierophant Joyo could do. Joyo City was a violent place. Hierophant Joyo was not usually as friendly as he was that day. He usually dealt with things in a bloody manner, standing upon an increasingly large pile of corpses. There were no rules in this city, only power. So, it was only natural that Hierophant Joyo would bow his head. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was stronger than him. However, after he left, Yi Futian said, we should all be a little bit more careful. Don't go out alone. Do you think Hierophant Joyo would dare attack us? Said Dojao. Not necessarily, but in a violent city like this, the most powerful people are surely fierce and ambitious. Since he left so quietly, he has probably accepted us. But maybe, Yi Futian said no more. Everyone knew what he meant. Joyo City was Hierophant Joyo's realm, after all. In such a lawless place, it was a good idea to be careful. Sister, have I brought trouble to your brother? Qingyao did not understand the world of cultivation, nor did she understand who Yi Futian and Hierophant Joyo were. She only knew that someone wanted to take her away. But Yi Futian had still asked her opinion. This was a feeling that she had never had before. It's not a problem. Don't worry too much, Qingyao. Your brother will take you somewhere safe, said Yaya, patting Qingyao's head. This action might have been learned from Yi Futian. After all, her own head was often patted. All right. Although Qingyao had an ordinary appearance, she gave people a simple and refreshing feeling. Afterward, more people came to the inn to visit, all of them from Joyo City. Yi Futian left them all for others to deal with. He naturally had no time to meet with them, otherwise, he'd have no time for himself at all. Yi Futian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he was told that some people had come simply to pay a visit, some had come asking to be his disciple, and some had come to offer their precious daughters up to him as concubines. That was right, concubines. They did not even dare to imagine that he would take them as proper wives. As long as he accepted them, that was good enough. This left him speechless. Were there really people who would sell their own daughters like that? Of course, these women were all beautiful and talented. Otherwise, they would not have been brought. After all, Futian was said to be the most brilliant figure in the 9 realms at the moment. But the others from the Heavenly Mandate Academy understood these methods. According to them, one could lose one's life at any time in a city as chaotic as Joyo City. There was no sense of safety. Many of the people with descendants did not want them to stay here in such a dangerous place. Now that Futian was here, even being able to stand behind him was far better than staying in Joyo City. Moreover, Futian was incomparably talented and very handsome, with his head full of silver hair and strong features. It was said that Changxi, the goddess of Yu Divine Palace, desired him, so how much more would ordinary women? Of course, no one knew what Changxi would think if she heard this news. On that day, Futian was cultivating quietly. He had sent people to observe the happenings in the outside world, particularly watching for news from hell. There was now no trace of hell in the 9 realms. They were difficult to find, but their target was the gate of hell. Once the gate appeared, the people of hell would appear as well. Ahem. At that moment, Futian frowned while he was cultivating. He seemed to feel that something was not right. A figure flashed over and descended beside him. It was Hua Jiangshan. "There is danger," he said. Futian's expression froze, and he said, "Remind everyone to stay safe." As he said this, Hua Jiangshan's aura had already surged out. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared. At that moment, it seemed like many divine consciousnesses were sweeping towards them, each one incredibly terrifying. The sky suddenly dimmed and became shrouded in darkness. Incomparably terrifying wool covered the sky, blocking all the light. Black light covered the land. In just a second, it seemed like the end of days had come. Countless figures rose into the sky as they tried to fly away. Although they didn't know what was happening, the people of Joyo City felt a powerful sense of alarm. Death was all too common in this violent land. The first thing they would do in a situation like this was try to leave and not get caught in the storm. Whoosh! At that moment, endless hellfire descended from the sky, crashing down upon an area hundreds of miles wide. Everywhere this fire rained, everything died. Many plaintive cries rose up as people were engulfed in flames and burned away into nothingness. "Flee!" cried out many voices. This had become a place of death. The flames from hell covered the entire area, trying to bury it. A figure appeared in the fire, wearing a dark robe. He was powerful and overbearing. It was Hierophant Joyo. He unleashed his terrifying power, that of an 8th-tier divine wheel. The destructive hellfire transformed into streams of the great path of destruction that swept out across the land. Runhuang-level figures appeared all around him. Futian looked up into the sky. He had known that Hierophant Joyo would not give up easily but would resort to trickery. Thus, he had warned everyone to be careful. But he had not thought that Hierophant Joyo would resort to such overpowering and direct means. He was cutting off his own road of retreat. After today, he would become a bitter enemy of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As a great figure with an 8th-tier divine wheel, he naturally knew what he was doing. He knew what it meant. But he was still getting directly involved. The power of Joyo City was truly just as intense as the legends said. Beams of brilliant celestial light bloomed, shooting towards the hellfire. At the same time, Hua Jiangshan stepped forward, the beams of light opening up a road of the great path for him. He suddenly rose up into the air and thrust a hand out towards Hierophant Joyo. But Hierophant Joyo was not the least bit afraid. He thrust his dark hands down. They were filled with endless destructive, deadly energy. Bang! Their hands collided, and devastating light swept out, transforming into a fearsome wave that shot out in all directions. At the same time, other cultivators were stepping out in other places. Their auras were terrible. Only a few of them were upper-level Renhuangs, but they had 7th or 8th-tier divine wheels. However, Even such a formation was not that frightening, especially because they were only in Joyo City. Hierophant Joyo is not the only one getting involved. The people who had fled far away still felt their hearts tremble. Many of them were top figures of Joyo City. Now, they were all targeting the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Did the old snake want to swallow up the dragon of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? The Blood Demon Emperor, someone cried after seeing a terrifying figure emerge. Blood-colored light shone all around him, sweeping out towards Futian below him. It was a horrifying sight. That's the Sky Sword Emperor. More figures from Joyo City appeared, shocking all the onlookers. Were they crazy? So many of Joyo City's greatest figures were coming out to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Below them, many of the great figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy acted, blocking off the area all around them. When war had broken out between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shun clan, they had flocked to the Hidden Land Realm, and several top figures had been dispatched to ensure their safety. Although the Shun clan and the Golden Divine Nation would not necessarily attack them openly, who knew if they would attack them in secret? As Futian watched this apocalyptic battlefield, his expression suddenly turned cold. Such a huge force had planned against him. They were openly declaring war. They no longer cared about the consequences. A young girl had been enough to make Hierophant Joyo and several other great figures act without regard for the consequences, even though the Heavenly Mandate Academy protected her. How much importance did they place upon her? Futian did not think that Hierophant Joyo was attacking because he had refused him earlier. Would he really go so far as to risk his life just to save face? Obviously not. There was only one reason. Qingyao had the same name as him. Because he had some special power, he was able to see that Qingyao was extraordinarily talented in both mind and body, but others always overlooked her. Yet his opponent clearly knew her secret as well. However, even though he knew, why would he risk his life to get her? What kind of secret could it be? Futian looked at Qingyao, who just so happened to be looking back at him. She seemed very scared as she stood behind Yaya. When she saw the look in Futian's eyes, her face went white. She was thinking that she was imposing on her brother and sister too much. She really was an unlucky person. Everywhere she went, disaster followed. Someone like her did not deserve to have such wonderful friends. But although she was scared, she let go of Yaya's hand and strode forward. She looked up at the figure in the sky and called out, "I will go with you." She seemed so alone as she yelled this. It was as if she was no longer part of a group. But she had been so happy these past few days. She was happy to have had such wonderful friends. But even though she wanted to keep them, she did not want to keep using them. "Emperor Yi, I will take her away, and we will end the matter here." "Yes," said Hierophant Joyo up in the sky when he heard Qingyao's offer. If he was not forced to, he would not gamble the lives of his family on this. He knew that no matter what happened that day, there would no longer be a place for him in Joyo City after this. But if he could take her away peacefully, the Heavenly Mandate Academy's anger would not be as fierce. Thus, although it was only a narrow avenue of retreat, he was willing to take it. Of course, if Futian would not accept, he would use his most violent measures. He had to have her. Chapter 1734. A domain suppressed. Futian looked up at Hierophant Joyo, his heart full of doubt. He could not help but ask, "Why would you bring such a force for a single girl?" Hierophant Joyo, the Blood Demon Emperor, the Sky Sword Emperor, and more had all gotten involved. There must be something more to this. "Do not worry, Emperor Yi, we will not hurt her," said Hierophant Joyo. "What does this have to do with the Gate of Hell?" asked Futian. There was no change in Hierophant Joyo's expression. The death current flowed out all around him. Whoosh! At that moment, a shocking aura bloomed. The Sky Sword Emperor slashed with his sword, cutting the great path apart. Lines of destructive death light shone through the sky, cutting through the air as they shot towards the people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had acted without mercy. They had decided to act. They had not a road of retreat, and they would not leave any road of retreat. A violent storm whipped up as a Kuanping Demon Emperor flapped his wings, covering the sky for a vast distance. He lashed out with his wings, enveloping the oncoming light. Yi Futian stood there without moving, still staring at Hierophant Joyo. The news about the gate of hell had come out of Joyo City. Perhaps it was at the Yellow Spring. So did the power of Joyo City have to do with the gate of hell? Previously, a middle-ranking Ren Huang had appeared in the city. The terrible storm swept out as the Kuanping Demon Emperor flew up into the sky to battle with the Sky Sword Emperor. A cultivator of the Do tribe strode through the air, descending like a god of war. His body grew hundreds of feet, covering the inn below him. He lashed out with a fist, splitting the ground, causing dark cracks to spread out. Endless dark flames shot out in all directions. Bang! There was a loud noise as he transformed into a beam of golden light. He lashed out with his fist yet again, this time towards the Blood Demon Emperor. Blood chi rose up from the Blood Demon Emperor as he grew into a huge, blood-red form. He was terrifying in the extreme. When he saw his opponent coming, he lifted an arm. This made everyone for many miles feel the blood roiling in their veins until it felt like they would burst. When the two of them collided, blood-red light appeared upon the great figure from the Do tribe. But the fist cut through everyone like a knife through bamboo. Along the way, it transformed into brilliant divine light, smashing his opponent up into the sky. This battlefield was too small for people at their level. They needed to expand their fighting area so they wouldn't drag in people weaker than them. Yi Qingyao looked at Yi Futian. She had not thought that they would really fight for her. "If you want to stay, brother won't let them take you," said Yaya to her. Yi Qingyao was speechless. Although she was moved, she was also apprehensive. She was afraid she would bring them more bad luck. "Yaya, you take care of Qingyao," said Yi Futian. Up in the air, people were constantly trying to break through the defensive spells to get to them. "All right," said Yaya with a nod. A beam of brilliant light shot out from Yi Futian's forehead, which then transformed into many divine halls that covered Yaya and Yi Qingyao. Yaya was stunned. This was Yi Futian's defensive treasure, and he was giving it to them. Was he planning on going to fight himself? Everyone who had come to the Hidden Land realm was at the Renhuang level or above. There were no weaklings here. This truly was a trial for the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "I'm going to help." As Yi Futian said this, he suddenly shot up into the sky. Many figures flew through the air around him, charging towards Hierophant Joyo and the other cultivators. Whoosh! The storm of death raged. A Renhuang with huge black wings charged towards Yi Futian. His divine will surged, and huge, dark vermilion birds appeared, filled with a destructive will. The images of vermilion birds shot towards Yi Futian, filling the air around him. This was a mid-level Renhuang. He was truly terrifying. A spear appeared in Yi Futian's hands. It was the one he had gotten in the god's relic, and it was filled with fighting will. At that moment, his aura raged, and his figure flashed through the air. His divine will released its energy, which cut through space itself. Many of the dark vermilion birds were shattered. A beam of light appeared before his opponent. Crack! At the moment that his fighting will surged, his spear pierced through his opponent. Yi Futian went right through him, and the huge dark vermilion bird shattered into pieces. The people watching from far away trembled as they saw this. Although they lived in the Hidden Land realm, they had always heard of Yi Futian's strength. But those were just legends. The kind, silver-haired youth stood there in the air, bathed in divine light like a god of war. His spiritual will was so powerful that with a single spear thrust, he had slain a mid-level Renhuang. Moreover, he had broken through to the next level and already had a second-tier divine wheel, even though it had only been 4 or 5 years since he had created it in the god's relic. The cultivation of geniuses like him could not be compared to ordinary people. And it was not just Yi Futian. They also realized that the other cultivators were terrifying as well. When the first-tier Heavenly Mandate Academy Renhuangs unleashed their divine wheels, their talent had been obvious and dazzling. They were all world-class heroes. All of them had crossed through many realms to fight here. When they had heard that Yi Futian had led a force of first-tier, lower-level Renhuangs to sweep away the Shun clan, and that their opponents had not had any power to resist, they had thought it was exaggerated. After all, That was the Shen clan they were talking about. But now, seeing this battle with their own eyes, they could clearly see how strong these people were. In the distance, more cultivators were arriving on the battlefield, including some top powers from other realms. A battle of this level had made great waves. Everyone in Joyo City could feel it. Even far away, people looked up and could see what was happening. At that moment, Princess Nan Luoyu of the Nantian Divine Nation pierced through the air, watching the battlefield. Her gaze fell upon the white-haired figure. She had only heard about the battle at the Shen clan. She was very curious to see just how capable a combatant Yi Futian was. Yi Futian was truly just as many people in the outside world thought he was. Was he already the greatest figure of his generation in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Even her father had such high praise for him. He was an icon of their age. At that moment, she saw the sky around Yi Futian dim, as if it was being swallowed by darkness. Yi Futian completely disappeared. Huh! Nan Luotian froze. "This hell," said Nan Luotian. After she said this, she strode forward, calling out, "Take them." Another force seemed to have appeared. Moreover, Hierophant Joyo, who had lived in Joyo City for many years, and some of the other great figures, seemed to have something to do with this. Had the vanished power known as hell insinuated itself so deeply into the hidden land realm these past few years? The other cultivators realized that Hierophant Joyo had something to do with hell. Suddenly, a group of figures strode forward towards the battlefield. Yi Futian had been plunged into shadow. The area he was in was completely covered in darkness. There was no sound, no air, no light, just absolute darkness. Cultivators had incredible eyesight, and the dark of night did not affect their vision. And moreover, they had their divine consciousness. But where he was not the darkness of night, it was the Great Path domain. Even his divine consciousness was cut off by the darkness. He had no way of sensing the outside world. Yi Futian unleashed his divine wheel, but the divine light could only light up a small area. The rest of the space was still filled by absolute darkness. This meant that his will was being suppressed. The one who was attacking him was a cultivator with a 6th-tier divine wheel, a mid-level emperor. They had come to take away Yi Qingyao, but Yi Futian had used his ritual implement to cut her off from them in the spatial sacred hall. Since they could not take her, they could only capture Yi Futian to make them trade him for her. This was their last chance. Suddenly, a powerful sense of threat descended. Yi Futian suddenly turned around. A spear of a god of death appeared in the darkness behind him, overpowering and fierce. A frightening figure was thrusting it towards him. A terrible spatial vortex appeared in the air, destroying everything within it. The spear coming from the darkness was extremely deadly and very fast. Roar! The divine elephants trumpeted, and the spear slammed into the body of a massive divine elephant, shattering it into pieces. The ferocious spatial vortex entered into Yi Futian, making lines of dark light appear all over him as his body cracked. Yi Futian was sent flying, letting out a groan of intense pain. His opponent stepped forward, trying to go further into the darkness. But he found that he could not. What is going on? He looked into the air. High above, stars whirled around, and powerful will spread out, covering his body. And he himself could not access the Great Path. It was as if he had been cut off from it. Had he been cut off from the Great Path domain? Yi Futian had pulled him into his own Great Path domain. But Yi Futian was far weaker than him. How could he do this? Only if his Great Path domain had cut off his opponents could this be possible. Was it because he had a perfect divine wheel? However, even with his perfect divine wheel, Yi Futian was still only at the 2nd tier. His opponent was at the 6th tier. Could even a perfect divine will make up such a huge difference and let him suppress his Great Path domain? This Great Path domain was a separate vast space that had the sun, the moon, and the stars. It looked just like a real world. The only thing unusual was that the cultivator in the Divine Wheel 6th Order couldn't make contact with the outside world anymore. As one of the best cultivators in the middle-level Renhuang plane, he was extremely powerful with the body of the Great Path. Yet now, he seemed to have lost his power to communicate. What kind of a divine wheel is this? He glared at Futian and asked in a cold voice. Bang! He sensed a terrifying burst of energy of the Great Path and a massive wave. Great Path rules flowed in the air while countless stars fell from the sky and shot at his body. This cultivator in the middle-level Renhuang plane felt like his whole world was collapsing at the moment. Buzz! His body became a shadow and rushed in the darkness. He was extremely fast. The incredible speed made it seem like his shadow was surrounding Futian from all directions. However, he could not blend into the darkness like before to evade Futian's detection. Right now, Futian could sense his existence no matter how fast he managed to be. A frightening black storm took shape around Futian's body. The dark whirlwind swallowed everything nearby as the man exerting strength from his divine wheel. Buzz! Futian thrust a spear forward. The terrifying whirlwind of destruction pounced on Futian's body. Even stars in the sky were devoured and annihilated by the whirlwind. Futian jumped nimbly and appeared in the air high above. The spear in his hand vanished, and a long stick appeared. Bang! The stick extended dramatically to an astonishing length. Futian was like a war god who drew all the power of this world Great Path to his body. Bang! Bang! A starry storm was developing in the void accompanied by spine-chilling noises. The stars hanging in this space spun frantically as though the void was about to crash into entropy. The Great Path domain was going on the rampage. Bang! An exceptionally violent storm of the Great Path emerged and blocked the cultivator in the Divine Wheel 6th Order just when he was about to change location. His shadow flashed, yet the storm was everywhere. Futian bathed in the brilliant divine light. His silver, long hair was blowing in the wind. He raised the stick in his hand. The entire world was collapsing in horrifying thunder. The Renhuang in the Divine Wheel 6th Order had an illusion at the moment that Futian and this Great Path domain formed an integral whole. Futian's every move was magnified by the Great Path domain. As a master cultivator in the middle-level Renhuang plane, he was surprisingly threatened by Futian. The rampant starry storm kept swirling. He finally stopped moving after a violent crash and a loud bang. He stood high in the air. The divine wheel behind him seemed even scarier. The dark whirlwind of destruction slowly swallowed the Great Path of space and turned it to hell. The destructive energy wrapped around his body. He suddenly transformed into a bolt of black lightning and struck forward with great momentum. Bang bang! His spear crushed every star it touched. It was as if the sky was crumbling. The entire Great Path of space was about to perish as millions of stars exploding. Staring at the approaching spear, Futian brandished the long stick in his hand. The Great Path of space quaked as though all the energy in the world was connected with him. Every movement of the long stick was like a roar of the stars in the Great Path domain. The shadow of the stick blotted out the sun. Futian stepped forward and made a sweeping motion. The stick contained the energy of the entire world and bathed in the brilliant light of the stars surrounding the space. The man looked at the stick as if he saw millions of stars falling upon his head. Bang! After a thunderous sound, the Great Path of space collapsed and everything inside shattered into pieces. Futian was the only one standing on the battlefield when the shadow disappeared. Hierophant Joyo and the others realized that the other person was gone. Apparently, he was killed. Just now, the two of them entered a separate space to fight. It ended with one person dead. Much to their surprise, Futian won. Hierophant Joyo was still tangling with Hua Jiangshan high up in the air. An embarrassed look swept across his face. How did Futian kill a cultivator at peak middle-level Renhuang plane with a 6th order divine wheel? There were 4 levels between them. Although Hierophant Joyo heard that Futian was exceedingly powerful, he never expected such results. Did they need someone in the high-level Renhuang plane to defeat a cultivator with a 2nd order divine wheel? Retreat, said Hierophant Joyo. The clash between Futian and the man didn't last long in reality. Everything happened in a short time. Cultivators from various other groups were marching toward them and might join the fight. They wouldn't be able to pull back if they didn't leave now. Where do you think you're going? There was no way the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy would let them go easily. Some people also rushed here from afar. They wanted to keep the enemy in place. Nevertheless, darkness suddenly engulfed the field. The entire world quieted down. Many people stopped moving at once as an overwhelming sense of crisis settled over them. Be careful, Hua Jiangshan reminded everyone. Several cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy surrounded Yi Futian and sealed off the area with domineering force of the Great Path. They were worried that someone would catch them off guard. However, darkness slowly disappeared, and nothing happened. Hierophant Joyo and his people already vanished when everything went back normal. What happened? Many people were astonished. What was it just now? Yi Futian's eyebrows knitted tightly. Was it a magic tool, or did a powerful cultivator hiding in the dark help them? Cultivators from various supreme forces arrived one after the other. A look of concern and confusion furrowed their brows when they saw the enemies had left. They also sensed something peculiar a moment ago. Nan Luotian stood in the void, as gorgeous as usual. A frightening old man behind her said to her in a low voice, "A mysterious force is here. People from the hell probably infiltrated Joyo City already. Our trip might be more complicated than we expected." Nan Luotian nodded slightly. She realized it as well. The hell lured them here to look for the gate of the hell. They still didn't know what secrets they were hiding and what their objectives were. Nan Luotian didn't think for too long. She lowered her head and glanced at Yi Futian. A strange look crossed her beautiful face. The man who fought with him seemed to be in the Divine Wheel 6th Order. Nevertheless, Yi Futian came out while his opponent was gone. The man had undoubtedly been killed by Yi Futian. She also had a perfect divine wheel and certainly understood that a Renhuang with a perfect divine will controlled the finest power of the Great Path. Even so, his ability was not limitless, and his opponent was also a Renhuang after all. However, Yi Futian killed someone 4 levels higher. How staggering and terrifying it was. Would he be able to defeat cultivators in the high-level Renhuang plane if he advanced to the Divine Wheel 3rd Order? High-level Renhuangs were master cultivators. How did Yi Futian achieve this? Divine item. An idea suddenly popped in Nan Luotian's head. She obtained a divine item under the Heavenly Palace in God's Relic. The same thing probably happened to Yi Futian as well. Perhaps he got more divine items in addition to the one he gave to Yaya. The divine item must be the reason why he had a chance to kill a middle-level Renhuang. Nan Luotian was not the only person looking at Yi Futian. All the cultivators who just arrived stared at him as well. Although they didn't witness the fight with their own eyes, the ending was stirring enough. "Renhuang Yi, what is the goal of the Joyo sect?" Nan Luotian asked. Joyo sect was very likely to be connected to the hell. Yi Futian looked at Nan Luotian and shook his head, replied, "I don't know either." While speaking, he looked down at the figure of the girl covered by the spatial sacred hall. From what he could tell, Qingyao was not only wanted by the Joyo sect. The hell was probably after her as well. If that was the case, he had more reasons to protect Qingyao better. At first, he was only feeling compassionate and got involved simply because he couldn't watch a group of Renhuang bullying a kid. The situation became more complicated just now. Yi Futian landed on the ground and put back the spatial sacred hall. Yi Qingyao stared at Yi Futian silently, then slightly lowered her head as if she did something wrong. "I bring bad luck," she said in a quiet voice. Yi Futian heard her and walked forward. He put his hands on Yi Qingyao's shoulders and said, "Qingyao, don't belittle yourself. Why would they go through such trouble if you bring bad luck? They are the top forces in Joyo City." Yi Qingyao raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. She didn't know why they were after her, either. Nonetheless, this was the first time she felt protected by someone. Even though the world seems to be full of sadness and misfortunes, there are also many people and many things that are not as terrible as you imagined, right? Yi Futian spoke softly, "Qingyao, you're not ordinary. So don't ever underestimate yourself." "Okay." Yi Qingyao nodded. "You need to remember to take care of yourself if the day comes when I can't protect you anymore," Yi Futian said. Yi Qingyao was dazed. She looked at Yi Futian, eyes filled with sorrow. Then she lowered her head and didn't have the courage to meet Yi Futian's eyes. Don't worry too much. I will do my best to protect you. I was only saying if. Do you understand? Yi Futian knew she was an extremely sensitive girl the moment he saw her eyes. Although she didn't want to get other people into trouble, she cherished this warm feeling a great deal. Maybe it was because she never experienced it in the past. Looking into Yi Futian's eyes, she nodded solemnly and tried to remember his words. Give me a smile. Yi Futian rubbed her head and laughed. Yi Qingyao gazed at him, blinked a few times, yet couldn't crack a smile. Aren't you silly? Yi Futian said with a grin. Yi Qingyao suddenly curled up her lips and beamed innocently. Yi Futian looked at her smile and sighed silently. He had a vague feeling that Yi Qingyao might be involved in an incredibly big secret, and he might not be able to protect her. Chapter 1736 Divine Fetus of the Great Path. More cultivators came to Joyo City. Right now, a line of people was standing above the yellow spring in Joyo City and looking down at the roaring water. Wearing monastic robes and radiating the light of Buddha from their bodies, they were all Buddhist cultivators who looked quite stately and solemn. They came from the mountain realm of the 9 supreme imperial realms. In addition, people from the mountain realm were usually strong cultivators. Master Gui Zong, one of the Renhuangs who built a perfect divine wheel in the God's Relic, was also among them. Uncle Master, it seems like you're not the only one who came. Several temples sent their masters here, Gui Zong said to a master standing next to him. The master was gaunt without a shred of strength in his limbs. His bony hands were holding a string of Buddhist prayer beads in front of his chest. He was intoning some Buddhist scripture that was too obscure for ordinary people to understand. Even Gui Zong didn't fully comprehend the meaning of the scripture. As the hell resurrected, it's only normal for them to come here, the feeble monk said. Many Buddhist monks from the mountain realm seemed to have noticed the master and walked toward him. They put their palms together in front of the chests and bowed to greet him. Good to see you, Master Pudu. Master Pudu of Tianxian Temple was an eminent and erudite monk. He had comprehensive knowledge about the unfathomable Buddhist doctrine and was a prominent figure respected by countless people in the mountain realm. Comparing with top forces in other supreme realms, people in the mountain realm rarely get involved in outside matters. They had been immersed themselves in Buddhist cultivation for over 300 years. However, some people of the older generation knew that the monks in the mountain realm once came out of their temples in concert 300 years ago. That was indeed a chaotic era. Nice to see you, Master Pudu. People greeted him one after the other. It was evident that Master Pudu enjoyed a particularly high status in the mountain realm. He still held the prayer beads and acknowledged everyone to show respect. Master Pudu, did you come down the mountain because you were worried? A distinguished monk asked. The mountain realm surely assembled a strong lineup this time. What does Master Pudu think will happen after the gate of the hell opened? Someone else asked. They all wanted to know Master Pudu's thoughts on the situation. Master Pudu slightly lowered his head. With a faint smile in his beady eyes, he put his palms together and said, whatever that is supposed to happen will happen. We only need to wait quietly. His response was meaningless, yet people still nodded approvingly, as if they were completely convinced by him. Many people on the banks of the yellow spring far away cast their eyes toward Master Pudu and whispered to each other. People in the mountain realm hardly ever go outside. However, they sent a group of high-powered cultivators here this time. Even Master Pudu of Tianxian Temple came to Joyo City, someone said. Tianxian Temple was the greatest temple in the mountain realm while Master Pudu was the supreme monk in Tianxian Temple. Plenty of people were familiar with his monastic name, even in Joyo City. The man standing next to Master Pudu is Gui Zong. He has a perfect divine wheel and achieved his breakthrough in God's Relic along with Shun Hao, Zhen Qingzhu, Nan Luoshan, Di Wu, and others. Gui Zong is a low-key person, typical for a Buddhist monk. I suspect that he might even be stronger than Shun Hao. It seemed like people tended to use Shun Hao for comparison whenever they talked about top cultivators these days. Shun Hao lost his luster due to the debacle of the Shun clan. Therefore, Many people liked to use him as a yardstick when they gauged a cultivator's ability. Shun Hao's reputation declined markedly. It was the price he had to pay for losing the battle. Shun Hao used to be considered as one of the top 3 cultivators of his generation. Nevertheless, the public now suspected that anyone who stood in front of the heavenly palace in God's relic back at that time might be a better cultivator than him. The cultivators from the mountain realm were not the only ones who came. Several other people also arrived at where Yi Futian was standing. Yi Futian was surprised to see that the leader of these people was Shun Luoxue. "Granny," Yi Futian called, "why do you come here yourself?" Based on seniority, he was supposed to refer to her as Grandma Master, which was too much of a mouthful. In addition, since Feishue called her Grandma, he wouldn't sound like a complete stranger by calling her Granny. Shun Luoxue didn't come across as an old woman despite how Yi Futian and Feishue addressed her. But she did have silver hair, same as Yi Futian. "Grandma was worried about you," Feishue, standing alongside, told Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian, of course, understood that Shun Luoxue truly cared about him even though she might appear standoffish and indifferent. She also treated Nianyu very well. "Did someone attack you here in Joyo City?" Shun Luoxue asked. "It's not a big deal. I already took care of it. Those people wouldn't dare to show their faces again," Yi Futian said. "Granny, you didn't need to come specifically for this." "I didn't come just for this," Shun Luoxue said. "All the forces in the 9 realms have sent reinforcement after hearing what happened here in the Hidden Land realm. This thing with the hell is not as simple as you expected." Yi Futian looked at Shun Luoxue and asked, "What kind of group is the hell?" Shun Luoxue, a cultivator of the older generation and was born many years ago. She lived through the turbulent times and surely knew more about the hell. The hell? Shun Luoxue gazed into the distance and cast her mind back to the past. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path at that time were crowded with powerful cultivators who were much more aggressive and forceful than the current ones. Countless people perished in turmoil. And the chaos might never end if not for Dong Huang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing. Dong Huang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing were indeed the most remarkable leaders. "This is something that goes beyond the 3,000 realms of the Great Path," Shun Luoxue muttered. Eyes narrowed, Yi Futian concentrated to listen. "Anyway, the hell had a horrific influence in the Hidden Land realm back in the days. Even though they disappeared many years ago, I'm afraid that the remaining Avilders of the hell have always been hiding in the Hidden Land realm, and they are exposed now only because of the mayhem they caused. This thing is not that simple anymore." Shun Luoxue spoke to Yi Futian. "Cultivators from other forces should arrive soon." "Granny, I met a girl in Joyo City." Yi Futian turned around and shouted, "Qingyao, come here." Yi Qingyao walked to them and stared at Shun Luoxue curiously, said, "Nice to meet you, Granny." Shun Luoxue looked at Yi Qingyao, and the divine eye in her brow chakra stared directly at her. Scared, Yi Qingyao felt a little sick and backed to hide behind Yi Futian. "Granny, wait a second." Yi Futian crouched down. He gazed at Yi Qingyao and said in a soft voice, "Qingyao, Granny wants to take a closer look at you in order to better help you. But I will ask Granny to stop if you don't want it." Yi Qingyao looked into Yi Futian's eyes. She certainly could feel the kindness Yi Futian had been showing her since the beginning. She nodded and said, "I will you whatever you say." Yi Futian smiled and pinched her cheek gently, said, "Good girl." He then turned to signal Shun Luoxue. Yi Qingyao didn't hide this time. She clenched her teeth and endured the uncomfortable process while clutching Yi Futian tightly with her hand. Yi Futian could feel the sweat in her palm. For a girl who grew up in darkness, she displayed absolute trust by opening herself up. Because of Qingyao's life experience, she naturally kept her guard up when confronting most people. She would be particularly hostile this time, if not for Yi Futian. Shun Luoxue glanced through many things. Before long, the divine light disappeared, and she stared solemnly at Yi Qingyao. She was apparently in shock. "You, follow me." Shun Luoxue turned her eyes to Yi Futian and said. She looked quite serious. Although Yi Futian already knew Yi Qingyao was not an ordinary girl, he didn't expect Granny to be so astonished. He looked at Qingyao and realized the girl was also looking at him with her chin up. She grasped his hand firmly. "It's all right." Yi Futian smiled. Qingyao nodded and let his hand go. Shun Luoxue and Yi Futian stepped aside. Yi Futian asked, "Granny, what's wrong? Take a look for yourself." A beam of light shot from Shun Luoxue's brow chakra to Yi Futian's. Yi Futian didn't resist. Soon, he saw an extremely appalling scene. A group of cultivators with menacing energy surrounded a small house in Joyo City. The floor was littered with several dead bodies. A girl stood alone next to the corpses with blood on her clothes. Even her face was smeared with blood. The cultivators walked straight to her and wanted to take her away. However, the girl's eyes suddenly became completely black. The sky grew dim, and the terrifying darkness engulfed the area and swallowed the cultivators who were coming for her. Their eyes, faces, and every inch of their bodies withered and died as the life being sucked out of them. The girl's body hovered in the air. She only descended and lay on the ground in silence after the darkness devoured every person there. The scene left Yi Futian aghast. He finally understood why Qingyao said she brought bad luck to people and why a team of cultivators in the Renhuang Plain would be so afraid to go to capture a little girl. Despite knowing that Qingyao was a natural-born divine fetus of the Great Path, Yi Futian was still surprised that Qingyao could unleash such frightening energy involuntarily and effortlessly. She might have an astounding background, Shun Luoxue said to Yi Futian. She could have something to do with the core of the hell. Yi Futian looked at her with a somber expression. He already had similar speculations prior to this. Does she know this herself? Yi Futian asked. Shun Luoxue shook her head and said, she knows nothing about her situation. Yi Futian sighed silently. He was saddened by Qingyao's fate. She was only a little girl, and this was too heavy a burden for a young girl to shoulder. The thing that happened last time will keep happening if you plan on keeping her around. Perhaps, the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy will never experience peace from now on. Shun Luoxue's face was grave. Several master cultivators in Joyo City already fought over Qingyao. Based on what Shun Luoxue saw with her divine eye, Qingyao would definitely cause a violent storm in the future. Chapter 1737 Yellow Spring Flows Backwards. Yi Futian didn't know how to respond to Shun Luoxue's words. He noticed before that Qingyao was an unusual girl. What Granny just saw further confirmed his speculation. No one knew where Yi Qingyao came from, she didn't even remember. Even so, her background was, beyond a doubt, extraordinary. Yi Futian had met countless exceptional cultivators in his years. But Yi Qingyao was the only person whose power was so tremendous that it blew Yi Futian's mind. To be exact, it shouldn't be called power. It was more like her innate ability. Because of that, a girl who had never cultivated for a day in her life somehow killed cultivators in the Renhuang Plain. What did it mean? Yi Futian himself didn't even know what it meant. It contradicted common sense in the world of cultivators and was at odds with his own understanding of cultivation. He always had a high opinion of himself and once asserted that he was born to be a king. Even though it might only be a boastful claim, he was confident that his divine body of the Great Path and life spirit could complete the Great Path. Despite all that, he still couldn't do what Qingyao did. Master cultivators such as Hierophant Joyo were willing to put their lives in jeopardy to snatch Yi Qingyao, who was under the protection of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They chose to do it in spite of the extremely high risk. So, who on earth was behind them? The extent of influence and infiltration the Hell achieved in the Hidden Land realm might be far beyond everyone's imagination, Shun Luoxue continued to say. The forces in the 9 realms sent reinforcement to the Hidden Land realm because they started to realize that. It was also the reason Shun Luoxue came to Joyo City in person. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He looked at Shun Luoxue and said with a smile, let's take one step at a time. But I don't have the heart to abandon the girl like this. I knew you would choose this way. Let's go back, said Shun Luoxue. She then turned around and walked back. It was why Shun Luoxue was fond of Yi Futian. As a newcomer to the Renhuang Plain, Yi Futian dared to risk his life and led an army to attack the Shan clan for the sake of his master. He was a young man with tremendous courage and determination. She would be disappointed if he was willing to give the young girl up easily. Yi Qingyao was standing in place and waiting for Yi Futian and Shan Luoxue to come back. She raised her head slightly when she saw Yi Futian walking toward her. She stared at him intently and silently the whole time. Her eyes made Yi Futian's heart ache. He was probably the only hope the girl had left. However, she was destined to have an unusual life and might have to face many challenges and dangers in the future. Just as he expected, he might be able to protect her forever. Yi Futian walked to Yi Qingyao. He rubbed her head and cracked a warm smile. Yi Qingyao raised her chin and gazed at Yi Futian, then said in a soft voice, "Brother, you can let me go if I will bring misfortune to you." "Who told you that?" Yi Futian said while smiling. "Qingyao, your last name is Yi now. Of course, I will protect you. Besides, you won't bring bad luck to anyone. The bad things in the past only happened because you are bound to have an extraordinary life. That's why you have to stay strong and optimistic, no matter what happens to you in the future. Do you understand?" Yi Qingyao didn't fully grasp what Yi Futian said, but she still nodded earnestly and remembered his words. "Don't think too much of it. Perhaps you're the child of destiny," Yi Futian grinned and said. Yaya also came forward and held Qingyao's hand, said, "Don't worry about it." "Okay." Qingyao nodded and beamed with joy and innocence. Several days later, near the Yellow Spring in Joyo City, the banks were crowded with people at the moment. A succession of cultivators arrived and stared at the yellow spring below. The yellow spring was gushing and roaring. The most shocking thing was that the water was flowing from the lower to the higher place. The river of Yellow Spring surged and rolled up high. Several terraces on the wall of the cliff were flooded and obliterated by water. The Yellow Spring in Joyo City was known as the River of Death and was extremely destructive. It could destroy all the lives it touched. It was even more terrifying that the water in the Yellow Spring seemed to have formed a gate. No matter how hard the dark and thunderous current dashed against it, the gate of the Yellow Spring remained standing steady. Could the gate of the hell be in the Yellow Spring? Some people muttered. It was indeed plausible that the Yellow Spring was the entrance to the hell. Nevertheless, no one dared to act recklessly. Yellow Spring, also known as the Joyo River, was the river of death in Joyo City. Even a cultivator in the Renhuang Plain would be swallowed by Yellow Spring immediately if he fell into the water. One might well imagine how scary the river was. Flowing through Joyo City, Yellow Spring nurtured countless cultivators and filled Joyo City with the will of death. Therefore, many cultivators in the city comprehended the great path of death. In addition, the banks of the Yellow Spring were usually the most lively and vibrant places in Joyo City because of its effect on cultivation. A lot of talented cultivators sat on the banks of the Yellow Spring to comprehend the great path. Cultivators from various supreme forces arrived one after the other. The gate of Yellow Spring hanging in the air was hundreds of meters high, like a divine gate from the ancient times. However, there was still no one brave enough to step in. Anyone who went inside would be putting his life at risk. "What does Master Pudu think?" Someone turned to an old monk and asked at the moment. The old monk was Master Pudu from the mountain realm. He was a remarkable cultivator who had a deep understanding of the Buddhist doctrine. Moreover, he led the Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm and found the gate of Yellow Spring in Joyo City. It was also him who activated the gate and made it appear. Therefore, Master Pudu's opinion mattered a great deal. Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm emitted brilliant light of Buddha from their bodies. Master Pudu held the prayer beads in his hand and said, "This is the entrance to the gate of the hell." Many people narrowed their eyes upon hearing his words. They didn't expect him to be this straightforward. On top of that, Master Pudu seemed to be very confident that it was the right place. "Why are you so sure?" someone asked. "My gut feeling," Master Pudu replied. People instantly felt a little discouraged and disappointed. Could they really rely on his instinct? But some people had complete trust in Master Pudu. The gate of the hell might truly be in the yellow spring if he said so. Master Pudu is one of the best cultivators and an expert on Buddhist doctrine. It's probably the case if he thinks the entrance to the gate of the hell is in the yellow spring, said Gari Chishing, a prince of the Golden Divine Nation. Can Master Pudu bring us in and show us what hell looks like? Someone else in another direction asked. It was Di Wu from the Solar Divine Palace who was asking the monks from the Tianxian Temple of the Mountain Realm to lead the way. They were at the yellow spring, after all. Even cultivators from Supreme Forces didn't dare to underestimate the situation. No one knew what was inside of the gate formed by the yellow spring. Can't you walk on your own? A voice answered Di Wu's request. It sounded very calm without a shred of sarcasm, as if the person was simply asking a plain question. The man who spoke was Gui Zong from Tianxian Temple. All the Supreme Forces in the 9 realms had sent cultivators to Joyo City. The several geniuses who developed perfect divine wheels in God's relic were also here. After all, they represented the future of the world of cultivators and should seize every opportunity to improve themselves. Moreover, they were strong enough to shoulder responsibilities alone now. They were definitely capable enough to take control of their own territories if they left the Supreme Forces. It was Master Pudu who found this gate. Besides, what's wrong with us following someone as extraordinary as Master Pudu? Di Wu replied calmly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his request. I guess you have a point, Gui Zong said expressionlessly. He didn't know how to counter such an argument. Another group of people walked toward the gate from far away. Many people turned to gaze at them. The divine beams of flame gleamed in Di Wu's eyes after he recognized the people coming. The silver-haired lady next to Yi Futian was probably that distinguished woman from the Shun clan. What a pity. Shun Luoxue was such a prominent figure back in the days. She might even be the successor to Shun Ji if she stayed in the Shun clan instead of getting mixed up with the Sky River Great Elder. Yet now she was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What a steal for the academy. Yi Futian walked closer and stared at the gate of Yellow Spring. He was astounded by how the water flowed backward and transformed into a gate hundreds of meters high. It seemed like something mysterious was going on inside of the Yellow Spring. They heard that people from Tianxian Temple found the gate. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Master Gui Zong. Yi Futian turned his head and said to Gui Zong with a smile. Nice to see you too, Benefactor Yi. Gui Zong put his palms together in front of the chest and said, I had a deep admiration for you in the God's relic. It took me by surprise that even people in the mountain realm have long heard about your great name. It's undeserved fame, Yi Futian smiled and replied. You're such a humble person, Gui Zong laughed. Brother Yi enjoys a stellar reputation in the 9 realms nowadays. You surely don't need to be too modest, someone in another direction said. Yi Futian saw the cultivators from the Tianxian Academy and recognized that the man who spoke was Jian Qingzhu. Nice to meet the seniors from Tianxian Academy, Yi Futian greeted the men standing beside Jian Qingzhu. He felt grateful to them even though it was merely a deal back then. People from Tianxian Academy nodded slightly. The celebrities who shone in God's relic were having a reunion this day in Joyo City. Nan Luotian, Qingni, and Yunshong were here as well. On the other hand, Shun Hao was much more restrained now, contrary to his high profile in God's relic. Yi Futian rose to fame by standing on Shun Hao's shoulders. How is the situation, Granny? Yi Futian said to Shun Luoxue at his side. A lot of people, Shun Luoxue replied, even some cultivators in the high-level Renhuang Plain, showed up. Her divine consciousness spread out and covered a large area. They were not the only ones who were attracted by the gate of Yellow Spring. Chapter 1738 Ancient Battlefield. The presence of Shun Luoxue attracted the attention of many cultivators, especially those from the Shun clan. The person who headed the Shun clan was a middle-aged man. Just standing there, he exuded an air of authority, as if he had been accustomed to being in charge for a long time. He was wearing a purple robe, and there was a hint of majesty between his brows. Upon close scrutiny, he and Shun Luoxue bore some resemblance to one another. Shun clan, Shun Luochuan. Shun Luoxue's elder brother, and Shun Hao's grandfather. Shun Hao was the same generation as Fei Xue. Shun Luochuan's gaze focused on Shun Luoxue, and he asked, "How have you been at the Heavenly Mandate Academy?" Shun Luoxue glanced at him casually, her expression indifferent. She did not respond. No one was on her side for what happened back in the days. Everyone had followed the will of the Shun clan, acting based on the interests of the Shun clan, including her own brother, who had even participated in the battle. Therefore, for Shun Luoxue, this familial relationship had long been terminated as far as she was concerned. At the moment when her own daughter died, that cruel and cold-blooded family was already erased from her heart. Therefore, she paid absolutely no attention to Shun Luochuan. At her level of cultivation, she was extremely grounded in every way. Once she had determined her view on certain things, nothing could change her mind at all. People from other principalities watched the two with great interest. These two characters from the Shun clan were once peerless, commanding figures of their times, and they both figured prominently in the Shun clan. If none of those things happened in the past, and the Shun clan had not interfered with Shun Luoxue and the Sky River Great Elder, perhaps the Shun clan would be extremely prosperous now. However, there was no if. The aggression of the Shun clan determined what happened in the past as well as the situation today. Master Pudu. Shun Luoxue looked at the eminent monk from Tianxian Temple, who returned her look by clasping his hands together in greeting. Benefactor Luoxue. The eminent monks of the mountain realm should be one of the forces that know hell the best. What does the master make of hell's intention of bringing all of us here? Shun Luoxue asked. Master Pudu smiled and understood what Shun Luoxue meant. There must be a purpose for hell to draw the forces of the 9 realms to the hidden land realm. Now, finding the entrance to the gate of hell may just be what the other side wanted and could be used by the remnants of hell. Before I came down the mountain, the abbot told me that everything has its own time and what must happen cannot be stopped, Master Pudu said with a smile. Shun Luoxue looked slightly alarmed. The abbot of Tianxian Temple was a great Buddha who had obtained the true way. His power was boundless, and he could see many things that others could not. However, if the abbot of Tianxian Temple also held this opinion, then it looked like that some things were indeed impossible to stop. Perhaps, the peaceful 9 realms may experience a period of turmoil. I understand what you meant. But if you don't intervene, and I don't intervene, it doesn't mean that we can persuade the others in the world of cultivation to do the same. Master Pudu continued, instead, it is much better to face it head-on. There were many top forces in the 9 supreme imperial realms. Even if they did not participate, could they stop the others? The master is right. Shun Luoxue didn't say much more. There was only one force that could prevent all this from happening, and that was the empty imperial palace. The empty imperial palace was under the command of the great emperor. Although he did not make a habit of inquiring about the external affairs of day-to-day, he still had the responsibility of monitoring everything. Now, even the empty imperial palace hadn't made its appearance. Did this mean that empty imperial palace had quietly acquiesced everything that was happening? Let's go in. Master Pudu said nothing more but simply clasped his hands together as he stepped forward. Suddenly, the radiant light of Buddha flowed all over his body. At this moment, his frail body turned into an ancient Buddha, walking steadily toward the gate of Yellow Spring. Wherever the light of Buddha touched the gate of Yellow Spring, the great destructive power of the spring was unable to corrode it. With its golden body Dharma and a sublime and solemn appearance, Master Pudu stepped inside and gradually disappeared from sight. Although, previously, there were those who had incited Master Pudu to enter first, thus caused the displeasure of the people from Tianxian Temple. But in the end, Master Pudu was the first one to enter the Yellow Spring anyhow. Sonorous sounds of Buddha rang out. They turned into an all-encompassing light of Buddha. All the masters from Tianxian Temple moved forward, watching their own steps. Even Gui Zong had no one to escort him, but must walk alone by himself, shuttled inside the gate of Yellow Spring. Soon, all the cultivators from Tianxian Temple disappeared from sight. Let's go. Since someone took the lead, everyone else suddenly became bolder. Everything behind the gate of Yellow Spring was unknown, but with the eminent monk of Mountain Realm in the lead, they felt it was safe enough to follow behind. Therefore, there were many people rushed forward this time. Yi Futian was in no hurry when he saw the action taken by the others. All the cultivators from the Tiantian Academy waited quietly. At this moment, there was a scream, and the blazing flame of a cultivator from the solar realm dimmed, and then turned into a black fire, consuming him little by little. Soon, his body was swallowed by the yellow spring. Careful. Everyone became much more alert when they saw this. They had been too careless. Some had begun to release the might of the way to protect those around them. Yaya, take care of Qingyao, Yi Futian said to Yaya, who was beside him, and she nodded. Yaya of Renhuang cultivation had also cast a perfect divine wheel of swordsmanship. She would have no trouble passing through the gate of Yellow Spring, but Qingyao needed to be protected at all times. Let's go. Yi Futian spoke, and suddenly, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy started to move. Yi Futian did not release the might of the way to shield himself but walked into the Yellow Spring directly. In an instant, the terrifying Yellow Spring swallowed up his body. Its destructive power corroded it, even trying to enter his body to corrupt and destroy his vitality. However, the cultivators of Renhuang realm possessed the bodies of the Great Path, and every part of their bodies had been baptized by the Great Path. Yi Futian's body seemed to be filled with natural defense so that the Yellow Spring was unable to corrode his physical body. He moved steadily forward and walked inside. Yaya wrapped both Qingyao and her with a halo of swordsmanship and entered inside the Yellow Spring. What a boss! Numerous people on both sides of the Yellow Spring and in the void had witnessed this incredible scene. The way that Yi Futian entered the Yellow Spring was truly unprecedented. No one else in the same realm of him had dared to do so before. Only those with great power would dare to be so audacious. This was the person who had slain the middle Renhuang of the Divine Wheel 6th Order, someone said. The battle at Joyo sect had already spread all throughout Joyo City. No matter how Yi Futian was able to achieve that, it was a good indication that he must have already reached the peak level of middle Renhuang. Indeed, he had the right to be arrogant. However, his actual realm served to deceive those who took him at face value. Anyone who treated him as a divine wheel of the second order would face a nasty surprise. Changshi smiled when she saw what Yi Futian did. She stepped forward and walked straight ahead. Goddess. Those around her were a little worried when they saw her action. Changshi ignored them. She, who possessed the perfect divine wheel, was also the goddess of Yu Divine Palace. If Yi Futian could do it, why couldn't she? Under everyone's gaze, Changshi also walked inside. After that, many people followed Yi Futian's example and walked inside the gate of Yellow Spring. Soon, forces from all parts of the realms had entered inside. But there were still many cultivators remaining from Joyo City, and they were now moving forward one after another. Every one of them was Renhuang level existence. Anyone less than Renhuang level was not qualified to enter because they would require protection. Therefore, it made no sense for them to come along. Qingyao had to be inside because Yi Futian couldn't leave her alone outside because of the danger. When they saw that all these people had stepped inside, the onlookers in the distance were surprised. When did Joyo City have so many cultivators? Moreover, many of them exuded a very strong aura. This time, it would certainly be extremely lively inside, and they wanted to go in and watch, too. However, most people didn't qualify, so they could only wait on the outside. After Yi Futian and the others entered the gate of Yellow Spring, they came upon another space, an independent space. What is this place? Everyone was more cautious now. After all, it was an unknown area. Within Yellow Spring, there was another hidden space. This space was vast and boundless. The light inside was dim, as if flowing with endless gloom of the underworld, with wisps of death permeating the air. Underneath their feet, there was a black flame of destruction, and there were already some Renhuang who had been burned accidentally. Are we in the real hell? Next to Yi Futian, Dojao mumbled. This space was way too creepy. There are mountains ahead. Yi Futian looked into the distance. Many also looked up there. There were indeed mountain ranges, but black fire of death was spewing forth from them. Many people felt extremely ill at ease because this place was not suitable for most people to cultivate. But there were a few cultivators from the hidden land realm who felt extremely at home. To them, this place was simply the most ideal place for cultivation. At this moment, a group of people had been moving toward the distance, and they were already somewhat further ahead than the people who came in later. Everyone looked over there and saw the eminent monks of the mountain realm marched forward. Master Pudu, who was in the lead, looked solemn and grave. "Go!" The others hurried to catch up to them. "Did the master detect what place this is?" a cultivator asked the master of Tianxian Temple. "Battlefield," Master Pudu responded without hesitation, which startled the person who asked the question. All the surrounding cultivators wore a grim look on their faces and asked, "What battlefield?" "The battlefield where the hell was destroyed," Master Pudu continued. Finally, his footsteps stopped momentarily as his gaze aimed in one direction. Following his sight, everyone looked at one place and saw that there was a corpse. It had long lost its life, and no one knew how long ago it had fallen. At this moment, the air became a little heavy. The space within Yellow Spring turned out to have been a battlefield once. Many older folks from the previous generations remembered the battle of the years past, but they did not participate in the battle of the Hell's destruction. Rumor had it that some principalities within the mountain realm had gotten involved in that battle, so the mountain realm probably had the most understanding about Hell. The gate of Hell could very well appear here. Chapter 1739 The Giant Buddha. All the cultivators looked grim. Exactly what kind of battle broke out on this battlefield of the past? And how many people fell among them? Now, this dusty space had reappeared, and a piece of history was buried within it. Ahead, the Buddhist cultivators from Tianxian Temple of the mountain realm stopped. Rays of light of Buddha burst out from them, illuminating the space. This terrible light of Buddha lit up the front, and an infinitely boundless figure of an evil demon was seen. Behind that great demon, countless other demons gnashed their teeth and flung their claws. It was as if those who had fallen into hell had now come back to life once again. Beneath the light of Buddha, those elusive shadows continued to be destroyed and shattered madly. Obviously, these were not real physical bodies, but the remnant will of the fallen that still remained behind in this world, which were now being purified into nothingness under the light of Buddha. Seeing this, many people seemed to realize something at the same time, and the cultivators from all sides began accelerating their movement forward and rushed toward the direction of the monks from Tianxian Temple, who were leading the way. Witnessing this, Futian became contemplative. Before, everyone was counting on the masters of Tianxian Temple to lead the way. Now, it seemed that they had other ideas. "Let's go, too." Futian spoke up as he, too, was speeding forward. After a while, they were not far behind the cultivators from Tianxian Temple. All the major forces had caught up to them now and were spread out in different directions. Under the light of Buddha, the evil demon retreated. However, straight ahead, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. This skeleton had not decayed for hundreds of years, just sitting there quietly, but there was no longer any breath of life that could be detected from it, only the air of death. The will of death surrounded this withered skeleton, someone who had fallen long ago. However, what was really terrifying was that those dried bones radiated an unusually bright light, the light of darkness. This dark light was extremely horrific, like a dark ancient tome that had melted into his body. This ancient tome seemed to have many pages, and between the pages, one could faintly detect terrifying loneliness permeating from them. The immortal divine wheel. Some people marched toward it. This divine wheel of the great path, even with the destruction of its owner, still had not decayed. More terrifying than the flesh, it had now turned into a strange treasure. A hint of greed flashed across the eyes of many, especially those latecomers who were from Joyo City. Every one of them walking forward, getting very close. Clearly, even if they had no ability to compete with the supreme powers, it did not mean that they would easily give it up. This thing is more suitable for the cultivators of our hidden land realm. Those of you who came from afar, it is useless to you even if you get it. It is better to let the hidden land realm have it. At this moment, someone spoke. It was a cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost. Not only him, But all the supreme forces from the hidden land realm were clearly extremely enticed. The fallen figure that was sitting here was definitely someone of great power. Everyone was very quiet when they heard his words, and no one made a response. In the face of treasure, who would easily hand over to the others? What's more, there were so many principalities in attendance today, almost all the forces of the 9 realms were present. Even if one force would be willing to acquiesce, what about the others? Let's say we will let the hidden land realm have it. Later, when we encounter other treasures, can the forces from the hidden land realm guarantee not to fight us for them? At this time, someone spoke up, and it was the cultivator from the Solar Divine Palace. Just like that, these words silenced several major forces from the hidden land realm. Could they guarantee that? No one would dare to make such a guarantee. They had just entered this hellish battlefield. Who knew what would happen next? If they encountered a better, more powerful treasure, could they promise not to fight for it? Obviously not. If none of you can make such a promise, then let's forget about bounds and realms. It belongs to whoever that can take it, the cultivator of the Solar Divine Palace said indifferently. If the hidden land realm wanted to claim this area, could they really allow everything that appeared here to be possessed by the hidden land realm alone? Buzz. A figure flickered rapidly and slaughtered directly toward the seated skeleton, like a black faded shadow, fast to the limit. The person who made a move was a cultivator of the clan of the God of Ghost. If it had to be taken by force, he would be the first one to make a move. Rumble. A terrifying suppression of the great path descended, and the speed of the cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost came to an abrupt halt. The cultivator of Prison Fort clan stepped forward, whose every step was incredibly heavy, suppressing the void. The forces from the hidden land realm, as expected, took the lead in fighting for the treasure. Master Pudu glanced at them, then folded his hands together, chanting the sound of Buddha, and stepping forward. He continued walking from above the sky, ignoring the situation below. One after another, cultivators took action. In an instant, with the desiccated skeleton as the center, many with great power began to compete, and all the supreme-level principalities in the hidden land realm had entered the arena. They had a very good idea who this fallen figure was. A terrifying existence with great power had once come from the hidden land realm. Their strength was so powerful that it struck fear in the hearts of many. His divine wheel was extremely dominant and was once famous throughout the hidden land realm. If so, how could they miss this chance? Shun Luoxue glanced at Yi Futian, who was beside her. "Grandma, let's continue on our journey." Yi Futian's demeanor was very calm as he took a look at the cultivators from Tianxian Temple, who kept marching forward. Shun Luoxue nodded, and everyone followed their lead and bypassed the battlefield. Gradually, there were some forces that decided to get involved in this battle, but there were also others that decided to give up. Clearly, in their opinion, it was not worth fighting here. Perhaps, there would be something else they wanted more as they continued onward. Yi Futian and the others continued forward. A horrible breath came from behind them. It was a storm of the great path. But the group continued on as if nothing was happening behind them. But there were still many ghostly evil shadows present in this space, all of which were annihilated under the light of Buddha, which seemed to have been released by the Buddha. The crowd stepped into a mountainous area, and in a gorge, a bloody demon sword appeared. Its horrific bloody light filled the sky, staining the sky crimson as blood. This sword was buried in the ground. It seemed to be broken. But there was still an astonishing aura that permeated from it. Within hundreds of meters around the magic sword, a terrifying area of destruction had formed. Anyone who approached would be wiped out by its sword will. There were more cultivators now plunging forward. This time, no one even bothered saying anything before lunging into the raid. Yi Futian looked at them without much interest. In the god's relic, he had gotten himself an entire treasure trove of ritual implements. After that, ordinary ritual implements did not interest him at all. Even if he had them, they would not mean much to him. That was unless it was a very special ritual implement or an implement above the Renhuang realm. Technically, it then could no longer be considered a ritual implement, but a divine item, and its power would go far beyond something like ritual implement. Yi Futian's group continued onward. Except for some who chose to fight over the implements that appeared, people from most other forces chose to avoid the conflict and kept moving. This ancient battlefield, it seemed, could bring them some surprises. And not just the gate of hell. This space, long since been sealed, was amazingly boundless, and even their divine spirits could only reach a limited distance and were extremely affected. At this moment, the speed of the cultivators at the mountain realm suddenly increased. This realization alarmed many, but they followed along on the journey. In the front, there was a very solemn breath, and even though they were still very far away, they could vaguely perceive the tyranny of this breath. What is that? Yi Futian secretly remarked to himself. Not only did he feel it, but Shun Luoxue and the other cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy had also sensed it. There were other principalities. Shun Luochuan of the Shun clan showed a curious look in his eyes. It seemed as if he could see through the endless void. Unconsciously, their speed was still accelerating, almost turning them into light streamers that shuttled in this space. The majestic and solemn aura became even stronger, and gigantic buildings could be made out vaguely in the front. That terrifying aura originated from there. These majestic giant buildings obscured the sky. The closer they got, the more they realized just how gigantic these buildings really were, which was tens of thousands feet high. As they were approaching, a horrible aura made it difficult for everyone to move forward. Finally, they were able to see clearly what those objects were. This. Yi Futian looked shocked. His eyes were fixed on the sight in front of him. Those giant objects were not buildings but statues. They were statues that were once cultivators. Two majestic statues stood opposite to one another, one was a Buddha, and the other a demon. One statue shone with the endless light of Buddha. Its entirety was composed of a golden body. The other statue was of an evil demon. Its whole body was pitch black. These two boundless and majestic figures seemed to have died in a seated posture. And around them, there were giant statues, all of which released an extremely tyrannical aura. But there was no aura of life, as they had fallen many years ago. The cultivators of Tianxian Temple walked up to the Buddha statue. All of them sat cross-legged, reciting the sound of Buddha in extreme piety, as if they were paying respect to their ancestor. Here, the fallen cultivator was indeed their ancestor, the ancient Buddha. Chapter 1740 The Ancients. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators from the mountain realm, the sound of Buddha lingering in the air. Seeing their pious demeanor, Yi Futian knew that this ancient Buddha must have had some connection with the mountain realm. Vajra Buddha, Shun Luoxue said in a low voice. She then clasped her hands and bowed to the Buddha statue. Clearly, this ancient Buddha was an ancestor whom she respected. It's the senior brother of the current abbot of Tianxian Temple, the grand-uncle of Master Pudu. Next to him, Hua Jiangshan from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven made the presentation to Yi Futian. I heard that it was he should have been the abbot of Tianxian Temple, but the Vajra Buddha gave that position to his junior brother, while he chose to cast out and to slay the demons. It was said that the Vajra Buddha was known as the premier ancient fighting Buddha of the mountain realm, whose fighting skill was incomparable amongst his peers. Discussion arose among the people who had gathered around, especially those from the older generations, who knew much more about the people and things back then. Once, the Vajra Buddha was a powerful figure. As he did not desire to be an abbot, he chose to wander through the land alone. It was said that he liked to go around bare feet and wore a tattered robe, subsisted on alms. He made peace in the world and cast out the demons and ghosts. He was a maverick, and unlike many Buddhist cultivators, he hated evil. There was a Buddhist saying that the Buddha was made at the moment when the sword was put down. But he was different. When he encountered a demon, there was only one thing that he did, and it was to release the demon to the afterworld. Here must have been his final stand. However, he stayed here forever as well. Many people looked toward the statue opposite the Vajra Buddha. Although this one had fallen for many years, there was still a terrifying breath hanging about him, which prohibited others from approaching. Those eyes seemed to hold a terrible demonic light even now. Once upon a time, the king of hell in the hidden land realm was hailed as the strongest existence in hell. When he was alive, many from the older generations who were present now would tremble when they saw him. For several major forces in the hidden land realm, this king of hell was also a most legendary figure. At the peak of his power, he was the king of the entire hidden land realm, and other supreme forces dared not disobey his will outright. He had wanted to launch a war of conquest that would turn the 3,000 realms of the Great Path into a world of hell. And now, his body was also found sealed here. Many prominent figures from the hidden land realm had a burning looking in their eyes. This was the king of hell. These two statues that lay in front of them, connected with the other statues, were like a mountain range, turning into a continuous mountain cliffs. They shielded the sky and the sun, separating it from the rest of the world as if this were the end of this space. What was revealed before them caused many cultivators to be concerned. The previous rumors were that the gate of hell had appeared, but now, they had seen two legends. So, where was the gate of hell? Unless it was sealed here by all these statues. What was behind the statues? Was here the end of this hellish battlefield? Furthermore, endless Buddhist writings appeared on the statue of the Vajra Buddha. Under the chanting of the sound of Buddha by the cultivators from Tianxian Temple, the light of Buddha on his body became extremely fervent, illuminating this dark space. It seemed that a magical and overbearing strength was beginning to awaken. Many looked surprised. Could they really have woken up the Vajra Buddha? Underneath the sound of Buddha, they could vaguely make out an elusive shadow of an ancient Buddha, appeared upon the statue of the Vajra Buddha. It was not real, but it was getting bigger. It was as if it had been separated out from the statue. A mighty breath enveloped the sky, and everyone seemed to be able to feel an unbearable pressure of might. That ancient Buddha had anger in his eyes, and an incredibly brazen light of Buddha fell from the statue. All the Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm looked there. Afterward, many of them clasped their hands together and closed their eyes to comprehend. When Futian saw this, he had a look of curiosity. It wasn't just the Vajra Buddha, but all the statues of the ancient Buddha behind him were also blooming with a blazing light of Buddha. It was as if it were being awakened. In this instant, the light of Buddha suppressed the darkness, and the endless brilliance spread toward the battlefield of hell. The power of destruction seemed to be expelled and purified, and many remaining wills were supremely purified. The world on this side seemed to be brightened, and endless Buddha now appeared. It was all Buddha returning to the source. Many people turned their heads to behold the awesome, earth-shaking sight. However, at this time, many turned their attention to the dark statue, the King of Hell. Cultivators from the hidden land realm had rushed from behind, including the people of the Supreme Forces and the cultivators of Joyo City. They looked at the gigantic and boundless dark shadow, that of the King of Hell, as if they felt a terrifying power from it. As all this was playing out, the dark figure of the King of Hell, likewise, released a terrifying light of darkness and destruction. Darkness enveloped the land, and shadows covered the light of Buddha. For a moment, this dark light and the flaming light of Buddha met and collided in the air, entangled. Don't aid the Avilders. The sound of Buddha rang throughout the void, loud and clear. It was as if spoken by the ancient Buddha in the void. However, the speaker, in fact, was Master Pudu. His figure appeared beneath the statue of the ancient Buddha, hands clasped, standing there quietly with his head bowed. His countenance was dignified and solemn. Bathing in the light of Buddha, he seemed to be incarnated as a Buddha. However, no one from the other party paid any attention to him. From the two statues, everyone was able to feel their power. These Buddhist cultivators from Tianxian Temple were able to perceive the Buddhist doctrine from their ancestor, the Vajra Buddha. The others cultivated differently. They could perceive great power from the statue of the King of Hell. When darkness enveloped the earth, the destructive power of the entire hellish battlefield converged toward them. This power was horrific and gave them a taste of the power from the King of Hell. If they were allowed to continue, they could get strength from it. Under such circumstances, there was no way they could give up and allow these Buddhist cultivators to inherit the power of the ancient Buddha. Seeing the altercation between the two sides, many had an uncertain look on their faces, but most of the principalities decided to maintain their neutral stance. They stood aside and looked on quietly. "This is very possibly the key to the gate of hell," Futian said in a low voice. The forces of hell had lured the cultivators from the 9 realms to here. Its purpose could very well be to reopen the gate of hell. Judging from the sight before him, the gate of hell may very well be related to these 2 statues. However, the question at hand was, should they let the Buddha suppress the evil, or just let them do whatever they wanted? Futian looked in the front. The battle between this ancient Vajra Buddha and the king of hell, even many years after their fall, seemed to be continuing. In such a case, perhaps most people would choose to stay out of it. Just as he thought, all the principalities just watched on the side quietly, let the 2 sides confronting each other, curious to see what change would happen here. Rumble, the vast and endless space trembled. Many raised their heads to look up at the sky above. There seemed to be a gigantic Buddha standing in the middle of the light of Buddha. This sight ignited much interest among the people. It was Master Pudu. Futian also revealed a look of surprise. He lowered his head and looked down. Master Pudu's physical body was still sitting under the ancient Buddha, quietly chanting. His eyes were closed tightly, as the light of Buddha dazzled around him as if he was a Buddha suspended in time. However, his spirit was still traveling beyond the sky, having inherited the will of the Vajra Buddha. The power of the infinite way of the Buddha gathered upon him. In the void, Master Pudu was getting stronger, as if he was incarnated as the Vajra Buddha of yore. "Peace is only possible if hell is suppressed here forever," a voice uttered from the ancient Buddha in the void. They had arrived to awaken the Vajra Buddha, to call upon him to suppress the evil spirits once again, sealing this battlefield or purify it with Buddhist doctrine. But at this moment, the destructive power of the entire hellish battlefield roared toward this side. In the void, there were several figures that condensed and appeared. Several top figures had awakened the power of the King of Hell, but there were really 3 major cultivators. Each one of them seemed to represent a kind of power. Hell has been sealed already, and only its power was left. The so-called legend is nothing more than an elusive idea. Even so, each may cultivate without interference with one another. A voice was heard, and the speaker was a cultivator from the Fate world. He seemed to have turned into a god of destruction, standing in the void, the power of endless destruction gathered upon his body, extremely terrifying. Was this a competition of the Great Path? Many people stared at the magnificent sight in front of them. The entire hellish battlefield was in turmoil. In this battlefield, the power of destruction and other powers of the Great Path was already stronger than they were elsewhere. When they were awakened, they actually suppressed the blazing light of Buddha that had previously shrouded the sky above. Master Pudu puts his hands together, and a dazzling light of Buddha bloomed upon that giant and boundless ancient Buddha. The light of purification could purify all the powers of evil in the world. Wherever the light of Buddha passed through, the way of destruction was purified into nothingness, as the light rushed toward the 3 phantasmal figures that had appeared. However, at this time, the space suddenly turned into absolute darkness. The light of purification descended, but the darkness was not dispersed. At the same time, the light of Buddha seemed to be corroded bit by bit, decaying as it was being penetrated. At this moment, the light of Buddha on a figure that stood under the statue of the ancient Buddha became ever more radiant. It was Guizong. The countless light of Buddha enveloped his body. He seemed to be wandering beyond the sky as if he had been called upon by the ancestors. When the power of the Buddhist clan resonated together, he appeared high above the sky, as if he had turned into a Buddha himself. These 2 are truly frightful. They have long been sealed here, but their power could still be felt by us today, someone whispered. Many people were looking that way, and every cultivator had more or less perceived a strong resonance. Futian had a peculiar look in his eyes. He could perceive a majestic might of way from both statues. Chapter 1741 Mysterious Person. Rumble. Frightening rumbles could be heard across the entire hell battlefield. The vast space trembled. The countless statues trembled even more intensely. In the blazing light of Buddha, a sphere of light appeared. The light sphere was extremely frightening. It appeared to be a lamp. What was that? The cultivators revealed strange looks. They could sense that it contained frightening power. The light of the Buddhist lamp did not seem too bright as it shone out. In an instant, the endless evil and destructive power was immediately dissipated by the light of the lamp. Everywhere the light of the lamp shone upon, the darkness was banished. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed. They felt an intense will. This will was one of the great paths of Buddha. Releasing souls from purgatory was one of the strongest powers of Vajra Buddha back in the day. The Buddhist lamp was probably a Buddhist treasure. Vajra Buddha used his unparalleled power to refine a Buddhist lamp. He even merged the power of his own soul into it. After many years, the Buddhist lamp was once again lit. It still had the unparalleled power to release souls from purgatory. It was especially effective at countering the dark and destructive powers of the Great Path. A treasure. Strange looks flashed past in the eyes of many people. This same idea emerged within their minds, especially for the cultivators of the mountain realm. The strongest forces in the mountain realm were all Buddhist cultivators. Upon encountering a Buddhist treasure, how could they not want it? For instance, the members of Shunshin clan, who were known as false Buddhas, had greedy looks flashing in their eyes right now. It was actually a Buddhist treasure. At that moment, someone looked at the light of Buddha that grew brighter and brighter. It was activated by the power of Buddha. The slumbering power was also awakened. The crowd also saw a Buddhist pagoda. The pagoda was carved with many patterns. Each illustration was that of an ancient Buddha. When these patterns all lit up at the same time, the various Buddhas awakened. In the heavens above, countless illusions of Buddhas gradually appeared. Futian raised his head and looked into the sky. The activated power grew stronger. It was as though they were returning to the ancient battlefield, to that frightening war. An even more frightening explosion occurred. The seals on the statues kept shattering. The ends of this region of space seemed to have been shattered. Aside from the appearance of a Buddhist treasure, a ritual implement of the King of Hell also appeared and released frightening power. A god of ghost banner appeared in the sky above. On it, there were silhouettes of endless ghosts and demons. It was as though Yaksa and Ashura had awakened to withstand the Buddhas in the sky. This caused the mighty figures of clan of the god of ghost to tremble intensely inside. They recognized this god of ghost banner. Back in the day, it was feared by all. After that, they saw another ritual implement. It was a huge trident that was similarly a frightening weapon many years ago. Something is going to happen, Hua Jiangshan said in a low voice when he saw this scene. It was not just him. All the cultivators were staring straight ahead. Behind the shattered stone wall, the sealed-off space was gradually revealed. It was a towering dark palace. However, right now, it was in ruins. Inside, it was hell that had disappeared. An unparalleled frightening aura emanated from within. If one looked further in, there was a space that resembled the depths of hell. It was a deep chasm with no bottom, seemingly forming a frightening hell swirl. It was like a door that led straight to hell. However, right in front of the door, there was a sword that stood stabbed into the ground. It was an emerald sword. Around it, there were Saria beads circling it. When Nan Luotian saw this divine sword, a strange look flashed past in her eyes. The expressions of the cultivators of Nantian Divine Kingdom also changed. There were even quite a number of mighty figures that turned around and looked towards the direction where the members of Nantian Divine Kingdom stood. What is it? Nan Luotian looked at the elder beside her. She had seen this divine sword in the records of the clan's ancient manuscripts. Qinghe. The cultivators beside the elder said, "It is the sword of His Highness." The appearance of this sword meant that Emperor Nan had participated in the battle to eradicate hell back then. The gate of hell. Everyone's gazes were staring straight ahead. That door should be the gate of hell. What was beyond the gate of hell? Rumor has it that the sealing and unsealing of the gate of hell would involve emperor-level forces. Rumble at that moment, another silhouette appeared from within the 10,000 jong tall light of Buddha. The eyes of this silhouette contained an evil aura. Although his body was permeated with the light of Buddha, he walked directly towards the Buddhist lamp. Vermin, a cold voice cried out. In the direction of Tianxian Temple, a monk walked towards him. The light of Buddha burned even brighter. The monk actually became a towering Vajra Buddha. Many people revealed bizarre looks when they witnessed this scene. There was an inheritor of Vajra Buddha. The eyes of this monk were like an angry Vajra. An ancient Buddha appeared behind him. He raised his hand and charged in the direction where the cultivators from the Shunxing clan of the mountain realm were. This giant palm of Vajra was indestructible. It shattered the space and descended downwards. The silhouette that invaded the light of Buddha was a cultivator of the Shunxing clan. They wanted to seize the opportunity to steal the Buddhist treasure. Bang! A loud bang could be heard. A huge giant palm of Vajra immediately appeared on the ground. A handprint was clearly marked there. The members of the Shunxing clan retreated far away. Beneath their feet, a divine light shone. Their speed was unbelievably fast. Among the members of the Shunxing clan, one cultivator was still resting with his eyes closed and communicating with an ancient Buddha. On top of a Buddha statue, a huge foot stomped down. It actually descended upon Master Pudu. Right now, Master Pudu was still countering the awakened power of the King of Hell. A huge Buddha immediately appeared beside Master Pudu. The cultivators of Tianxian Temple immediately attacked, their figures stepping onto the Buddha statues. "Let's go," the cultivators of the Shunxing clan said. Cultivators of the Shunxing clan immediately stepped into mid-air. They instantly disappeared from their positions and charged towards the Buddha statues. Elsewhere, the various forces of the Hidden Land realm also attacked. Aside from activating the power of the King of Hell, they also began to pillage the treasures of the King of Hell. They also had their eyes set on Hell Palace. Hell was previously the most prosperous force in the Hidden Land realm. How could they possibly let this chance slip past them? What are your thoughts, everyone? Shun Luochuan from the Shun clan asked the various cultivators. Right now, various cultivators were scattered across different regions. However, their gazes were all staring at the Buddha statues before them. Everyone has not forgotten the age of turmoil back then, right? A cultivator of the mountain realm said. This was clearly a reminder for everyone. However, the expression in the eyes of the cultivators did not change at all. The age of turmoil. Many cultivators had fallen during the age of turmoil, however, it also gave birth to many heroes. A good number of top figures displayed their talents in battles during that era. Some of them had even left the confinement of this sky. In comparison, the current age had fewer changes. It was as though everything had been set. Donghuang the Great hoped for the world of cultivation to be strong and stable, but wasn't it in itself a form of imprisonment? In the end, this place was still not the real world. Besides, nobody knew what they would activate. Donghuang the Great did not order anyone to stop today's occurrence too. Did it mean that everything that was happening now was fated too? Buzz. With a flash, a group of top figures dashed across the space and pounced on the Buddha statues in front of them. They were none other than cultivators of the solar divine palace. They emanated unparalleled divine light of the sun, and, step by step, they walked towards the Buddhist lamp. Clearly, greed had gotten hold of them, and they also wanted to snatch this Buddhist treasure. As Hua Jiangshan had expected, this was spiraling into something terribly grave, Yi Futian thought to himself when he saw the scene. Who should we help? Yi Futian muttered. Under such circumstances, who should the Heavenly Mandate Academy help? Which side should they be on? Moreover, there were more than two standpoints now. Each force had its own point of view. Just when Yi Futian was still considering who he should help, a group of cultivators closed in on his party. Many of the cultivators who were observing the battle in the distance besieged them. Among these cultivators, Yi Futian saw a few familiar faces. It was Hierophant Joyo and his party. Obviously, they were here for Yaya, so they targeted Yi Futian's group. However, the leader this time was not Hierophant Joyo. Instead, it was a very young-looking man. His pupils emanated terrifying dark light. He seemed cold and demonic. He looked like he was at a similar age with Yi Futian, but his actual age could not be determined. Futian could clearly sense that this youth was extremely dangerous. Be careful, Shen Luoxue warned Futian through a secret sound transmission. She also felt threatened by this demonic and handsome youth. This youth was strong, very strong. However, no one from the crowd actually recognized this youth. It was as though he had never appeared before. In fact, this was also his first time appearing in public. Up until now, he had always been in the shadows. Hand her over to me, and you can live, the youth demanded while sweeping a glance at Qingyao, who was standing beside Yaya. His voice was sinister, a domineering aura permeated through his indifferent tone. His gaze was emotionless, but it contained absolute confidence. By handing Qingyao over to him, they could live. What if they didn't want to hand her over? Who are you? Futian asked. Why was this mysterious person so determined to seize Qingyao? Which force did this demonic youth come from? If he was from one of the forces in the hidden land realm, his tone would at least be a little less presumptuous. Currently, none of the forces in the hidden land realm would dare to threaten the Heavenly Mandate Academy like this. The demonic youth glanced at Futian. His gaze was indifferent. He extended both his hands, and suddenly, myriads of dark light surged into his body from all corners of the hell battlefield. The youth raised his head, and streaks of dark lines appeared on his face. His body transformed into a terrifying swirl and was frenziedly engulfing all the energy around him. Chapter 1742 Activation. Around the youth, a terrifying swirl formed. The great path of destruction seeped into his body. When Shen Luoxue, as well as Hua Jiangshan, saw this scene, they both stepped out in front of Futian and the others. Shen Luoxue's body released a frightening divine spatial halo. Be careful. He is most likely an ancient monster, Hua Jiangshan said in a low voice. Although this demonic youth did not appear old, it was highly likely that he was an ancient monster that had cultivated for eons. From the other party's figure, they could all sense a very powerful threat. Rumble. Countless destructive flows of darkness rampaged around them. Each flow of darkness contained frightening will. This will swept across the space like a destructive river. The entire world seemed to have been covered by this power. The demonic youth pointed a finger in the direction of Futian's group. Endless destructive flows of darkness immediately bellowed and charged in their direction. The cultivators of the other forces around Futian's group retreated from them and did not dare to get close. This destructive power was too terrifying. It was as though they would instantly die if they touched it. At the same time, Shen Luoxue stepped forward, her white hair dancing in the wind. With her figure as the center, the peerless divine spatial halo radiated outwards. This divine spatial halo stretched up into the sky. It could eliminate all great paths simultaneously. Again with her as the center, the spatial storm in this region seemed to close in and became a divine wall. It sealed off the space with the absolute great path of space. A cold gaze flashed past in the eyes of the demonic youth. His body floated high in the sky, as though he was an evil god here to end the world. He waved both of his hands, and the endless will of the great path became bolts of dark lightning that descended from the heavens. His figure stepped forward, and his entire being was bathed in the dark lightning. This dark lightning seemed to come from the abyss of hell. It was like an endless chain that directly linked heaven and earth. Bang! 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 In the distance, some renhuangs from Joyo City were hit by the dark lightning. The lightning penetrated straight through their bodies, and they were immediately turned into puddles of black blood and water. Nothing was left behind. They had died extremely tragically. This scene caused the people in the distance to continue frenziedly escaping. When they looked over at this battlefield, the entire space was dark. The power of the great path of destruction in the entire hell battlefield seemed to have been consumed and used by the youth. The power of the great path in the area seemed to be his auxiliary power source. This scene was too frightening. It was as though it was a scene from the actual end of hell. Dark lightning covered the sky and blocked out the sun. When the lightning descended, it seemed as though it would destroy the world and everything in it. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had extremely serious expressions. Even Hua Jiangshan felt an intensely terrifying threat from the demonic youth. So powerful. The great path of destruction was truly terrifying. Protect the juniors. I will lead him away, Shen Luoxue said. There was a somewhat stern gaze in her eyes. It was obvious that the demonic youth that had appeared had caused her to feel threatened. All right. The rest nodded in reply. They all had serious expressions. If this demonic youth was not led away, it would indeed be very dangerous. Shen Luoxue flew up into the sky alone. The spatial storm enveloped the vast and endless space and covered the land. When the divine spatial halo was released, the storm enveloped the entire sky. Rumble, the will of the demonic youth shifted, and the destructive river of the great path swept down from the sky. The dark lightning seemed to have the power of judgment and wanted to destroy everything in the world. In the instance that the power erupted, the divine spatial halo was completely unleashed. Beams of spatial light traversed the space. The divine spatial halo that burst forth from Shen Luoxue's figure held up this part of the sky. The dark lightning and the golden divine light collided in midair. The next moment, endless strands of spatial light were woven into a spatial road. Under the destructive power, the silhouettes of the demonic youth and Shen Luoxue immediately disappeared from their spots. Many people raised their heads and looked up into the air. In the instant that the two of them disappeared, the dark, destructive power and the golden strands of spatial light frenziedly collided in midair. Even though the two of them had disappeared, frightening bolts of dark lightning were still rampaging. After both of them disappeared, Hierophant Joyo and the others once again charged towards Yi Futian's group. Last time, the cultivators from various forces came and were prepared to stand against them. Hence, Hierophant Joyo and the others could only retreat. However, in this hell battlefield, no one would help Yi Futian's group. As expected, even if the other forces knew that Hierophant Joyo and the others might be related to hell, this time, the cultivators of various forces did not interfere. They merely observed from the sidelines or focused on pillaging treasures. The Vajra Buddha statue, the King of Hell statue, the Hell Palace, and the Gate of Hell. In such a chaotic situation, who would bother to help Yi Futian's group? Yi Futian's figure turned, and his gaze shifted towards the two statues. His gaze became extremely scary. These two statues were once two giant figures, peerless, frightening existences. Even though they had fallen in battle here, their wills still lingered until now. Even being able to activate a portion of their power was already extremely terrifying. An illusory silhouette suddenly appeared on the Buddha statue. The illusory silhouette that formed was Yi Futian's silhouette. This scene caused the people beside him to be stunned. Some of them looked at Yi Futian's illusory silhouette with strange looks. Yi Futian was not a cultivator of Buddha. Could he also actually communicate with the will of the ancient Buddha? Yi Futian's silhouette quietly stood there, sensing its surroundings. Right now, on Yi Futian's actual body, the glorious light of Buddha actually also radiated. It was as though he was watching an ancient scene. It was the scene of the two pinnacle figures battling. Suddenly, a Buddha statue seemed to light up. It appeared in the sky above, followed by a second Buddha statue. Above the Vajra Buddha, illusions of Buddhas appeared and resonated with the Buddha statue on the pagoda. On top of the pagoda, the light of Buddha shone in all directions. The Buddha statues all lit up. It was as though the various Buddhas had awakened. Terrifying will of Buddha burst forth. It actually caused the people who wanted to pillage the pagoda to be sent flying backward from the shockwave. What was happening? Many people revealed strange looks. They could not help but look at Yi Futian's silhouette. The person who was activating the will of Vajra Buddha was actually him. Master Gui Zong, please bless me, Yi Futian cried out. Master Gui Zong also activated the will of Buddha. The Buddhist lamp seemed to light up and grow brighter. After hearing Yi Futian's request, Master Gui Zong placed his hands together. The light of Buddha shone brightly on Yi Futian's illusory silhouette. With the support of Master Gui Zong, Yi Futian's will became powerful once again. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound could be heard. More and more Buddha statues appeared in mid-air. It was all Buddhas returning to the source. Astonished, Master Pudu glanced at Yi Futian. The light of the pagoda shone at its brightest. In the sky, all Buddhas appeared. Yi Futian shut his eyes tightly. This was not his own power, it was the will of Vajra Buddha. Even though Vajra Buddha had long passed away, his will did not dissipate. His will lingered in every corner of this space. Not only was the will of Vajra Buddha lingering here, but the will of the King of Hell also remained in this space. Hence, the cultivators could borrow the will of these two mighty figures to fight. Everyone could sense the will of Vajra Buddha and the will of the King of Hell. They were two distinct powers. The more similar the cultivation of a cultivator with one of the wills, the easier it was for the cultivator to sense and activate the will. Yi Futian could sense the wills left behind by both mighty figures. Both wills were extremely terrifying. Through the will of Vajra Buddha, Yi Futian could see various deities and all Buddhas in the heavens. They were in the battlefield of hell, but the appearance of various Buddhas gradually suppressed the destructive power. All Buddhas had emerged. It was no doubt the technique all Buddhas returning to the source. Rumble, a vigorous rumbling sound reverberated. The enormous Buddha statue started moving, accompanied by thunderous sounds. The 10,000 jong tall Buddha statue lifted up his arm slowly. The dust accumulated on his arm was shaken off. The arm turned golden in color. The entire body of the Buddha statue was shining brilliantly. This arm was raised up to the sky. The light of Buddha radiated, and its power merged into the arm. The power even circled around it. The pagoda also released endless divine light that complemented it. This all the cultivators, regardless of which force they were from, were shocked when they witnessed this scene. This was all Buddha's Vajra Mudra, the greatest attack of Vajra Buddha. This attack shook the world in the past. Once all Buddha's Vajra Mudra was activated, it would kill all the evils in the world. Right now, this technique was actually reenacted in this space. Moreover, the cultivator that activated it was actually Yi Futian instead of the cultivators of Tianxian Temple. At this moment, many cultivators recalled what Yi Futian said when they were at the god's relic. He received the teachings of Donghuang the Great and was blessed by all the deities. Hell initiated the chaos of the 9 realms. Everyone, are you going to perpetuate this evil deed? Yi Futian said loudly, all of you, please back off. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful rumble sounded. All Buddha's Vajra Mudra slashed forward at the statue of the King of Hell. All the deities stood high in the sky, unleashing their finishing moves all at once. The heavens and earth resonated with their attacks. Many of the evil illusory figures activated by cultivators were directly crushed by the light of Buddha Mudra. Some illusory figures turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace even before they were hit. Countless cultivators frantically retreated. Under the attack of all Buddha's Vajra Mudra, the statue of the King of Hell shook violently. Then, the statue was pierced by streaks of golden lightning. One by one, a lot of the statues behind the King of Hell were blasted into pieces. Rumble. A loud thud sounded. The war seemed to have ended. The will remaining in the statue of the King of Hell scattered. Cracks appeared on the towering statue. The formidable ritual implement hung loosely at the side, as though it was about to drop to the ground at any minute. Vajra Buddha and the King of Hell fought each other when they were still alive, and their fight continued even after their death. However, their last battle just now was completed by the younger generations. Rumble. The Buddha statue was also disintegrating. It shattered bit by bit, and its will was also dissipating. However, Yi Futian did not stop there. The arm of Vajra Buddha rose up once again. It seemed to be an illusory arm. Make way, Yi Futian cried out. A terrifying resonating sound followed. All Buddha's Vajra Mudra crashed down towards another battlefield. The members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions. Their figures instantly retreated. Hua Jiangshan's speed was extremely fast. He immediately withdrew from the battle with Hierophant Joyo. The next moment, all Buddha's mudra descended. Hierophant Joyo turned around and became a beam of black light that wanted to escape. The light of Buddha enveloped the endless space. Under the light of Buddha, nothing could escape. The flowing light that Hierophant Joyo turned into instantly disappeared far into the distance. However, the sound of Buddha still struck him from a distance. An astonishingly loud rumble followed. Hierophant Joyo was struck by all Buddha's mudra. Chapter 1743 Upheaval. Qinghe Divine Sword, as well as the Sarira beads, guarded the gate of hell, forming a large matrix around it. Qinghe Divine Sword and the Sarira beads seemed to serve as the cause of the matrix, sealing the terrifying gate of hell. At the moment, there were still countless cultivators gushing towards this area. All of them intended to snatch Qinghe Divine Sword and the Sarira beads. However, as soon as they approached the treasures, they were crushed into pieces by streaks of light. A few Renhuangs had lost their lives. The gate of hell was unapproachable. Right now, there was a group of powerful cultivators of Buddha descending towards them. One of them had a terrifying aura. He was the deputy clan leader of the Shunxing clan. His ability was monstrous. His figure became that of a huge Buddha. Then, with a stomp of his foot, a huge footprint stomped towards Qinghe Divine Sword and the Sarira beads. The Sarira beads circled around Qinghe Divine Sword. Qinghe Divine Sword released beams of divine emerald blades of light. The huge footprint disintegrated under the emerald blades of light. It was turned into countless fragments and then disappeared without a trace. The cultivators of the major forces of the hidden land realm were also all here. However, they could not approach at all. The power was too strong. As expected of Emperor Nan, who was one of the top existences in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He was already so powerful so many years ago. After settling down in recent years, he had focused his attention onto his daughter, Nan Luotian. This caused many people to forget how terrifying he had once been. However, at that moment, the hell battlefield suddenly lit up with endless brilliant divine light. The light of Buddha lit up the sky. It was not the light of Buddha released by the ancient Buddha statues. Rumbling sounds could be heard. A gigantic Buddha figure walked towards them. Every step that he took caused the ground to tremble. Many people stopped in their tracks and looked towards the direction of the incoming Buddha. A tall, slender, ancient Buddha with bare feet approached the cultivators. He was 100 jong tall. As he strode forwards, he left behind enormous footprints on the ground. He was the clan leader of the Shunxing clan. The facial expressions of many cultivators of the mountain realm changed. Even this old freak was drawn towards here. The happenings at this hell battlefield were getting more and more alarming. Huge figures started to make their entrances. Yi Futian's illusion borrowed the power of Vajra Buddha to immediately kill off Hierophant Joyo. Right now, Yi Futian was also looking in that direction. Rumbling sounds followed. The slim Buddha appeared before him. The Buddha was smiling until his eyes were but slits. When he saw the huge silhouette before him, Yi Futian sensed that even if he borrowed the power of the ancient Buddhas, he would not be a match for this clan leader at all. He was a giant-level existence. Little friend, this treasure is an item of Buddha. I will now take it away, the silhouette said with a smile. Then, he stretched out a huge palm and held the Buddhist lamp and pagoda in his palm. He took a look at the people around. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Master Pudu and Master Gui Zong. He lamented, "The monks of Tianxian Temple are indeed stronger than monks of my Shunxing clan." As he was speaking, he continued to move forward in the direction of the gate of hell. Shunxing. At the same time, a sonorous voice of Buddha sounded. The Shunxing clan leader looked up. In the sky, a golden Buddha appeared. Upon seeing the golden Buddha, monks from Tianxian Temple of the Mountain Realm put their palms together, bowed slightly, and chanted the sound of Buddha. The golden Buddha was their abbot. "You should know the consequences of your actions," the Buddha said to the leader of the Shunxing clan. "I know. But the great emperor is not interfering with our actions either, isn't he?" The leader of the Shunxing clan challenged. "In this case, what we are doing now is acceptable. Old monk, Don't you want to have a look at the outside world? When the time comes, I will naturally go, the abbot replied. That's right. You are the proper heir of Buddha. You are different from me. I still want to have a look at the real world, the leader of the Shunxing clan said. What you see now is the truth, the abbot of Tianxian Temple said. Why must you lie to yourself? The leader of the Shunxing clan narrowed his eyes slightly while smiling. For many people, this is indeed the truth. However, when they reach the level you and I are at now, they will know that this is not real. This place is a sanctuary, the abbot of Tianxian Temple added. This is your sanctuary. The leader of the Shunxing clan smiled, his eyes narrowed. Then, he didn't look at the abbot anymore. He continued moving forward towards the dark hell palace. He went up against Qinghe divine sword and the Sarira beads. When he moved close to the treasures, both the light of Buddha emanated by the Sarira beads and the sword light of Qinghe divine sword landed on him. Sizzling sounds could be heard. His golden body of Buddha was actually shredding off bit by bit. It seemed to be hard for him to endure through it. The leader of the Shunxing clan glanced at himself. He muttered, "This is indeed the swordsmanship of spatial destruction. Emperor Nan is more powerful than me." His indestructible body was chipping off slowly. However, he continued pressing forward. He shouted, "Come out to help me now." As soon as he finished speaking, a few terrifying auras descended, and darkness loomed over the hell battlefield. More huge figures were coming. Cultivators of some forces of the hidden land realm had solemn expressions, some of them bowed to salute the huge figures. Rumble. In the air, the loud sound of collisions could be heard. Shun Luoshua landed on the ground, she was forced to retreat due to the collision. In the sky, the demonic youth stood, and he glanced in the direction of Yi Futian. His gaze was full of disdain. He gazed at Yi Futian as though the latter was already dead in his eyes. The demonic youth shifted his gaze and looked at the gate of hell. A glint of joy flashed past in his dark eyes. It had been a few hundred years since the gate of hell had appeared. He believed that many would be tempted to challenge their fate. He really missed the old times. One by one, the mighty figures arrived. Yi Futian returned to being himself. His heart quivered. The current situation was no longer something his party could meddle in. Initially, he thought someone was after the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had not expected that the opponent's intention was grimmer and was at a level that far surpassed his own. The opponents had their eyes fixed on the mighty figures of the 9 supreme realms. Yi Futian heard the conversation between the two Buddhas. Prior to this, he had heard similar words before. What did they mean exactly? The heavenly path collapsed, and the great path was flawed. What kind of world were they in now? Why did some say this was not the real world? Buzz. Another formidable aura descended. A silhouette landed beside Yi Futian. Lord Taishian, Yi Futian greeted when he saw the person. Lord Taishian had personally come over. Other than Lord Taishian, almost all the giant figures of the 9 supreme realms came here one by one. Lord Taishian stared straight ahead. He felt uneasy. He naturally could sense that something was about to take place. 300 years ago, his plane was still far away from where he was currently. After all, he had only broken the shackles not long ago. He broke through while Yi Futian was training on Taishan Mountain. Back in the day, he could not even be considered as one of the top figures. Hence, he only knew a tiny fraction of what happened in the past. Many old freaks knew much more than he did. Those cultivators, who had been standing at the peak of the top forces of the 9 supreme realms since many years ago, would naturally know more than Lord Taishan. Their knowledge would cover the battle of hell that happened in the past. However, 300 years ago, the powers that existed in the 9 realms were at an entirely higher level than that of the current age. During that era, many terrifying figures existed. Moreover, there were many different factions. For example, there was Hell. Rumor had it that it was supported by an extremely formidable force. The mountain realm was also involved with many strong forces. Despite that, in the end, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing conquered and united the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They put an end to the chaotic era. For the next 300 years, The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were peaceful. Now, this gate of hell appeared again. Lord Taixian had no idea what kind of troubles would result because of it. Bang! Right at the moment, a Surya bead was under attack. The leader of the Shunxing clan held onto it forcefully. A shocking power destroyed his palm, causing his palm to dry up and transform into bones gradually. Despite that, he was still hanging on to the Surya bead tightly. Other cultivators seized the opportunity and launched their attacks at the same time. Some targeted the Surya beads while some tried to grab Qinghe divine sword. Green divine light covered the sky. Lord Taixian took a big step forward, and suddenly, a terrifying light shroud surrounded the cultivators. A destructive storm swept out and blew past everyone. The top figures who stood at the center of the storm were injured. However, the matrix was dismantled too. The Surya beads were blasted everywhere while Qinghe divine sword was shaking. Buzz! Green divine light shot up to the sky. The next moment, Qinghe divine sword traversed through space and went straight in the direction of the cultivators of Nantian divine kingdom. It plunged into the ground and transformed into a sword shroud, which enveloped the cultivators in it. Nan Luotian was right in front of the sword. The sword knew its master. Luotian, hold on to it, a voice was transmitted from the sword. Father. Nan Luotian extended her hand and held Qinghe divine sword. Green light surged into her body. The sword will refined her body and caused her already beautiful figure to appear even more divine. Rumble. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Without Qinghe divine sword and the Surya beads as the seal, the terrifying storm stirred up by the gate of hell directly broke through the matrix. In an instant, the storm was about to engulf the entire space. It was charging towards the hell battlefield. Here it comes. A glint of joy flashed past in the eyes of the demonic youth. He then laughed presumptuously. After a few hundred years, it was finally here. Retreat, someone shouted. The darkness consumed the sky. Many cultivators began to evacuate. Let's get out of here, Lord Taixian ordered. A powerful aura enveloped everyone in it. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared from their original spots. At Joyo City, in the sky above Yellow Spring, groups of silhouettes appeared gradually. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also appeared in the sky. The water of the Yellow Spring churned as though it was boiling. The water was splashed everywhere. Countless people stood in the sky above the two shores of the Yellow Spring. When they saw this scene, they were greatly shocked. Don't watch. Let's go, Lord Taixian cried out loudly. His voice was transmitted throughout the sky. Many people still had not made sense of what was happening. Then, they saw the water of the Yellow Spring flowing upstream and gushing out from the river to the sky. Right away, some people were flooded by the Yellow Spring. They let out a miserable cry before disappearing completely. Cultivators with strong cultivation tried to escape frenziedly. Amidst the water of the Yellow Spring, which was flowing upwards into the sky, countless dark currents were flushed upwards and shot up into the clouds. Many people focused their attention in that direction. There, a horrifying swirl of hell seemed to have appeared. It looked like a door. Dark light permeated the surrounding sky. The sky above Joyo City darkened gradually. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Death will envelop the entire city. Something bad is going to happen. Staring at the gradually darkening sky, many people had an ominous premonition about it. Chapter 1744 The Void Realm. Everyone in Joyo City raised their heads and looked at the sky. Darkness enveloped the city. The gate of the hell became visible in the sky. It cast a shadow over all of Joyo City and completely blotted out the sky. The sky changed. Everybody in Joyo City understood that something big was about to happen. Futian also looked above. He heard in the past that the gate of the hell was related to the hell and showed the way to the real hell. But it was only a rumor. The real gate of the hell couldn't possibly be leading to the so-called hell in the folktales. It didn't look like a grand matrix of space either. Then, what was the gate of the hell? Does Lord Taixian know what this is? Futian asked. Coordinates, Lord Taishen replied. Yi Futian's eyes narrowed in concentration. Coordinates. Lord Taishen said the gate of the hell was a set of coordinates. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the present day were different before the twin great emperors unified the world. So were the forces that occupied the realms. The current 3,000 realms of the Great Path, especially the 9 supreme imperial realms, were formed after the unification. Some forces that were active in the past were destroyed just like the hell, many more simply disappeared. Lord Taishen spoke slowly. Yi Futian felt unsettled. What did Lord Tianxuan's words mean? It meant that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not the only world. There were other realms as well. If that was the case, where were the other realms? If the gate of the hell was a set of coordinates, was it guiding the way for cultivators in other realms to come to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? What did the real world look like? Luoxue should know more than I do. Lord Taishen looked at Shen Luoxue and said. Shen Luoxue was from the Shen clan, one of the most powerful forces in the 9 supreme imperial realms. She usually had much better information than ordinary folks. As a daughter of the clan lord of the Shen clan, she must have knowledge of some secrets. There are many different theories about what happened. But I indeed know a little bit more than other people. Shen Luoxue gazed at the stretch of the sky and replied. She was feeling quite emotional too. She never thought that she would witness this. To come back to the 9 realms was the true plan the hell had been plotting. At this time, no one was fussing about the dead and missing cultivators in the 9 realms anymore as if they were already forgotten. It seemed to be such a trivial matter, comparing with what was happening in front of their eyes right now. Do you want to know? Shen Luoxue looked at Yi Futian. Yes, Yi Futian nodded and said. I heard that the empty imperial palace already made contact with you. I guess you will know about this sooner or later. The empty imperial palace has been preparing for this for a long time, and you're the one they chose. Even so, this storm apparently moved everything up. You should be aware of some things ahead of their time. I will tell you everything I know. Shen Luoxue looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian nodded silently. He was increasingly intrigued by this world. Step by step, he grew up and became stronger. He thought he was getting on the center of the stage, yet only discovered that he still didn't know the truth about this world. It was like he only saw a small fraction of the world. Even the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path were not a full picture. The heavenly path crumbled, and the Great Path was incomplete. Countless people standing elsewhere also raised their heads and exchanged their views about what was happening. Many of them were powerful cultivators from various forces in the 9 realms. Yi Futian spotted Shen Ji, for instance, who came here in person from the Shen clan. Master cultivators from around the world all arrived at this city of barbarity. The devilish young man who served as a guide for Hierophant Joyo before stood high up in the air. His chin lifted, and his eyes sparkled over a wicked smile. He stared at the dark sky as though he was expecting something. He had waited here for hundreds of years. He hid in the dark for centuries and did all the work in secret. He bore patiently for several hundred years for this day to arrive. The day was finally here. A number of big wheels in the hidden land realm were present as well. They raised their heads and looked at the space with an exceptionally solemn expression. Was what happened right now a blessing or a curse? No one really knew. Nonetheless, they had to face the situation first. Bang! A scary storm turned up in the sky above with a terrifying dark whirlwind. The waves of the space will of the way rolled and surged as layers of space twisted and distorted. A line of people suddenly came into view before the storm started. With a surprised look, they scanned the field below them. However, they soon started to smile. The Void Realm. A cultivator grinned and said, "The Void Realm is open again after hundreds of years. How exciting." The Void Realm? Numerous people in Joyo City were bewildered by his words. What did it mean? The Void Realm? They were in Joyo City. How was it the Void Realm? Yi Futian obviously heard what the man said as well. These people who came out of nowhere carried intimidating energy with them. Certainly, he was more unsettled by the name Void Realm. It brought another place to his mind. The empty imperial palace. The sacred hall in the central emperor realm, left by Dong Huang the great emperor, was called the empty imperial palace. Why was it called the empty imperial palace rather than the imperial palace? He never fully understood the reason and reckoned that it was because the empty imperial palace was not the real imperial palace, but only a temporary lodging for the great emperor. Yet now, he suddenly realized something as he heard the name Void Realm. Did the empty imperial palace correspond to the Void Realm? The 3,000 realms of the Great Path constituted a vast world that contained innumerable living things and countless cultivators. It was a complete world, yet they named it the Void Realm. Are they waiting there to greet us? Someone glanced at the field below and the crowd in Joyo City. An arrogant look flashed across his face. Welcome to the Void Realm. The devilish young man took in a deep breath. His eyes were filled with eagerness and desire. He made it. Were they finally coming? They're coming so fast, some people thought to themselves. Yi Futian's eyes firmly fixed on the people appeared in the air. Much to his surprise, these people used the coordinates to get here right after the gate of the hell emerged. Based on their words, these people came from someplace outside of the Void Realm, also known as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He always understood that the universe was boundless, and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path weren't necessarily the end. However, he had no idea what kind of place it was outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. These newcomers didn't do anything. They stepped forward and downward, descending straight to Joyo City right after their arrival. The crowd in the city hadn't figured out the situation yet. Let's go back, Lord Taishen said at the moment. Joyo City was about to become the center of all the troubles. They needed to go back and prepare for the possible turbulence in the future. Yes, let's go. Yi Futian nodded and glanced at Yi Qingyao, who was standing next to him. Qingyao seemed to have sensed something. She raised her face slightly to look at him and called in a low voice, "Brother." "Let's go," Yi Futian held her hand and said. They left at once. The cultivators from the Shun clan watched Yi Futian and the others from a distance. Shun Luochuan gazed at Shun Luoxue and Yi Futian while Shun Hao was standing farther away with an indifferent look. Several other formidable cultivators came through the sky. The leader of the group was especially intimidating. Joyo City flinched at his presence. More cultivators arrived at Joyo City in succession. However, Yi Futian and the others already left. So did the cultivators from other forces. They all planned to go back to make preparations for the upcoming changes. Of course, Joyo City would be most severely impacted by the changes. Even the social order might be reshuffled altogether. Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate realm straight away. Inside of a palace in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian felt somewhat disheartened. They went on the trip with the initial intention to find out who attacked the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. And now they knew the assailants were the remaining Avilders of the Hell, a group that disappeared a long time ago. However, it didn't seem like they were able to do anything even after they discovered the truth through an investigation. They didn't accomplish anything on this trip. Shun Luoxue, Lord Taishen, Yi Futian, and Feishue were all here. Yi Futian looked at Shun Luoxue. He waited quietly and restrained from asking her anything on their way back until they returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Shun Luoxue said to him that she would tell him everything she knew. What do you want to know the most? Shun Luoxue looked at Yi Futian and asked. Granny, is this real? Yi Futian asked. Those people who appeared in the sky called it the Void Realm. Could the 3,000 realms of the Great Path be a fake and empty world? Of course, it's real. It can't be more tangible than this. Countless creatures are living in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. How can it be fake and empty? Shun Luoxue replied. Then, why do they make up names like the Void Realm and the Empty Imperial Palace? Yi Futian asked. When the Lord was breaking through, he said that the heavenly path was incomplete. What is missing? Also, Granny, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are vast and boundless. Even Lord Tianxian couldn't reach the end of the world. Maybe there is no end at all. So how did those get here? Where do they come from? Why did they arrive so quickly? Futian fired a series of questions. There were so many things he didn't understand. It is because of the relativity. From the perspective of another space and time, their world is real, while ours may be the void realm. But the contrary is true for us, people who live in this place. Shen Luoxue looked intently at Futian and said, I read some historical documents of the Shen clan in the past. The story goes that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are in a separate space world and may be overlapping with another space world. They didn't travel through space to get here since there is no distance between us. Chapter 1745 The Original Realm. A separate space that was overlapping with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Futian was astounded. No wonder the 3,000 realms of the Great Path only had the empty imperial palace, and that Donghuang the Great Emperor was not present. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were also called the Void Realm by the other world. The Heavenly Path is not complete because the Heavenly Path fell apart. According to the legend, the world of cultivators was extremely prosperous in the era of the ancient emperor. The ancient books called it the Age of Gods. At that time, the gods transformed into the Great Path, yet they later had a huge fight because they were all too powerful to subdue each other. The Heavenly Path was broken during the war, Shen Luoxue continued to say. It was broken? Futian could feel his heart pounding in the chest. The Age of the Gods and the War of the Heavenly Path sounded very much like a fable. That is how the legend goes, but we don't know what really happened. Allegedly, that is how time was divided into the Age of the Gods and the End of the Gods. The world changed dramatically after the Heavenly Path fell apart. The world of cultivators never managed to revive to what it used to be. I don't know what the world really looks like nowadays. I have never out there. Shen Luoxue continued, but at least I can say for sure that the real world is much more powerful than the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Countless cultivators fought in the war over 300 years ago. Many of them didn't come from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The current forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path might only represent a small fraction of the true cultivators. For example, the Shen clan is rumored to be the descendants of the gods. The Great Emperor truly existed in history, and he truly was the ancestor of the Shen clan. The Shen clan in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path is only a branch of the real one. I met them hundreds of years ago. Shen Luoxue kept talking. The Shen clan is not the only one. So are many other supreme forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, such as the Celestial Worthy Temple and the Solar Divine Palace. I heard that the current mountain realm is also a branch of the Buddhist Great Path. There are many more potent Buddhist cultivators in the outside world. The same thing goes for the hidden land realm where you just came back from, and hell, which disappeared years ago. Maybe the hell was not the only one. Many powerful forces in the hidden land realm could be from the outside world. Donghuang the Great Emperor closed the passage after he unified the world. Only the Great Emperor's delegates who are following his orders could come to our world. Similarly, one may only travel to the other side with the Great Emperor's permission. This is why I told you before that the empty imperial palace would make contact with you sooner or later. It was moved up because of this incident. Shen Luoxue's words came as a bombshell to Futian. It seemed like the empty imperial palace was set up by the Great Emperor as a place to monitor this world and nothing else. In reality, nothing happened in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was out of the Great Emperor's control. If that's the case, there are people in the outside world who are in the imperial realm, the same level as Donghuang the Great Emperor. The twin Great Emperors prevailed in the war over 300 years ago and subsequently ruled the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said Futian. He was surprised by what he learned about hell and the bloody warfare in the past. It meant that cultivators in the imperial realm once fought over the control of this world. Donghuang the Great Emperor defeated the opposition and therefore reigned over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yes. Shen Luoxue nodded. She had no way of knowing the details of what happened. Nevertheless, The passage between the two worlds seemed to be reactivated since the gate of the hell is open now. Cultivators from the outside world already arrived at the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. I suppose many changes will happen in the near future. The Great Emperor may also open the entrance to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path altogether, Shen Luoshua guessed. Like what it was 300 years ago? Yi Futian muttered. Perhaps. But time is different now after all, Lord Taishen commented on the side. That being said, we still need to prepare ourselves. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path probably will go through some turbulence. Yi Futian nodded. He cultivated in seclusion most of the time in the past 4 peaceful years. He never expected that the trouble didn't come from the Shen clan or the Golden Divine Nation. It was a prologue to a new era. No one could predict what kind of consequences this would bring. He didn't know what would happen in the future, either. About that girl Yi Qingyao, Shen Luoshua looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was grave. Everything the devilish young man and the Hierophant Joyo did was an indication. Qingyao probably would be the cause of some trouble. Yi Futian left the conversation and went to the room he lived in. 2 girls, Nianyu and Qingyao, were chatting over there. The two were about the same age. Nianyu, almost 10 years ago, was a little bit younger than Qingyao. Brother. Nianyu noticed Yi Futian and ran to him. She giggled while holding his legs. Qingyao, on the contrary, stood there quietly. She looked less lively than Nianyu. Have you been listening to Sister Lulan recently? Yi Futian rubbed Nianyu's head and asked with affection. Yes, I have been a good girl, Nianyu nodded and said, but I miss you all the time. Yi Futian smiled. The young girl surely knew what to say. Qingyao, do you like your sister? Yi Futian walked forward and asked Yi Qingyao. I do. Qingyao nodded slightly. She raised her head and smiled at Yi Futian, said, Sister Nianyu is so pretty. In Qingyao's eyes, Nianyu was beautiful, outgoing, and adored by everyone, just like the princesses she used to envy. She couldn't help but feel inferior to Qingyao. Qingyao is also pretty, Yi Futian said in a soft voice. Brother, I was just asking Sister Qingyao if she will stay here with me all the time. She said I need to ask you. You will let her stay, right? Nianyu raised her head and looked at Yi Futian with her puppy eyes, said, I finally have a sister to play with me. Qingyao heard Nianyu and also looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes were filled with both nervousness and eagerness. Of course, Yi Futian saw Qingyao's expression and replied with a smile. Brother, you're the best. Nianyu giggled. You're more familiar with our home. Shouldn't you look after your sister? Yi Futian asked. I will. Nianyu nodded. She stepped forward and picked up Qingyao's hand. I will take care of Sister Qingyao. Sister, let's go to pull Grandpa Xian's beard. Grandpa Xian is so funny. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. Lord Taishen was a legendary cultivator. To pull his beard. She thought that was funny. Only this little rascal dared to do it. Qingyao grinned and raised her head to look at Yi Futian. She was older and maturer than Nianyu. Besides, unlike Nianyu, she was not at home and couldn't behave with no scruples. She was worried that she might spoil the kindness that didn't come easily for her. Go ahead. Ask Sister Lulan if you want anything. She will take care of Nianyu and you. Yi Futian smiled and reassured her. Okay. Qingyao finally nodded. The 2 girls left, holding hands. Yi Futian went to see Hua Jiyu after the girls left. Hua Jiyu caught sight of Yi Futian and stopped cultivating. She looked at him and said, You're back. Yes. Yi Futian walked closer to her and gently caressed her cheeks with both hands. The intimate move made Hua Jiyu's eyebrows twitch involuntarily. However, she enjoyed the intimacy. She was never repelled by Yi Futian. On the contrary, she felt close to him. In fact, Yi Futian had been slowly developing their relationship for the past few years. This was the real Jiyu in his eyes. Have you made any progress recently? Yi Futian asked. Yes. She nodded slightly. Yi Futian held her hand and sat down with her. They leaned on each other like passionate lovers. I heard that something big happened outside. Hua Jiyu said softly. Some things will happen. But we don't know how it will turn out yet, Futian replied in a quiet voice. Hua Jiyu nodded in understanding and looked at him, said, you should be careful out there. Futian was surprised. He looked into Hua Jiyu's eyes and saw that she was gazing at him as well. She asked gently, what's wrong? Nothing. Futian beamed with joy. Maybe she hadn't realized how she changed slowly and unobtrusively. I will be careful just for your sake, Futian said to her with tender. Then he gently put his arms around Hua Jiyu's waist. Hua Jiyu's body was stiff for a moment while an odd look flashed across her face. She stared at Futian with her gorgeous eyes. Futian looked at her as well. You said I am your wife? Hua Jiyu asked Futian. Yes, Futian nodded. Many people know about this. Do husbands and wives act like this? Hua Jiyu asked innocently. Futian felt that she was wide-eyed like a blank piece of paper ever since she came back from the Brahma's pure sky. She didn't understand anything besides cultivation. Futian looked awkward, but he still nodded earnestly, said, not only this. Husbands and wives do something that's even more intimate. More intimate? Hua Jiyu gazed at him and asked, do they sleep together? Why are you blushing? Hua Jiyu looked at Futian and said, it's very hot here. Futian was embarrassed. He never expected that a powerful Ren Huang like him would get stuck in such a cringe-worthy conversation. Hua Jiyu nodded even though she didn't fully understand. Futian took a good look at her face and smiled affectionately. Hua Jiyu also looked at him and wondered why his eyes were sparkling so strangely. Besides, he hadn't answered her yet. Plenty of things happened outside when Futian was enjoying the affection and closeness. More and more cultivators popped up in Joyo City, all with intimidating power. Joyo City was a completely different place now. The arriving cultivators were even heading to the hidden land realm. Beyond that, mysterious cultivators also showed up in other realms one by one. Right now, a horrifying whirlwind took shape in the Central Emperor realm. Some people appeared out of thin air as if they arrived at this world through a direct space pathway. These people took a deep breath upon their arrival. One person said, the Void Realm. The Great Path here is even more fragmented, it's just as we expected. What a shame. The Void Realm has been exploited for hundreds of years. Another person laughed. Regardless, it's still a worthy trip. After all, this is the original realm. Chapter 1746. Coming back one by one. The Shun clan in the Central Emperor realm. The divine light of space shone brilliantly above the Shun clan. Countless people of the Shun clan raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, they saw a door of space open, and a line of people walked out. They were all cultivators in the Renhuang plain with calm, majestic bearing. The several ones leading ahead seemed to be emitting divine light from their bodies. Another group of people walked upward toward them. The head of the group was the clan lord of the Shun clan and the chief elder Shunji. The two most important figures in the Shun clan welcomed the guests in person. It's Shunji Ao. Many elders were excited, watching the leaders of the Shun clan leap into the air. Who is that? The younger generation didn't recognize him. Shunji Ao. He was once the most talented cultivator in the entire Shun clan. He cultivates outside of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Now he's back, one of the elders explained. The cultivators of the Shun clan were electrified. Even though the younger generation never had a chance to meet Shunji Ao, they all heard plenty of his stories from the senior people in the clan. He was one of the top 3 cultivators in the Shun clan. How powerful could he be these days? You're back. The clan lord looked at Shunji Ao and cracked a smile. Shunji Ao hadn't come back for many years. It was extremely difficult for him to come back and visit. He needed to have the Great Emperor's special permission. The Great Emperor probably closed the passage to protect the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. After all, the Great Emperor was the one who ended the chaotic period several hundred years ago. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was in a much worse turmoil at that time. They suspected that Donghuang the Great Emperor might clear the passage once they saw that the Gate of Hell manifested itself in the Hidden Land realm. It turned out that the Great Emperor indeed opened the gateway to the outside world. Now Shen Jiao was back. They are from our clan in the upper worlds. Shen Jiao pointed at the people next to him and introduced them to the leaders of the Shen clan. The master cultivators from the Shen clan certainly guessed it already. In fact, their relationship with the Shen clan in the outside world was almost non-existent because of the closed gateway. With little to none contact and separate establishments, they could be seen as two independent groups. However, they still shared the same bloodline of the Shen clan. Moreover, the ancestors of the Shen clan really were at the same level as the Great Emperor. But it was so long ago. Many emperors perished, and only some of them had descendants survived until today. The Shen clan was a branch of those descendants. Many people in the younger generation thought it was only a folk tale, and plenty of people outside of the clan sneered at their arrogance and pomposity. Only the core figures in the Shen clan knew that it was a fact that truly happened in history. Of course, it was hard to say how strong the bloodline remained to be generations after generations. Please, the clan lord spoke. People walked downward at once toward the sacred hall. Shen clan had always been a top force in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Their heritage and background were beyond doubt. Now that they reconnected with the Shen clan from the outside world, they would maintain their status in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path even if there were major upheavals in the future. Gari Kang, the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, had been waiting for something in the past few days. Numerous majestic and imposing golden halls lined up in the vast palace of the Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation had enjoyed its prosperity for many years. It was the most powerful group in the higher heavens realm except for the Divine Palace. Finally, the golden divine light shone brightly above the nation on this day. Everyone in the palace raised their heads to look at the sky. The dazzling golden divine light almost blinded them. Then, countless people in the palace saw several figures appeared. Wearing golden robes, they looked like a group of gods and stood in midair above the palace of the Golden Divine Nation. The scene put many cultivators in the palace on high alert. The guards of the palace leaped into the air and unleashed tremendous energy to deter the intruders. "Back off," a thunderous voice ordered from inside of the Great Hall. The guards and the bystanders stepped aside immediately. In the meantime, many commanders and divine generals of the Golden Divine Nation jumped into the air and bowed at the incoming figures. "Welcome the Celestial Emperor back." Sounds of greetings reverberated in the sky and made the hearts of the guards on the ground tremble. The Celestial Emperor. He was the brother of the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation and a legendary cultivator with terrifying power. He would be the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation if he didn't leave. And now, he was back. Gari Kang stepped forward to Gari Cheong and spoke loudly, "I was just thinking that it was about time for you to come back." The Great Emperor ordered to open the gate. "That's why I asked for his permission to come back," said Gari Cheong. "How is our nation these days?" Gari Kang's eyes were steely after hearing Gari Cheong's question. He said, "You never met your two nephews. They were very talented. I was hoping that they could follow you to the upper worlds. But now they're gone." "They're gone?" Gari Cheong frowned. "They were killed," said Gari Kang. Bang! A horrifying golden storm surged. Beams of intimidating golden light shot out from Gari Cheong's eyes. "They were killed? Who dared to kill them?" Gari Cheong's tone was ice-cold and menacing. "Let's talk after we get down," Gari Kang replied. "What kind of a sovereign are you?" Gari Cheong said coldly, "Take me to catch the murderer." His voice was incredibly assertive and made everyone in the palace shake with fright. He was the only person in the entire Golden Divine Nation who dared to speak to the sovereign in such tone. After all, he was the older brother of the sovereign. Rumor had it that he handed over the throne to his younger brother back in the days. He was the divine general under the Great Emperor and was powerful enough to command any situation. One might well imagine his feeling now that he heard his nephews were murdered. "I am inadequate for sure for not being able to take revenge for them," said Gari Kang. "However, the enemies are not weaker than the Golden Divine Nation. Let's talk later." Gari Cheung glared at Gari Kang, then walked downward. He was still stern and grim. He and Gari Kang fought hard to make the Golden Divine Nation a strong and prosperous country. He followed Dong Huang, the great emperor, and he had achieved miraculous feats in battles several hundred years ago. Even though the youngsters nowadays might not know who he was, no one from the older generation wasn't familiar with his name. The Golden Divine Nation became the most powerful force in the higher heavens realm because of his and Gari Kang's overwhelming dominance. Nevertheless, the first thing he heard after coming back was that the princes of the Golden Divine Nation, the nephews he never met, were killed by people. The Nantian Divine Kingdom in the Central Emperor realm. Emperor Nan stood in a pavilion and gazed into the distance. A woman with a graceful figure and gorgeous face walked toward him from behind. She was Empress Luo. "What are you thinking about?" Empress Luo came to Emperor Nan and whispered. Emperor Nan smiled tenderly at her and answered in a soft voice, "We have enjoyed peace and quiet for several hundred years. A storm is ahead of us again. The great emperor already unified the divine prefecture. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path are stable and secure. I don't think we would be affected even if there was some disturbance. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Qinghe came back, and the gate of hell reopened. Some forces might not be resigned to the current arrangement. And the great emperor would never step in personally, said Emperor Nan. Besides, maybe the great emperor didn't intervene before because he has some ideas in mind. Don't think too much about it. Few people in the outer realms can threaten us, let alone here, Empress Luo said with a smile. She had absolute confidence in Emperor Nan's ability. All right. Emperor Nan nodded. Maybe you would be even stronger if you followed the great emperor to the outer realms back then, said Empress Luo. It's not that simple. I'm already approaching the end of the great path. Emperor Nan laughed. Besides, I'm contented with what I chose. These peaceful years after Luotian was born are the happiest time in my life. He held Empress Luo in his arms and let her lean on his shoulder affectionately. You're probably tired of those things, Empress Luo said in a gentle voice. Back in the old days, Emperor Nan was a formidable fighter who killed countless people with the Qinghe divine sword. People who only knew him in these quiet years could hardly imagine how he was like in the past. I only want to take care of Luotian, said Emperor Nan. Luotian is a grown-up now in the Renhuang plain. You still treat her like a child, Empress Luo said gently, even though she did the same herself. Luotian would always be a child in their eyes, no matter what plane she reached. Moreover, Luotian will find someone who can protect her in the future, just like I did. Empress Luo suddenly thought of something. She continued as a look of concern made her furrow her eyebrows. But I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? Emperor Nan asked. I want Luotian to find the best man, even better than us. However, to find someone who can surpass you. Empress Luo looked at Emperor Nan while speaking. Are you praising me? Emperor Nan gazed at her lovingly. It's the truth. Empress Luo sighed. Emperor Nan nodded and said, Luotian certainly deserves to have the best. Only one person in this generation is good enough for Luotian. The one in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Empress Luo asked. Yes, Emperor Nan nodded. You like him so much. Empress Luo said, Isn't Jian Qingzhu from the Tianqian Academy also an extraordinary young man? They're not the same. Jian Qingzhu is exceptionally talented. But he is too disciplined and conventional and will never be a trendsetter. Yi Futian, on the contrary, will either fade out halfway or become a game-changer who symbolizes a new era, Emperor Nan added. If that's the case, he is still not the right person for Luotian. Yi Futian was destined to experience the carnage of war. It was not what he had in mind for his daughter. We're getting too far ahead of ourselves, Empress Luo laughed. Emperor Nan nodded. They were indeed planning for something too further down the road. But a storm was around the corner. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path would surely meet a time of turbulence again. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian was training in a matrix. In the independent space, it was like a world of its own. In this space, countless sharp swords appeared around his body. Right now, the various sharp swords were resonating. Sword will immediately swept out in the space and formed a wild storm of swordsmanship. The murderous intent it emanated was astonishing. Yi Futian's figure floated up into the sky. When the various sharp swords resonated, a divine sword was formed and appeared before him. At the same time, the divine sound of the great path resonated, strengthening the sword will. The entire space was on the brink of being shredded into pieces. Everything was about to be crushed into dust under such a terrifying sword will. Finally, Yi Futian opened his eyes. An alarmingly sharp light flashed in his eyes. In that instant, everything came to a halt. However, the very next moment, myriads of unparalleled sword will erupted in every inch of the space. A divine sword was drawn. Its sword flashes pierced through the space at an unbelievably fast speed. It was as bright as a beam of light, causing those who looked at it to narrow their eyes. Thunk! With a thud, the sword struck a spot. All the accumulated sword will seemed to explode from that spot. A scary storm that could tear everything apart erupted with that spot as its center. Everything was about to turn into dust. The sword will dissipated. Yi Futian revealed a satisfied smile. He applied the halberd techniques that he had comprehended in the past in his swordsmanship. On top of that, he merged the offense techniques of the great path with his sword. The might of his sword now was not any weaker than that of fleeting divine sword. Yi Futian turned around while smiling. He stared at the beautiful figure who was standing behind him. He approached her with a smile, saying, "How was it?" Hua Jiyu's eyes were crystal clear. She looked at him while replying, "If I was to take this sword head-on, it could turn me into dust." "Silly, why would my sword be pointed at you?" Yi Futian said gently, "Don't say such things again." Hua Jiyu nodded slightly. "What is this technique called?" Yi Futian pondered for a moment, then he replied, "Let's name it dust." "It has a nice ring to it," Hua Jiyu said. "All right. It's time for you to train. I will observe you," Yi Futian suggested with a smile. Hua Jiyu nodded in agreement. She had no qualms with his suggestion. Besides, she was not at all concerned about training in front of Yi Futian. She had gotten used to it these past few years. Before this, cultivators from Brahma's pure sky had approached her a few times to invite her to train with them. However, she still preferred to train with Yi Futian. She couldn't quite put to words this kind of feeling. But since they were a married couple, this was considered normal, right? Other people noticed the interaction between the two of them too. Regardless of Zhuge Mingyu or Liu Chenyu, they were all very happy for Yi Futian. Jiyu didn't know what had happened in the past, but perhaps even if the other Jiyu was back, she would still fall in love with Yi Futian. Maybe their love was fated. They were destined to be together anyway. After Yi Futian concluded his training, Lulan Shui came to find him. "Where are Nianyu and Qingyao?" Yi Futian asked Lulan Shui. "They are with Lord Taishian. People from the Xiao clan and Yuanyang clan are here. They want to see you. But since you were training, we didn't disturb you," Lulan Shui reported. "Next time when they are here, you can call me right away if I am not engaged in an important training," Yi Futian said. "All right." Lulan Shui nodded. "Let's go." Yi Futian walked towards the conference hall of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Many people had come from the Xiao clan and Yuanyang clan. They had been waiting for him there. Lord Taishian and Nianyu were there too. When Nianyu and Qingyao saw Yi Futian, they walked up to him. Yi Futian put his arms around their shoulders and smiled. Then, he looked at everyone else in the hall, saying, "Are seniors here because of the recent happenings?" "Yes." A cultivator of Xiao clan nodded and said, "The incident at Joyo City has stirred up quite a commotion. Right now, many things have happened in the Hidden Land realm. The entire Hidden Land realm is affected. Moreover, we received news saying that Donghuang the Great has activated the passageway. Many cultivators from the outer realms are making their way here. It had been 300 years since a large batch of cultivators had entered the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They had enjoyed peace for more than 300 years. Yi Futian's battle with the Shun clan last time could be considered the greatest war they had for the past 300 years. We also have not so good news, a cultivator of Yuanyang clan said. Shun Jiao of Shun clan is back. He has also brought along quite a few strong cultivators with him. We are worried that Shun clan might come to harm you again. Who is Shun Jiao? Yi Futian asked. He is one of the top 3 giant figures of the Shun clan. In the past, he was the most monstrous figure in the Shun clan. He was stronger than Shun Ji. Nobody knows which plane he is at now, the cultivator of Yuanyang clan explained. Shun Jiao is not the only one who is back. I heard Gari Cheong of Golden Divine Nation is back too. Gari Cheong is the elder brother of Golden Divine Nation's dynastic overlord, Gari Kang. Back then, Gari Cheong could have claimed the spot of dynastic overlord, but he gave it to Gari Kang. His ability is stronger than that of Gari Kang. These two are also people who murder decisively. The way they do things is exceptionally overbearing. If they knew of what had happened before, they could appear in the heavenly mandate realm at any moment. This change was something that the various major forces had not imagined. The opening of the gate of hell in Joyo City resulted in the passageway being opened up once again. The pressure that the Heavenly Mandate Academy faced was huge. Yi Futian's expression turned serious as he said, "It seems that after this, we need to be alert." However, even if 2 giant figures were to return, without being certain that they can eliminate us, they will not dare to carelessly attack us. The destructive power of these giant figures was absolutely frightening. Back then, Yi Futian had led a huge army against the Shun clan. They had a huge advantage and yet did not dare to truly attack the Shun clan. Why was that? It was because the giant figure in the Shun clan was around. They could not kill him. If they had attacked, everyone beneath the level of the giant figures would have perished on both sides. Similarly, although their opponent had 2 returning giant figures, they also had such considerations. They would not easily make a move against the Heavenly Mandate Academy. We also need to be ever cautious. The teleportation matrix needs to be well guarded, a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan said. Futian, you need to be exceptionally careful yourself. Junior knows. Yi Futian nodded his head. He was the core figure of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If anything happened to him, problems would occur even among the alliances of the various major forces, let alone in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, this storm and the opening of the passageway might also be an opportunity, a cultivator from the Xiao clan said. There has not been an incident like this for hundreds of years. Now, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path can once again come in contact with the outer realms. This is an opportunity. Are you saying that Futian should venture out to train? Lord Taishen asked. Among the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there are many cultivators with flawless divine wheels. If the passageway can be opened for long periods of time in the future, venturing out to train will definitely be beneficial for them. We do not know what will happen in the future. For now, we'll take it one step at a time, Lord Taishen said. Just as they were discussing this matter in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, above Heavenly Mandate City, divine light shone down from the heavens. Then, a group of silhouettes descended from the sky. The citizens of Heavenly Mandate City were alarmed. Even the aura emanated subconsciously by this group of people shocked them. This group of visitors was none other than cultivators from the Shun clan. The leader of the group was Shun Jiao. Aside from Shun Jiao, the cultivators that had followed him from the outer realms were also here. Shun Hao and a few members of the Shun clan were also here. Their figures landed in an inn. Many people immediately made way for them. Some people had already recognized the cultivators of the Shun clan. From afar, gazes were also looking over here. The cultivators of the Shun clan had come to Heavenly Mandate City. Was something big about to happen again? Back in the day, this place belonged to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, right? Shun Jiao asked. When he was still around, the old dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was still the ruler of this place. Yes. Heavenly Mandate dynasty was eradicated by the alliance of forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, someone from Shun clan replied. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is built on the spot where the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty used to be. Yi Futian had just broken through to the Renhuang plain, but he had the ability and courage to unite and lead the forces to eradicate Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Besides that, he also challenged and defeated the Shen clan, Shen Jiao commented. He is indeed an exceptional talent. I am somewhat impressed by him. Shen Gao's standards were very high. He had seen countless talented figures in the outer realms. However, it was still uncommon for someone to be able to accomplish so many things at Yi Futian's level. Hence, if Shen Jiao looked past the fact that they were on opposite sides, this Yi Futian was indeed a rare talent. Shen Hao felt slightly embarrassed as he sat at the side. Moreover, he entered the god's relic and acquired the relic of Donghuang the Great, someone from outer realms added on with a smile. I am rather interested in meeting him. Someone, please make a trip to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and ask Luoxue to come and meet me, Shen Jiao ordered. I will go, a cultivator of the Shen clan offered while standing up. Shen Jiao nodded in agreement, and the cultivator flew into the sky, moving in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At the same time, far from where the group from the Shen clan was, another group was sitting in a tavern. This group was also from the outer realms. One of them spoke up, "There, someone is here for the Heavenly Mandate Academy." Based on their conversation, it seems like they have a grudge with the Heavenly Mandate Academy, another person added. Are you interested in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, too? Suddenly, a voice was transmitted to the group from afar. It was Shen Gao's voice. An overbearing might followed his words, pressing down on the group. An elder in the group frowned. He emanated an equally astonishing aura. His aura was also domineering. It was not any weaker than that of Shen Jiao. We heard some rumors about the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so we are here to have a look, another figure who sat in the tavern said with a smile. Shen Jiao revealed a strange expression. Let alone the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even in the outer realms, his plane of cultivation was at the level of mighty cultivators. After all, after one reached his level, there was no higher plane to break through to. However, the aura of this elder was on par with his. It meant that he was also someone from a top force. It looked like the first batch of people who arrived here after the passageway had been activated were all cultivators from super forces. Above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a silhouette walked over from the sky. This person was bathed in radiant divine light. He was a cultivator of the Shen clan. Other figures rose up into the sky and blocked his path. Their auras were powerful. The gaze of the cultivator from the Shen clan swept across the crowd. His gaze then turned towards the inside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. With a loud voice, he said, "Shen Luoxue, Uncle wants you to go see him." The person who had come was from the same generation as Shen Luoxue. As for Shen Jiao, he was a cultivator that was the same generation as the Shen clan's lord. The current Shen clan's lord was the clan brother of Shen Jiao. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Shen Luoxue was instructing Fei Xue in her training. When she heard this voice, she raised her head. Her gaze shifted towards the outside. Her will immediately swept out. I have already left Shen clan and am no longer a member of the clan. Who is this uncle that you speak of? Shen Luoxue replied indifferently. Her voice did not seem loud, but it was directly transmitted outside from a distance and reached the other party's ears. Many cultivators appeared in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The various cultivators that were in discussion with Lord Taishen walked out. Yi Futian looked towards the outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Had Shen clan come knocking on their door again? This time, they had directly asked Granny to go meet with a member of the Shen clan. The uncle that the other party was referring to must be Shen Jiao, one of the three pinnacle figures of the Shen clan that Yi Futian had heard of prior to this. Had Shen Jiao already arrived in the Heavenly Mandate City? Lord Taishen stood there, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His will immediately swept out. In an instant, it enveloped the endless space and the vast and grand Heavenly Mandate City. Silhouettes directly appeared in his mind. Very quickly, his will locked on to a spot. It focused on an inn. There, a group of cultivators was sitting there and quietly drinking wine. One of them seemed to have sensed his will and lifted his head slightly. His gaze directly pierced through the space. He actually locked gazes with Lord Taishen across such a long distance. It was as though they could see each other directly. Shun Jiao lowered his cup, and his will similarly descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. From afar, he said, I remember that when I left, you were still young. As expected, you have grown now. You won't come even though I want to see you. Shun Luoxue got up. Her figure gradually floated up into the air. Her eyes looked far off into the distance. She naturally also saw Shun Jiao and the other cultivators. I'll head over there, Shun Luoxue said. She then immediately stepped out and walked over in the direction where Shun Jiao was. She naturally understood clearly that with Shun Gao's plane, whether or not she agreed to see him made no difference. With a sweep of his will, Shun Jiao could directly descend upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy regardless of how far away he was. A figure of such a high level could not be stopped if he truly wanted to do something. Hence, Shun Luoxue decided to head over there herself. I'll go take a look, Futian said. After saying this, he also stepped out and followed behind in the direction that Shun Luoxue went. Silhouettes followed along with him. Lord Taishen stood where he was, silently, and watched them calmly. He did not stop Futian and the others from heading over. He had the same idea as Shun Luoxue. He could not stop Shun Jiao at all. Lord Taishen did not need to head over. If Shun Jiao truly made a move, none of them could stop him. Of course, Lord Taishen could similarly descend upon where Shun Jiao was in an instant. Right now, Lord Taishuan's powerful will was observing the situation in the inn from afar. At their level, if they truly wanted to fight, it would only take an instant. In the inn, Shun Luoxue's clothes and silver hair fluttered and danced in the wind. She stood proudly in mid-air. Her gaze landed upon the group in the inn. Futian and the others were behind Shun Luoxue. Their gazes also turned towards Shun Jiao and his group. Elsewhere, in the distance, countless gazes were locked on them. The grudge between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Shun Clan was currently known all throughout the 9 Supreme Realms. After all, an army besieging a city was a grand sight. Futian became renowned throughout the 9 realms after he defeated the Shun Clan in that battle. Now, the cultivators of the Shun Clan had once again descended on Heavenly Mandate City. It was naturally an extremely sensitive issue. Shun Jiao lifted his head and looked at Shun Luoxue. He said, "What's the matter? I haven't seen you for so many years. After growing up and seeing your uncle, you won't even address me as such." Although Shun Luoxue was also a mighty figure at the top, in Shun Gao's memories, Shun Luoxue was still young. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, even her hair had turned white. Time truly flew past for him. Shun Jiao was of the opinion that his own clan brother had not handled matters appropriately. With such a daughter and son-in-law, it would not have been an issue to leave the divine item with them. Now, bonds of hatred had been formed instead. Not only had the Shun clan not managed to gain their assistance, but they had instead become the enemies of the Shun clan. How ironic. However, even though Shun Jiao felt that the matter had been handled inappropriately, he still could understand why the clan had done so. Shun clan was still the Shun clan. With the pride of the clan, it was natural to be unable to tolerate their clansmen from acting recklessly and sullying the honor of the clan. Hence, the actions of his clan brother could not be considered wrong. I have severed my relationship with Shun clan. I am no longer a member of the clan. Hence, I cannot call you uncle, Shun Luoxue said. You have not sought me out just so that I would call you uncle, right? Shun Jiao smiled as he shook his head and said, "You are still so stubborn. I remember when you were young, you once said that you would achieve great things in the future. Back then, I had also treated you quite well. Now that I have purposely come here to see you, you don't need to treat me as your enemy. Everything from back then is already in the past. I do not wish to bring it up again." Shun clan was long dead to Shun Luoxue. Her heart was like still water. She appeared exceptionally peaceful. Although I was born in Shun clan, you must have already known about everything that the clan did to me. Now that you have already chosen a side, then save the reminiscing, Shen Luoxue continued saying. Just tell me straight. What do you want? If I wanted to invite you to return, would you still be willing to return to the clan? Shen Jiao said. In the issue back then, both you and your father were in the wrong. However, in the end, you are both linked by blood. You cannot escape your birth parents no matter how hard you try. Why don't you let go of all that has happened? Let go. Shen Luoxue gave Shen Jiao a cold stare and said, My daughter was murdered by the clan. Back then, did anyone tell Shen clan to let the matter go? It is all in the past. The blood of the Shen clan still flows in your veins. You cannot escape from it just because you want to, Shen Jiao replied calmly. Shen Luoxue could naturally tell that within Shen Gao's calm voice, an unparalleled might was contained. She laughed mockingly. Each person had their own point of view. Shen Jiao had advised her to let the matter go. Naturally, he did so for the clan. However, he had not considered her point of view. I have already escaped, Shen Luoxue replied indifferently. Shen Jiao glanced at her and then shifted his gaze towards Yi Futian. He said, Was it you that led the alliance of cultivators that slaughtered their way into Shen clan? Yi Futian looked towards Shen Jiao and replied, That's not quite how it happened. It was Shen Ji from Shen clan who slaughtered his way into the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It is all the same, Shen Jiao responded as he looked at Yi Futian. Your ties with Shen clan runs deep. You also have extraordinary talent. Since we have such ties, why don't we bury the past in the past? I can decide on behalf of the Shen clan. We can let bygones be bygones. You can also advise Luoxue to let this all go. We can each make a compromise. Luoxue can return to the clan, Shen Jiao continued to persuade Yi Futian. I have heard that your teacher is Luoxue's son-in-law. Then, his daughter Feixue is also a member of the Shen clan. Why don't we seal the deal while we are at it? Shen clan can bear witness to your marriage with Feixue. We can let bygones be bygones. In the future, the Shen clan will be your clan. This way, we can make it up for many things. Shen Gao's words caused the expression of Shen Hao, who was standing behind him, to change slightly. Shen Jiao was actually willing to forsake this grudge. Even though many members of the Shen clan had fallen due to this vendetta between them, he was willing to let it all go. He even invited Yi Futian to join the Shen clan. Without a doubt, this was Shen Gao's acknowledgement of Yi Futian. If this was in the past, with the pride of the Shen clan, it would have been impossible for them to have done so. However, Shen Jiao was doing it now. The members of Heavenly Mandate City were also somewhat astonished. This Shen Jiao was truly charismatic. However, such matters were not so easily settled. Yi Futian and Shen Luoxue would not agree to this. I repeat. There is no longer any relationship between Shen clan and me, Shen Luoxue said very calmly. Yi Futian naturally understood. Shen Jiao could write off the debt from back then and pretend that nothing had happened. However, how could Granny and Grandmaster let this go? The wife of his master, Qi Shengang, had been killed. Feixue's mother had fallen. Could Shen Luoxue and Feixue pretend that none of this had happened and return once again to the Shen clan? If Shen Gao's own beloved had fallen, would he have said such things? Yi Futian did not give an answer. Shen Luoxue's stance was also his stance. Shen Jiao was overthinking things. Yi Futian and Feixue had never thought of being together. Shen Jiao looked at Yi Futian and Shen Luoxue. He understood what their answers were. He put down his wine cup. His gaze once again returned to Shen Luoxue. Beside him, there was another figure with frightening cultivation. The person's gaze was extremely sharp as it swept towards Shen Luoxue. The person said, The blood of your ancestors still flows in you. It is not something that you can let go of with just a word. Since you do not acknowledge yourself as a member of the Shen clan, then strip yourself of your bloodline. That way, we can consider it severed. Yi Futian and the others glanced over at the other party. Strip her bloodline? How could one do that? Granny, let's go back, Yi Futian said. Shen Luoxue nodded her head and turned to leave. However, at that moment, A powerful aura emanated from Shinjiao and descended on Shenluoxue. In that instant, far away in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a powerful aura also descended upon this spot like the authority of heaven, enveloping this space. It was the aura of Lord Taixian. Instantly, there seemed to be a pressure acting on the vast space. Everyone could sense the might of these two auras. Yi Futian had turned to leave. However, he saw that above the inn, a young, handsome silhouette beside Shinjiao walked out. The aura on his body was extremely powerful. With one step, he traversed the space and walked over towards Yi Futian. He asked, "I have heard that among the current generation in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, you are considered number one?" Yi Futian turned his head and swept a glance at the other party. This youth's figure shone with divine light. His temperament was no weaker than that of Shun Hao. A blinding divine light also radiated from inside his body and suppressed the power of the Great Path in many people. This was the aura of a flawless divine wheel. Clearly, this person was not a member of the Shun clan of the 9 supreme realms. If the Shun clan had such a member, Yi Futian should have encountered him during the previous battle with the Shun clan. The person was a cultivator of the Shun clan from the outer realms. In an instant, light shone all around. The will of the Great Path swept across this part of the sky. Countless gazes in Heavenly Mandate City turned towards this dazzling silhouette. This cultivator that had come from afar wanted to challenge the legendary figure of this generation, Yi Futian, upon his arrival here. Chapter 17 49 One Sword. The person who attacked was called Shen Xian. He was a lower-level Renhuang who had a second-tier divine wheel. It was a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. When he stepped out, the power of his divine will burst forth. In an instant, endless golden lightning appeared in the sky above Yi Futian's group. The lightning descended from the heavens above. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Each bolt of golden lightning contained the frightening power of the Great Path that sliced apart the space. It was as though anyone who was struck by the lightning would be blown apart into countless pieces. Yi Futian frowned. His gaze swept over to Shinjiao, who was still sitting there quietly. The latter was still drinking wine in the inn. His aura was calm, as though he had no intention of attacking. However, he also did not stop Shen Xian from attacking them. The other cultivators from the Shun clan in the outer realms also lifted their heads and calmly observed. They were not worried about the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy with powerful cultivation attacking Shen Xian. Who would dare to do so? They were also somewhat curious. This youth that had led other cultivators and fought the Shun clan was a possessor of a flawless divine wheel. He was renowned as a peerless figure of this generation in the Void Realm. How capable was he? Could he stand against Shen Xian? However, before Yi Futian even moved, a silhouette had already stepped out. It was Dojao. His entire body was shining brightly, and he became a golden body fighting god. His also flawless divine wheel battle form burst forth. In an instant, his intent for battle burned. Boom! Dojao's entire body was burning with golden divine light. He sent out a punch, and his burly, domineering figure traversed the space like a shooting star. He directly attacked Shen Xian's body. It seemed as though space itself had been punched through. Shen Xian did not retreat at all. He also had no intention of evading. Was Dojao trying to engage in close-quarter combat with his powerful melee force? Shen Xian would grant Dojao his wish. Shen Xian clenched his fist, and it formed a divine fist. In an instant, an endless storm of golden lightning radiated from his fist. Blinding divine light burst forth from it. The cultivators of the Shun clan from the outer realms had sinister smiles on their faces. Even if the battle intent of Dojao, who had a first-tier divine wheel, filled the skies, for him to rely on this to surpass the difference in planes and engage in close-quarter combat with Shen Xian was foolish. Dojao did not know his own strength. He must not know how powerful Shen Xian's attack power was. Following the burst of endless golden lightning, Shen Xian's fist directly collided with the overbearing punch headed his way. Blinding golden light swept across the sky, causing the space to tremble. In the sky above Heavenly Mandate City, destructive beams of light swept outwards. The shockwaves razed many buildings below. Bang! A dull explosion could be heard. The two figures were separated. The clothes on Shen Xian's body fluttered in the wind. His long hair flew up. Even though he was knocked back a few steps, he was not injured at the slightest. However, the power of the other party's punch was indeed very powerful. It was enough to surprise Shen Xian. Dou Zhao's figure was sent flying from the shockwave. His arm was trembling slightly. From the attack just now, he felt endless lightning that tore apart everything surged directly into his arm and his body. It tried to tear his body and spirit into countless pieces. This attack was very overbearing. If Dou Zhao did not have an unparalleled body and was just a normal Renhuang, he would have immediately been torn apart by that attack and perished on the spot. However, the battle intent in Dou Zhao's eyes still burned. He had no intention of backing down. He even wanted to continue activating the will of the fighting god. After forging a flawless divine wheel, Dou Zhao did not have many worthy opponents of the same level in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Now that Shen Xian had appeared, it instead ignited Dou Zhao's fighting spirit. Futian watched as the two of them collided. He understood that Dou Zhao would most likely be unable to defeat this opponent. As both of them were possessors of flawless divine wheels, the difference between their planes would naturally be visible from their combat power. "You are no match for me. Step aside." Shen Xian was not interested in Dou Zhao. His gaze was still staring at Futian, who was behind Dou Zhao. Shen Xian wanted to see what the ability of the rumored top figure of the generation in the Void Realm was like. The Void Realm was the original realm. Even though it was in a state of decline, there were still rumors about many hidden figures in the Void Realm. This place was the origin of the Great Path. However, that was still all in the past. Now, the so-called original realm had long been in decline and was not worth mentioning. People preferred to refer to it as the Void Realm, a self-indulgent, sealed-off, illusory prison that was under the protection of Donghuang the Great. In Shen Xian's eyes, how could astonishing figures appear in the Void Realm that had been in decline for years? This top figure might have some ability. "Dou Zhao, step back," Futian said. Dou Zhao looked back at Futian. Although he wanted to continue fighting, since Futian had spoken, Dou Zhao retracted his aura and stood back in his original spot. Futian turned to look at the other party. He took a step forward and looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian extended his hand and gestured for Futian to begin. In the inn, the cultivators of the Shen clan were still quietly watching. Shen Hao's expression was cold and indifferent. Although Futian was their enemy, Shen Hao still hoped that Shen Xian would lose this battle. He was certain that Shen Xian would lose. These members of the clan from the outer realms were overconfident in themselves. Although they were all descended from the same bloodline and the same blood coursed in their veins, Shen Hao could clearly sense that these members had an air of superiority to them. It was not wise for Shen Hao to say anything, but Futian might be able to teach these members a lesson that they would never forget. Hence, it could be said that Shen Hao's emotions now were somewhat conflicted. The other members watched calmly. Futian extended his hand. In that instant, the sound of Guqin of the Great Path could be heard all around. With the Great Path as its strings, it was as though countless Guqins of the Great Path appeared in the vast space, their melodies harmonizing with one another. Frightening Sword will also appeared and resonated with the sounds of the Guqin. When Shen Xian saw this scene, he similarly extended his hand. Instantly, a golden spatial storm rampaged around them. Bolts of golden lightning seemed to appear everywhere, penetrating the space. Very soon, sword will and golden lightning ran rampant around them. The howling caused many people to tremble in fear. The two of them did not move at all. From afar, Futian gently pushed his palm forward. Countless divine swords immediately resonated in the heavens above, seemingly forming a rhythm. The strength of the sword will instantly exploded. Blades of light slashed across the space towards Shen Xian's figure. Shen Xian's figure remained standing still. Bolts of golden lightning collided with the sharp swords that slashed towards him. Bang! 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 Sounds of collisions kept sounding in the space. The scene was astonishing. The swords resonated in front of Futian. The rhythmic sword will merged into one, becoming an extremely dazzling divine sword. This divine sword emanated unparalleled divine light that directly pierced through the space. The released sword will alone was extremely threatening. The crowd raised their heads and looked up into the sky. Above, with Futian's figure as the center, countless divine swords and sword will surrounded him. The sound of gukins and the hum of swords resonated. It was as though a world of the sword was formed. Sun Xian frowned when he sensed this sword will. He felt an intense threat emanating from Futian. The sword will aura that was coalescing was extremely terrifying. Futian remained standing there. The divine sword that formed before him resonated and gathered the will of the great path from all around him, forming a single sword. Futian pointed his finger forward, and the sword instantly flew forwards. The birth of this sword astonished the heavens and the earth. The cold light of the sword reached even the highest heavens. Sun Xian immediately lifted his hand and struck out. Endless golden lightning formed a golden divine spear that pierced forwards. His movements were extremely swift. All of this was done in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! Destructive golden divine light radiated outwards, causing it to be difficult for many people to keep their eyes open. The divine spear shattered and was followed by a loud sound. Sun Xian's figure was sent flying from the shockwave. Rumble! A frightening voice could be heard. Sun Xian's figure crashed into the inn that he was previously drinking wine in. It caused the inn to be blown apart and collapse. The figures of Sun Jiao and the other members that were still sitting in the inn were left floating in mid-air. Sun Jiao had to extend his palm to stop Sun Xian from flying further. Sun Xian's arm was trembling. The palm in which he wielded the spear was already bloody and bruised now. It was nearly crippled. Sun Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He withstood the pain and looked towards Futian. He saw Futian sweeping an indifferent glance at him. It was as though Futian had not even broken a sweat to activate the might of his sword. Futian did not say anything. He immediately turned and left. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy left together with him. You do not know your own strength, Do Jiao said to Sun Xian. So what if Sun Xian had come from the outer realms? Sun Xian was arrogant and wanted to challenge Futian directly. He had thought too highly of himself. If it wasn't for the difference between their planes, Do Jiao believed that he could also put up a fight against Sun Xian. Sun Xian frowned. Behind him, Sun Hao calmly observed all of this. He was not surprised at all with the result of this battle. These members from the outer realms were overconfident. Futian is indeed a monstrous figure. Such a pity, Sun Jiao lamented. Although Sun Xian had been injured, Sun Jiao did not seem to have an intense reaction to it. On the contrary, if the person who led an army against the Sun clan was so simple, Sun Jiao would instead be very disappointed with the Sun clan. Reality had proven that Futian was indeed an extraordinary genius. It was unfortunate. Such a person originally could be used by the Sun clan. However, when Sun Jiao was not around, it seems that the Sun clan had made some poor moves. It might have been due to the pride that they had held on to all these years. However, since it was already like this, they could only continue to make their next move. It was regrettable that such a genius had to die here. Right at that moment, in another area, the other group of figures that came from afar watched as the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy left. The leading elder looked at the few youths in front of him and asked, "What do you think about that sword?" The power of the divine will resonated and formed a sword, merging with the great path, a person said. This sword combined the power of many great paths. With the sword as a vessel, the might of the sword was unleashed at the end. Its destructive power is astonishing. Although the group was far away, they could clearly sense the might within the sword. That is right. This person's future lies beyond the void realm, the elder said with a smile. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.